Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Master Gu Xiu. Qin Wentian couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Bai Luai abandon him without any hesitation. Then he saw Bai Luai walk to the side of the middle-aged man who was talking to her. He must be Bai Luai's father. On the other side of Bai Luai, there was a young man. The young man was wearing a white shirt and rubbed Bai Luai's head lovingly, as if he was talking to his junior. Bai Luai glared at him fiercely, but then smiled and pulled the young man's arm. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. At this time, the young man's eyes looked at Qin Wentian, which gave Qin Wentian a sharp feeling, as if those eyes wanted to see through him. A casual look actually gave Qin Wentian a strong pressure. It was obvious that the young man's strength was extraordinary, at least much stronger than him. This man should be Bai Luai's elder brother. Qin Wentian guessed in his heart. If he was Bai Luai's fiancé, then he would not be able to get along with Bai Luai peacefully on weekdays. Moreover, the way they got along reminded him of Sister Qin Yao. The way he looked at Qin Yao was somewhat similar. He liked to knead Qin Yao's face or rub her head, which made Qin Yao glare at him every time. The three brothers, Qin Wentian, Chu Meng, and Fan Li, greet the seniors. Looking at the elders in front of the martial arts square, Qin Wentian bowed slightly. Chu Meng and Fan Li also bowed. After staying in Bai Lu Academy for so many days, they naturally had to be polite when they met the elders of Bai Lu Academy. No one responded. A faint pressure fell on Qin Wentian, but he was calm and stood there quietly, neither humble nor arrogant. Qin Wentian had experienced so many ups and downs, how could he not have this little bit of self-control? Why are you here? At this moment, an elder looked at Qin Wentian and asked. This elder had big eyes, and when he stared at people, he gave people a natural sense of oppression. I practiced divine runes in Bai Lu Academy some time ago, and was taken care of by Miss Yi. I learned divine runes from her and benefited a lot. Now I think I have made some progress in divine runes, and I am willing to attend the East Region Exchange meeting of Wangzhou City on behalf of Bai Lu Academy. Qin Wentian said slowly. What a joke. Do you think there is no one in my Bai Lu Academy? Why do we need outsiders to replace me in the exchange meeting? An old man shouted. This person was standing next to him. Obviously, his status was not too high. He was not a powerful figure in Bai Lu Academy, but he would not be too low to shout in such an occasion. The White Deer Academy is a master of divine runes, and naturally has extraordinary attainments in divine runes. I have also learned a lot from my exchanges with Bai Luai. However, cultivation has no boundaries, and this is true for martial arts and divine runes. Since Qin Wentian proposed to fight for the White Deer Academy, he must be somewhat confident. If the White Deer Academy thinks that I am not a member of the White Deer Academy and refuses to allow it, then just pretend that I never said anything. What a confident you are. You mean you are more suitable than anyone else in my White Deer Academy? The big-eyed elder's voice was buzzing, with a sense of pressure in his voice. Qin Wentian looked into the other person's eyes, not afraid at all, and responded seriously, that's right. Huh? The big-eyed old man raised his eyebrows, and a sharp aura rushed out, rushing straight at Qin Wentian, and then laughed. That's right, it's really arrogant. Qin Wentian felt the power, his whole body tensed, and he felt as if his heart was oppressed, but he still stood there. If he couldn't solve today's matter, how could he talk about conquering the White Deer Academy? The elder with big eyes was obviously a person of Xiangang realm. Not only him, but also the elders sitting at the top were all of them. He seemed to feel his insignificance in front of the pressure of the elder with big eyes, but so what? He would not forget why he came. Bai Luai's father Bai Lushan saw that Qin Wentian's back was still straight, and his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of admiration. At this time, Qin Wentian showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Arrogant? Seniors don't understand me, but they say I am arrogant, which is also arrogant. As he said, Qin Wentian raised his head slightly, and his calm demeanor revealed an innate self-confidence. When the elder with big eyes saw Qin Wentian's expression, his heart couldn't help but move slightly. He had felt such temperament and confidence in those Xianjiao figures before, and now, Qin Wentian also showed such temperament. Is it ignorant arrogance, or is it true pride? I want to see what you can do. A sharp light flashed across the face of the elder with big eyes, and then he said, "Bai Luan, go and try his attainments in divine patterns." Okay. A middle-aged man stepped onto the martial arts square and stood in front of Qin Wentian. This man was one of the 3 people from Bai Lu Academy who were going to attend the exchange meeting this time. He would assist Bai Luai. What kind of power do you want to compete with? Battle, formation, or puppet? Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian, but he snorted in his heart. He was really an ignorant young man, and his words were really arrogant. Whatever you want. Qin Wentian said indifferently, calmly. Haha, just engrave the divine patterns over there. Bai Luai sneered, and then he saw his palm waving to the ground, and a light rumble was heard, and the light patterns on the ground shone. No need to compete. Qin Wentian said lightly, and the crowd looked at Qin Wentian. Bai Luan also stopped his movements, looked at Qin Wentian, and sneered, "Are you going to admit defeat?" "Your Excellency, I'm afraid you can't." Qin Wentian said a few words lightly, which made Bai Luan's smile suddenly stiffen there. There was a trace of anger in his expression. He was arrogant, too arrogant. Not only Bai Luan felt so, but many people present had the same idea. Even Bai Lushan frowned. Bai Lujing, who was beside Bai Luai, showed an interesting look and looked at Qin Wentian with some interest. However, at this moment, the crowd saw Qin Wentian raise his hand and wave his palm. In an instant, a light pattern flashed in the void, or it could be said that it was not a light pattern, but a complete pattern. Qin Wentian waved his hand again, and the light pattern continued to shine. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd suddenly trembled. Even the big-eyed elder was quite moved at this moment, with a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Is that enough? Qin Wentian clapped his hands, and the light patterns disappeared. He looked at Bai Luan and asked calmly. Impossible, a 3rd-level divine pattern master cannot engrave patterns in the void without the help of a medium. Bai Luan was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Qin Wentian said casually, and walked forward. Suddenly, a sharp sword energy burst out from him. Every time he took a step, a sword pattern appeared under his feet. The sword intent hummed and accompanied Qin Wentian, whistling. Qin Wentian took one step after another, as if it was very regular. The humming of the sword became stronger and stronger. He waved his palm, and the sword shadow appeared in the void. The more terrifying the sword power spread out. At this time, he had already walked to the bottom of the martial arts stage. He took a step up. In an instant, the sword whistled in the air, and the endless sword intent gathered angrily, turning into a monstrous sword power. The sword light broke through the void and pressed towards Bai Luan. The terrifying sword power brought with it a terrifying storm. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Bai Luan kept retreating, waving his magical power to attack and resist the sword power. However, the terrifying sword storm instantly enveloped him. Bai Luan roared, and the star soul on his body shone. A terrifying collision sound was heard. The sword power finally dissipated, but the sword energy remained. Bai Luan was in a mess. Looking at Qin Wentian again, he stood at the edge of the martial arts stage as if nothing had happened. He bowed to Bai Luan and said, "I'm sorry. HMPH." Bai Luan walked away in a huff. He was naturally unhappy to be taught a lesson by a younger generation, but he also knew that Qin Wentian's attainments in divine patterns were much better than his. Not bad. The elder with big eyes said again, "You can carve patterns in the void and become a whole. I'll give you a chance. In this exchange meeting, you and Bai Luai will assist and cooperate in the battle." Cooperate. Bai Luai's expression froze. The family originally planned to assist her with 2 people in this exchange meeting. The appearance of Qin Wentian made her voluntarily withdraw from the main battle position and let Qin Wentian. Now the elder said that she and Qin Wentian should both cooperate. Yes, Zai, in this exchange meeting, Master Guxiu will represent my Bai Lu Academy to fight. I'm sorry to inconvenience you. The elder with big eyes looked at Bai Luai and smiled, which made Bai Luai's beautiful eyes condense. Master Guxiu, he's back. The academy deliberately invited him. The words of the elder with big eyes moved Bai Luai quite a bit. They deliberately invited Master Guxiu to come. It seems that this time, Bai Lu Academy attaches great importance to this exchange meeting. Master Guxiu, come out and see me. The elder with big eyes laughed, and then a hearty laugh came. Everyone saw an old man in a black robe strolling out and came to the martial arts square. He looked at the elders in front and smiled. "How are you, elders?" The master practiced in my Beilu Academy for a period of time in the past, and it has added a lot of color to the academy. Now the master has engraved the 3rd level divine pattern and has reached the realm of perfection. This exchange meeting will be handed over to you. The elder with big eyes said politely. It is an honor for Gu to fight for the academy. Gu Xiu smiled. Qin Wentian, who was standing next to him, was left aside. The elder with big eyes glanced at Qin Wentian and then said, according to the academy, there will be many powerful people appearing in this exchange meeting. With Master Gu Xiu fighting, it can be guaranteed to be foolproof. Do you have any opinions? The elder with big eyes looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian pondered for a moment, then smiled, no problem. He showed up today just to let the White Deer Academy know him. Although he showed some abilities, perhaps because of his age, the academy still preferred to trust an experienced master of divine patterns. But it didn't matter. His goal had been achieved. As long as he could participate in this exchange meeting, it didn't matter whether he was the main or the auxiliary. If he was strong, the auxiliary was also the main. On the contrary, the White Deer Academy had already made up their minds about this exchange meeting. If he was aggressive, he would seem to be at a loss. The big-eyed elder paused on Qin Wentian for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Today, the people of the White Deer Academy knew Qin Wentian, and they had a good impression of him. Chapter 252 Xianzhen Cultivation Field. At the Beilu Academy Martial Arts Square, the crowd gradually dispersed. The elder with big eyes invited Gu Xiu to come over for a chat. When he left, he still glanced at Qin Wentian. Beilishan also glanced at Qin Wentian, and then he left. Beilu Ai followed a young man beside him and walked over. He smiled at Qin Wentian and said, well, this time our Beilu Academy's lineup is unprecedentedly strong. This is my brother Beilujing. Qin Wentian nodded slightly at Beilujing. Beilujing looked at Qin Wentian. The two looked at each other and nodded slightly. My brother doesn't like divine patterns, otherwise his attainments in divine patterns would probably be better than mine. He is good at martial arts, but he is ranked in the top 100 on the destiny list. Beilu Ai smiled, which moved Qin Wentian a little. The destiny list means some people at the top of the Yuanfu realm of the Great Xia dynasty. Beilujing is ranked in the top 100 in the Yuanfu realm of the entire Great Xia dynasty. His strength can be imagined. Brother, Qin Wentian is also very powerful. Whether it is the attainment of divine patterns or martial arts, he will probably not lose to you in the future. Beilu Ai also praised Qin Wentian. Then I will be very happy. Beilujing looked at his sister with a smile. Beilu Ai knew what he meant. She rolled her eyes at him and said, brother, don't think too much. Qin Wentian and I are not what you think. What? Beilujing looked at his sister with a smile, as if deliberately making fun of her, which made Beilu Ai pinch him fiercely. I won't tell you anymore. Haha. Beilujing laughed happily when he saw Beilu Ai's expression, rubbed her head and said, no matter what you do, I will support you. I told you it's not what you think. There was a bit of helplessness on Beilu Ai's innocent face. I understand. Beilujing gave Qin Wentian a look and said with a smile, it seems that you still need to work hard. With that, Beilujing turned and left, leaving Qin Wentian completely speechless. Beilu Ai's brother is indeed a wonderful person, but Qin Wentian can see that this is also a pampering for Beilu Ai. As long as she likes it, he supports it. Don't pay attention to him. Beilu Ai said to Qin Wentian, it's time to prepare well. The exchange meeting is about to begin. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. This exchange meeting is different from the past. The forces may invite some difficult people to come out. You should be careful to deal with them. Beilujing suddenly turned around and said to this side, which made Beilu Ai show a touch of surprise. Is there a special reason why the academy deliberately invited Gu Xiu this time? Is this exchange meeting different from the past? Beilu Ai asked. You've been busy with him these days and didn't even attend the meeting of the academy. Why are you asking me now? Beilujing showed a half smile, and then gathered his voice into a line and floated to Beilu Ai. There's news that the place where the divine pattern trial is held is likely to be the training ground of a Xianzhen. Beilu Ai's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed, and her heart was quite shocked. Xianzhen's training ground? It turned out that there was such news. If so, wouldn't this trial cause a huge storm? What about the Great Xia dynasty? Beilujing wanted to speak, but saw Beilujing put his finger on his lips, obviously silencing her, and then smiled casually. Outside, it's still unknown. Probably only some big forces in Guangzhou City have found out some things, and the trial field may be opened in advance. After saying that, Bai Lujing turned and left. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian and smiled bitterly. I thought this exchange meeting would be very simple, but listening to my brother, it seems that there may be some unexpected situations. Bai Lujing gathered his voice interlined so that people in the distance could not hear it, but he did not deliberately hide it from Qin Wentian. Xianzhen cultivation field. Qin Wentian murmured. Xianzhen is a respectful title for the strong in the Xiangxiang realm. If such news is known to the great Xia dynasty, it will definitely cause a storm. I am afraid that the overlord-level forces in Guangzhou City will act in advance. Bai Luai said softly, and Qin Wentian nodded gently. He had heard of many honorific titles, such as King Wang and Dan Wang. These are honorific titles. Wang should be the honorific title given to those Xiangang peak figures by the great Xia dynasty. Let's go. We have to make the final preparations. Master Gu Xiu is also very powerful. We still have a good chance of winning. Bai Luai looked a little solemn and expectant. At this time, there was indeed a dark tide in Guangzhou City, but the various forces seemed to be particularly low-key. Those who got the news kept the news tightly and tried to prevent it from spreading. Although they knew that it might not be concealed, they had to at least delay for some time. When other forces in the great Xia dynasty knew about it, it would be too late. The day of the exchange meeting of the major domains in Guangzhou City finally arrived. In the east domain of Guangzhou City, various forces went to Zhaixing Mansion. The entrance to the Divine Pattern Trial Land was controlled by the four hegemonic forces in Guangzhou City. Therefore, the exchange meeting was also held by the four major forces. In the east domain, Zhaixing Mansion was the hegemon, and the exchange meeting was also held in Zhaixing Mansion. On this day, the strong men from various forces in the eastern region came to the Zhaixing Mansion to practice Taoism. Seeing the majestic atmosphere in the Zhaixing Mansion, many people were envious. This was the overlord-level force, the king of the eastern region. On ordinary days, they had no chance to step into the Zhaixing Mansion. Only today, the Zhaixing Mansion allowed outsiders to enter. Of course, the scope of entry was still limited. The big forces in the eastern region, the Yan family, the Lang family, the Red Thunder sect, the Shuaiyu Mountain Villa, the Yaolian sect. All the forces came to the Zhaixing Mansion to practice Taoism. The vast land was full of strong men. The people of the Yan family and the Lang family were neighbors. Yan Tai, Yan Kong and others came today. Yan Tai closed his eyes and exuded a cold aura, which made people dare not approach. Master Yan Tai, is the maid I sent a few days ago serving you well? Leng Lin's father Leng Jian walked up to Yan Tai and whispered. It tastes good. How many beautiful daughters do you have in your Leng family? Yan Tai suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Leng Jian, which made Leng Jian's face darken. He cursed this pervert in his heart. This time, he almost sent his daughter Leng Lin away again. Master Yan Tai, there is really no girl in my Leng family that I can look at now. Leng Jian wanted to remind Yan Tai that he had benefited from his Leng family, but he didn't expect Yan Tai to ask for someone directly. He was really a jerk. Isn't she your daughter? Yan Tai glanced at Leng Lin from the Leng family, causing Leng Lin's body to tremble slightly. Master. Leng Jian's face was not very good. One quota, one woman. Yan Tai stared at Leng Jian and said coldly, which made Leng Jian look very bad. The people from Beilu Academy are here. At this time, a voice came out, and a terrible cold light suddenly burst out from Yan Tai's eyes. His eyes looked directly in the direction of Beilu Academy and instantly locked onto two of them. Qin Wentian and Chu Mang were the two who killed his son. How dare they show up here? Leng Jian looked over there and saw Qin Wentian. His expression froze. He was here too. Although he knew that Qin Wentian was a third-level divine pattern master, he didn't know how strong Qin Wentian's divine pattern attainments were. Naturally, he didn't know that Qin Wentian would attend this exchange meeting. Kill. A strong killing intent burst out from Yan Tai. Qin Wentian clearly felt this killing intent. His eyes suddenly turned and looked in the direction of Yan Tai. Then he saw Yan Tai and Leng Jian. Similarly, in Qin Wentian's calm eyes, a terrible killing light flashed in an instant, like a lightning bolt piercing Yan Tai. Leng Jian only felt a little cold all over his body. He looked at Qin Wentian with a bad look. It seemed that this young third-level weapon refiner had a strong killing intent towards him. It was probably because of Leng Ning's death. The crowd of Beilu Academy came to the east of the training ground, facing the people of the Yang family, but there was a training ground in the middle. Yan Tai closed his eyes, as if thinking about how to kill Qin Wentian and Chu Mang. In the north of the training ground is the main position. There is a majestic wall, more than 10 meters high. A line of figures appeared on it, looking at the people in the air below. Each of them has such sharp eyes. Yang Fan. The crowd saw the young man in the lead. His eyes were shining. Yang Fan, one of the 4 geniuses, came to watch the battle today. This time, the powerful Divine Mark Masters will be selected to go to the Divine Mark trial field. These people are the people who follow the star-picking mansion to enter the Divine Mark trial field. The appearance of Yang Fan made everyone understand that this time, the Divine Mark trial field, the star-picking mansion, will be led by Yang Fan, a strong man on the destiny list. Qin Wentian looked at Yang Fan. This man is about 22 years old, very young, but he has a strong aura, giving people a sense of extraordinary. This person, Yang Fan, is ranked 18th on the destiny list. He is the pride of the star-picking mansion in the east region of Guangzhou City. He is also one of the 4 prides of Guangzhou City. Ba Luai, who was beside Qin Wentian, whispered, "The other 3 are Hua Taxa from the Hua family, the first on the destiny list, and everyone knows him. There is also Zhan Chen from the Dangwang Palace, who is ranked 11th on the destiny list, higher than Yang Fan, and the last person is Zhao Lai from the Xian'an sect, who is ranked 28th on the destiny list. These people are the prides of Guangzhou City, and they are also very famous in the Great Xia dynasty." Bai Luai introduced them one by one, as if intending to stimulate Qin Wentian. She believed that Qin Wentian would have the opportunity to impact the top of the destiny list in the future. She already knew about the record of Qin's 60 consecutive victories. This person even competed with Chu Mang on weekdays. Chu Mang was at the peak of the 5th level of Yuanfu, and he was not an ordinary 5th level of Yuanfu. His combat power was also very terrifying. The destiny list should be Qin Wentian's goal. Not only should he get on it, but he also needs to impact the top position to live up to his talent. P.S. There will be extra updates in the evening. Many brothers don't know what monthly tickets are. Monthly tickets are given after subscribing to genuine chapters on Jiutian, Chuangxi bookstore. In other words, as long as you read the genuine version, you will have more or less monthly tickets. The monthly tickets will be reset to 0 at the end of the month. The current monthly ticket list is the data of Jiutian and Chuangxi superimposed. Chapter 253, A Stunning Cut. 2 elders appeared beside Yang Fan. One of them looked dignified, like a sharp sword that could burst out amazing energy at any time. The other one looked much more plain. He was wearing simple plain clothes, but he was very clean and tidy, with black hair and bright eyes. When they saw him, many people in the cultivation field were shocked, especially those divine pattern masters, who showed respect in their eyes. Master Fenggu. Many divine pattern masters saluted the old man in plain clothes. Bai Luai's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he whispered, "Master Fenggu, the 4th level divine pattern master, the star-picking mansion actually invited him here. It seems that they attach great importance to this exchange meeting. Everyone should be here. The divine pattern masters who will participate in this exchange meeting, please come to the cultivation field. Master Fenggu will be the judge of this exchange meeting." The sharp old man said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it had a strong penetrating meaning. Master Fenggu will make the judgment personally. Everyone's expression flickered, and then they saw figures from all directions stepping onto the cultivation platform. 3 people form a camp, and they all seem to come from the big forces in the eastern region of Guangzhou City. There are no independent divine rune masters. However, this is a very normal phenomenon. For powerful divine rune masters, they don't need to participate as independent practitioners, because only these big forces pay a high price to invite them. When figures walked onto the cultivation platform, many people exclaimed, and even many eyes on the cultivation platform began to collide. They saw some divine rune masters who rarely showed up on weekdays, and they were invited this time. "Gu Xiu, you are here too." At this time, a voice came out, and Gu Xiu looked towards the direction opposite the cultivation field, and saw 3 old men with similar appearances there. Seeing the 3 of them, Gu Xiu frowned. It seemed that there was some trouble. These 3 old guys were here. The 3 brothers of the Li family, they are here. Bai Luai frowned and whispered to Qin Wentian, "These 3 are brothers. Few people know their real names, but they are quite famous in Guangzhou City because they are all third-level masters of divine patterns, and they are in tune with each other. As long as one of them starts to carve divine patterns, the other two can help him finish it directly according to the patterns he carves. The people from the major forces below the cultivation field couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It was bad. They thought Yantai had the best chance of winning the first place this time, but now, Gu Xiu represented the Beilu Academy and the three brothers of the Li family represented Shuaiyu Mountain Villa. In addition, the people who represented the Refining Demon sect and the Red Thunder sect seemed to be powerful people invited. The people of the Yan family and the Leng family frowned. In this case, Yantai would be under great pressure. In addition to Yantai, the Leng family also invited divine pattern masters to fight, but they were probably just joining in the fun. The top three were basically out of the question. Damn it, it seems that the rumors may be true, and we will miss this opportunity. Many people cursed in their hearts. However, Yantai did not care about Gu Xiu and the three brothers of the Li family. His eyes were always on Qin Wentian. It was really God's help for him. Qin Wentian actually walked to the training ground and participated in this exchange meeting. If so, he must find a chance to kill him. However, it is unknown what rules Fenggu will make to determine the winner of this exchange meeting. There are 9 camps of people who set foot on the training ground, 3 people in each camp, a total of 27 people. They represent the 9 major forces in the eastern region of Guangzhou City. Master Fenggu stood on the high wall, smiling as he looked down. I have stepped into the Divine Rune trial ground, and I remember it vividly. There are many Divine Rune traps, formations, and powerful puppets in the trial ground. In short, it is hard to defend against. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to step into it now, otherwise I would definitely want to try it again. Master Fenggu, he is not only a 4th level Divine Rune Master, but also a Xiangang Realm expert, so he cannot enter the Divine Rune trial ground. The 18 trial grounds of the Great Xia dynasty include trial grounds below the Yuanfu, trial grounds at the Yuanfu level, and trial roads for Xiangang Realm experts. The Divine Rune trial ground in Guangzhou City is at the Yuanfu level. Today, I will conduct 3 tests on you. Master Fenggu walked out, and then he was seen standing in the void, waving his hand, and in an instant a huge picture fell towards the sky below. Boom! A terrifying loud noise shook the void. The crowd saw that the huge pattern turned into a solid entity, like a piece of land falling on the monastery, which made the monastery tremble constantly. Everyone's eyes fell on it instantly. They saw that there were mountains and water on the picture, which was actually an all-encompassing pattern. There are countless divine pattern traps in the trial ground, and it is hard to defend. I can't do that, but I still carved many divine patterns here. You take turns to find them until no one can find them. It's the end. As for your results, I will remember them in my heart. Fenggu said lightly. Now, you can stand up and start with anyone you want. There are many divine patterns. As long as you can find them, but every time you activate a divine pattern, it will disappear by itself. I'll go first. The third of the 3 brothers of the Li family said lightly, and then he saw his finger pointing forward. In an instant, the starlight shone. In the picture in front, a phoenix shadow soared into the sky and disappeared. Next to him was Yantai. Now, of course, Yantai didn't need to take action himself. Someone next to him walked out and pointed to a direction where a tiger roared. Then, it was the people of the Leng family. After that, it was the people of the Red Thunder sect. Then, to the right of Qin Wentian and his group, the Demon Refining sect also had 3 people fighting. What was quite surprising was that the leader of these 3 people was actually a young man. He closed his eyes and rested. The middle-aged man next to him walked out and pointed at a divine pattern. I'll do it. After the Demon Refining sect, Balu Ai took a step forward. Standing at the edge of the pattern, she pointed forward with her finger, where a long spear phantom burst out. In a blink of an eye, the 9 camps pointed out the divine pattern one after another, easily, and then it was repeated. Gradually, after an instant of time, some people began to be unable to find the divine pattern. However, each camp had 3 people. If one of them couldn't find it, the other 2 could go on stage. After 9 rounds, 99 and 81 divine runes were born. When it was the turn of the Han family in the East region, none of the 3 divine rune masters could find another divine rune. They were extremely embarrassed. Obviously, they had failed completely in the first round of the test. My Han family withdraws from this exchange meeting. An elder of the Han family spoke at the bottom of the training ground. The three people felt a little embarrassed and walked away dejectedly. The Han family was obviously not prepared enough. The second son of the Li family took a step forward and waved his palm forward. The palm print was directly imprinted at a certain position. In an instant, it caused resonance. There was also a palm print flying out there, which was a divine rune mark. On the Yan family side, Yan Tai personally took action to find the divine rune. The Lang family was unable to find it anymore and automatically withdrew from the competition. Their hope was on Yan Tai. After 2 rounds, even Bai Luai could not find the divine pattern anymore. Qin Wentian glanced at Gu Xiu and saw that he was very calm, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. Qin Wentian saw that Bai Luai was in trouble and said in a very low voice, "Dead tree." Bai Luai looked at a dead tree, then waved her palm, and a hidden divine pattern appeared. She turned around and smiled bitterly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded to her gently to comfort her. He would take action next to avoid Bai Luai's embarrassment. After a few more rounds, some people dropped out one after another. Although Master Fenggu did not say who would be eliminated, they knew that they had no hope of winning the top 3 and getting a place, so they simply gave up. Of the 9 forces, only the last 5 forces are still continuing, namely, Qin Wentian and his 3 people from Beilu Academy, the 3 elders of the Li family from Shuaiyu Mountain Villa, the 3 Yan Tai from the Yan family, the 3 people headed by the young man from the Demon Refining sect, and the 3 people headed by a white-bearded old man from the Red Thunder sect. This white-bearded old man is also a well-known 3rd-level master of divine patterns, named Zuoyu. Knowing that martial arts cannot break through the Xiang Gang, he devoted himself to studying divine patterns. The remaining people are so amazing, they can actually find it. Everyone thought in their hearts, and saw that the 3rd elder of the Li family waved his palm and found another divine pattern. Yan Tai was not to be outdone, and then Zuoyu and the young man from the Demon Refining sect did it one after another. Qin Wentian raised his hand and waved it, and a swordfish broke through the air in the water. Very impressive. It seems that Xiaowei is not as good as him in divine patterns. Bai Lushan whispered in the direction of Bailu Academy. Bai Luai withdrew later, and it was obvious that he could not continue to find it. Even Gu Xiu's eyes moved slightly at this time, and he was a little surprised at Qin Wentian's ability and perception. Finally, when it was Zuoyu's turn again, he could no longer wave his palm, and then he heard him calmly say, "There are no divine patterns." "Are you sure?" Fenggu in the void asked with a smile. Zuoyu frowned, then nodded, "I'm sure." "What about you?" Fenggu looked at the young man below Zuoyu, and saw that the young man suddenly pointed forward, and with a loud bang, an ancient tree was broken, and a knife light flashed from it. This scene made Zuoyu's expression condensed, and then he sighed secretly, but he did not take the initiative to withdraw. At this point, he only lacked perception. In the next 2 rounds, he might not lose. "What about you?" Fenggu looked at Qin Wentian, only to see Gu Xiu opened his eyes and said, "There are more." Qin Wentian, who was about to attack, gave up the idea of attacking when he saw Gu Xiu coming forward. Gu Xiu waved his palm and found the divine pattern again, which made Zuoyu look even worse. Then, the 3 elders of the Li family also found a secret divine pattern. When it came to Yan Tai, he frowned and said, "There should be no more." Zuoyu jumped over. The young man frowned, then shook his head, and did not say the word no. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes and stared at the front. Qin Wentian saw that he was silent and whispered, "Old man, down the slope. Do you need to remind me?" Gu Xiu frowned and looked at Qin Wentian, then waved his palm fiercely, and under the cold pool on the slope of the patterned mountain, a phantom of a dragon broke through the water, making everyone sigh at the exquisite carving of the divine pattern. Gu Lao, Qin Wentian also means well. Bai Luai spoke for Qin Wentian. Although Gu Lao was a senior, Qin Wentian saw that he was not wrong to remind him in a deep voice, so Gu Lao felt embarrassed. "Haha, the last divine pattern." The eldest brother of the Li family laughed, and then blasted out another divine pattern. Gu Xiu looked at the opposite side and nodded, "It seems that you 3 have good skills." "No more?" Fenggu asked in the void. "No more." The 3 elders of the Li family spoke at the same time. "No." Gu Xiu answered affirmatively. Fenggu smiled casually, but just when everyone thought it was over, Qin Wentian waved his hand, and it seemed that a sword light slashed on the picture. Then he slashed again, and the two slashing lights seemed to converge, and two light patterns intertwined. In an instant, a sharp sword broke through the air from the mountain and made a terrifying sword sound. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining, and they all looked at the waving young man, but Gu Xiu's face sank. Qin Wentian looked calm. If Gu Xiu hadn't said what he had said just now, he would still have reminded him, but since there was no need to remind him, he would do it himself. P.S. 1050 monthly tickets have been received for an extra chapter. Wuhan thanks everyone. Chapter 254 Today, I will kill you. Qin Wentian believed that he respected Gu Xiu. He saw him pondering before and kindly reminded him, but Gu Xiu's tone of response was obviously unfriendly. Now Qin Wentian is also very decisive. He understands that Gu Xiu thinks that his reminder will hurt his reputation, so he is angry, but reputation is fought for by strength, so just now, he made a decisive move, even though he knew that doing so might offend Gu Xiu, but he didn't care. When respecting you, I call you Gu Xiu. You don't need to respect, so respect yourself. One by one, eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and there was no lack of sharp meaning. This round of tests tested the familiarity with the divine pattern and the strength of perception. Although it may not prove that Qin Wentian's attainments in the divine pattern are better than the older generation, at least it can be known that his perception is very sharp. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian. This guy still has the same personality as before. He seems to be calm and approachable, but who can understand his arrogance? In the void, Feng Gu smiled faintly and glanced at Qin Wentian. He was able to stand out among many third-level divine rune masters. This boy deserves attention. Yantai's face froze, revealing a gloomy meaning. He did not expect that Qin Wentian could do such a thing. However, so what? He would still die in his hands, and then be refined into a human puppet. In the direction of the Leng family, many people's eyes trembled, especially Leng Jian and others. They looked unhappy, thinking in their hearts that this must be an accident. Maybe he was lucky and sensed the existence of the secret divine rune. Haha, there is still a fish that slipped through the net. A laugh came from the three elders of the Li family. It was quite unexpected that they did not find it. I neglected it. Gu Xiu smiled calmly, frowned and then calmed down. He whispered, you are lucky. You found the last divine pattern. Feng Gu in the void smiled lightly. He looked at Qin Wentian calmly. Qin Wentian said nothing and waved his hand again. In an instant, rays of light shone and slashed the mountains in the pattern. There seemed to be a terrible movement. A rumbling sound came out, accompanied by a humming sound. The dragon roared to the sky. The crowd saw a phantom of a demon dragon roaring to the sky and rushing into the sky. At this moment, the void was silent. Qin Wentian's action made Gu Xiu's smile freeze there instantly. The smile looked very ugly and stiff. His casual words first said that he neglected it, then said that Qin Wentian was lucky, and then said that it was the best divine pattern. But then, Qin Wentian found another divine pattern. Did he, Gu Xiu, neglect it or couldn't find it? Lucky indeed. Qin Wentian chuckled in a low voice, but this sound made Gu Xiu extremely embarrassed. Qin Wentian, luck? Below the cultivation ground, in the direction of the White Deer Academy, the elder with big eyes witnessed this scene, somewhat speechless. Qin Wentian's ability seemed to be beyond expectations, but in this way, Qin Wentian might offend Gu Xiu. This guy is very arrogant. The elder with big eyes whispered. Gu Xiu was arrogant first, and it's interesting for the two to meet. Bai Lujing next to him chuckled in a low voice. The elder with big eyes glanced at him and then asked, Ginger, what do you think of this boy? Bai Lujing casually said, I don't have any requirements, as long as Xiaoyi likes it. You are too doting on Xiaoyi. The elder with big eyes shook his head and smiled. Anything else? At this moment, Feng Gu in the void looked at Qin Wentian. Junior doesn't know. Qin Wentian responded. He couldn't find it, but he didn't say that he didn't have it. Feng Gu was a 4th-level divine pattern master, so it was not impossible for him to carve some extremely secret divine patterns. Yes. Feng Gu nodded, without saying anything more, and said, you all, go down. Everyone walked down the pattern, and Feng Gu raised his hand and waved, and the scroll floated into the void and was put away by him. As for the first round of the test just now, he had seen it with his eyes. Not only him, but everyone present saw it clearly. The 3 elders of the Li family are all very powerful. In addition, Gu Xiu, Yantai, Qin Wentian, and the young man from the demon refining sect are the strongest group of people. If we talk about the overall strength, the two strongest forces are the three elders of the Li family and the White Deer Academy. The three elders of the Li family in Shuaiyu Mountain Villa are all strong. In the White Deer Academy, Qin Wentian and Gu Xiu need not be said much, and Bai Luai is also quite powerful, but it is not known yet, except for perception, how Qin Wentian is in other aspects. In the void, Feng Gu smiled and said, there are many divine runes formations in the trial ground. If you step into them, you will inevitably fall into the formations. Therefore, the second round of tests will be the ability to break the formations. I have already refined divine weapons, which include everything. Let's see how long it takes you to break out of the formation. Of course, there are life-threatening situations in the formation. If you fall into it, I will not be responsible. If you want to quit, it's not too late now. Feng Gu's voice fell, and a sharp cold light flashed in Yan Tai's eyes. Since there's a crisis in the formation, then what's wrong with killing people in the formation? He wants Qin Wentian to die at this exchange meeting. This second round of assessment will be his chance. So what if he has a keen sense of perception? Yan Tai is confident that his attainments in divine runes are by no means comparable to Qin Wentian. Strong perception can only prove that Qin Wentian has great potential in divine runes, but what's the use of potential for a dead person? No one left the training ground. Feng Gu smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a flag appeared in front of him. The flag fluttered down and suddenly became larger. A hurricane blew past, and a terrible aura filled the air. Go! Feng Gu waved his hand, and the flag swept out into the training ground. The strong wind blew on the crowd, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. Qin Wentian suddenly found that the space around him had changed. He was actually deep in another space. It was gray and his vision was extremely blurred. His consciousness seemed to be restricted and could not extend out. Bai Luai! Qin Wentian shouted. I'm here. Bai Luai responded. Following the voice, Qin Wentian reached out and pulled Bai Luai, saying, this formation is powerful. Be careful. Buzz! Suddenly, a ball of fire came from the sky and fell towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's expression darkened. He raised his hand and took a picture. The fire was extinguished and turned into smoke. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. Then balls of fire fell from the sky and turned into a rain of fire, attacking from the air. There are thousands of formations, and they are really wonderful. Qin Wentian guessed that this formation might be beyond the third level. This formation is the 9-layer Thunder Fire Dragon Trapped formation. Although it has the foundation of the 4th level formation, I have limited its power. The attacks it exerts are all 3rd level. You can use any means to resist and find a way to break out of the formation. Feng Gu's voice came and fell clearly into the ears of the people in the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash of terrifying lightning in the formation, and there were crackling sounds. Thunder and fire fell from the sky at the same time, as if doomsday had come. Puppet! Bai Luai released his puppet instantly. The puppet soared into the sky and blocked them. Looking at the crazy thunder and fire falling down, Bai Luai said, if there is no puppet to help here, even if we can resist these attacks, we will be infinitely consumed by the star power. We must find a way to break the formation. Master Gu Xiu! Bai Luai shouted at the formation. Gu Xiu had a high level of attainment in divine patterns, and he must have powerful puppets to help them defend. No one responded. The puppets in the void continued to resist the attack, but they did not dare to walk around at will. Master Gu Xiu, if you hear it, please join us. Bai Luai shouted again. Bai Luai, I need to find a way to break the formation, be careful. Gu Xiu's voice came, causing Bai Luai's beautiful eyes to stagnate. Did Gu Xiu do it on purpose? Be careful. Suddenly, Qin Wentian shouted, pulling Bai Luai's body to dodge. A sword gleam flashed down and slashed at the place where Bai Luai had just stood. Qin Wentian looked over and suddenly saw a humanoid puppet. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and the 1,000-hand seal roared towards the void, rising up to block the thunder and fire, but there was a hint of coldness in his expression. Don't walk around, there is also a divine pattern array under your feet, and you may step on a trap at any time. Qin Wentian saw Bai Luai wanted to move, and couldn't help but pull her. Bai Luai released another puppet, but at this time, the surrounding areas, the human puppets had dim lights in their eyes, shooting towards this side, making people feel a little cold. Go find Gu Xiu. Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. No, This Yantai is difficult to deal with, and there are many puppets. He thinks it is extremely vicious and you can't deal with it alone. Bai Luai said anxiously. You are distracting me here. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. Qin Wentian said. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes were not very pretty, and she shouted, Master Guxiu, where are you? The two of us will come to meet you. No one responded, but a puppet rushed over quickly, and a bin knife slashed out, slashing at Bai Luai. Bai Luai dodged, but at this moment, a strong sense of crisis came, and Bai Luai turned and stepped out. Be careful. Qin Wentian felt that there was a trap there, and hurriedly pulled it, but saw a flame rising up under his feet. Bai Luai's feet were in a panic, but another black palm print blasted over silently. Bai Luai seemed to feel something and raised her hand to attack, but she only heard a muffled groan, and her body hit Qin Wentian behind her fiercely, and another puppet came to kill her from behind. Yantai, today, I will kill you. Qin Wentian hugged Bai Luai, causing her body to tremble noticeably. Then she felt the whistling wind. Qin Wentian actually used his body skills to quickly shuttle through the formation. This was a very dangerous move. There were dangers at every step in the formation. If you were not careful, you would fall into danger. Qin Wentian was also depressed. He was timid in this formation and it was difficult for him to exert his abilities. Otherwise, if he faced the puppet head-on, he could easily destroy it. P.S. Yesterday's third chapter was 1,150 monthly tickets plus more. Thank you book friends for reminding me. How come Wuhan suddenly skipped 1,150 to 1,200? Haha. Chapter 255, The Thought of Revenge. Qin Wentian avoided many traps with his powerful perception, but he still had to deal with the thunder and fire that fell from the void. He was still busy with his hands and feet while holding his delicate body. He even took a blow from his back and spit out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the protection of the demon god, he would have been seriously injured by this blow. Put me down, I'm fine. Bai Luai cried out softly, and her feet landed on the ground. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian and said, Are you okay? It's okay, you help me protect the law, and I'll break the formation. Qin Wentian said softly, and then the divine energy in his body roared. He raised his hand and thousands of palm prints swept out. At the same time, he stepped on the ground, and the divine patterns evolved and intertwined crazily, and the phantom of the big rock shone with brilliant light. Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian carving the divine pattern, his eyes staring at the void. The star soul on his body was also released, and he held a divine weapon in his hand. Qin Wentian looked quite solemn. He knew the destructive power inside, and ordinary divine patterns could not bear it at all. He needed to carve a powerful third-level divine pattern to block the attack for him. Soon, with Qin Wentian and Bai Luai as the center, a huge phantom of Dapan appeared. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged and suddenly closed his eyes. Dapan would resist the attack from the void. In this way, he could break the formation with peace of mind. The candlelight in his body burned quietly. Qin Wentian's mind sensed everything around him, as if he wanted to see through the formation. The complex interweaving patterns made Qin Wentian very shocked. Hundreds of patterns in a chain. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. Sure enough, there was a saying in the ancient scroll that the way of divine patterns, if you want to improve the power of one level, is no less than 100 times. The difference is like entering the Xiangang realm from the realm of Yuanfu. The difficulty is amazing. The formation is born from the divine patterns, so it is natural. Qin Wentian felt that this fourth-level formation contained a large number of third-level divine patterns, which were linked together, as if hundreds of third-level divine patterns were born in a chain, and finally formed this powerful formation. If I want to crack it, I need to untie all the hundreds of divine patterns in a chain, which is impossible. If I want to break the formation, I can only untie some of the divine patterns first and open a gap in the formation to get out. Qin Wentian thought to himself, isn't that what Master Fenggu meant? As long as we break through the formation, it will be fine. There is no need to destroy the formation. Divine patterns have strengths and weaknesses. Where the divine patterns are weak, there are gaps. Qin Wentian searched carefully and calmed down. When his mind was diffused, he could sense many people in the formation in the blur. The three elders of the Li family broke the formation together. The three people's movements were extremely skillful, and their cooperation was extremely exquisite. Qin Wentian sighed that the first three people to break out of the formation might be these three people. In addition, Guxiu also appeared, with three puppets guarding him, and his position was actually very close to the position where Bai Luyi was before being attacked. He was fully capable of helping, but he was alone thinking about breaking the formation, and he was too lazy to care about others. What a great master Gu Xiu! Qin Wentian's expression flashed with a coldness. Gu Xiu seemed to be a man who valued fame and fortune. He wanted to compete with the three elders of the Li family and be the first to break out of the formation. As for Yantai, this man was more cautious. There were many puppets around him, guarding him in the formation, waiting for anyone to attack him. Yantai was vicious and cruel, so he was always on guard against others plotting against him. He was a very careful person, which made Qin Wentian sigh that it was difficult to kill him in here. The young man of the demon refining sect in Zuoyu and others of the Red Thunder sect also appeared in Qin Wentian's perception. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and saw a terrible dagger piercing directly into Zuoyu's heart. It was the young man of the demon refining sect who did it. He saw a demonic light in his eyes and threw Zuoyu into a ball of fire. The body was burned, and the divine pattern ring was put away by him. The three people of the Red Thunder sect all fell. The young man seemed not to give up. His eyes were cold, and he continued to look for other prey. As long as he wiped out one more person from one side, there would be 3 forces left, and he could directly lock the top 3. At this moment, the young man raised his eyebrows, as if he felt that someone was spying on him, and there was a strange cold light in his eyes. Qin Wentian withdrew his perception. His mind was like a mirror, and he had a general understanding of these people. None of them were good. There is a gap there. Qin Wentian's consciousness sensed a weak area of the divine pattern, but he still did not open his eyes. He needed to fully sense it before cracking it. Bai Luyi looked at the phantom of the big rock in the void, only to feel it getting weaker and weaker, and a flash of anxiety flashed across his face. It's okay. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a voice. He stood up and stepped towards a certain place. 5 fingers stretched out and pointed forward. The divine pattern shone brightly, and there was a light sound of puffing. Anti-God mark. Bai Luyi was shocked. Following Qin Wentian, she thought she would show her talent at this exchange meeting, but she didn't expect that Gu Xiu would arrive at Beilu Academy first, and then the 3 elders of the Li family would appear. The young man and Zuoyu were also extraordinary. In addition to Yantai, this made Bai Luyi an inconspicuous person, which hit her hard. Of course, most of those people were from the older generation. Only Qin Wentian and the young man from the demon refining sect were the most extraordinary. If it comes to potential, no one can compare. People from the outside world could not see the situation in the formation. They only saw the flags fluttering and the strong wind whistling. The entire cultivation field was shrouded in this wind, and everything inside was unknown. At this moment, in a certain direction, the misty wind began to stir, and then there was a loud bang, and 3 figures broke through the air and stepped out of the formation first. The 3 elders of the Li family, these 3 brothers are in tune with each other, and their divine runes are equally powerful. They are indeed the strongest when they work together. The crowd thought to themselves when they saw the 3 elders of the Li family coming out, and the people of Shuai Villa were even more smiling. It seems that they have the greatest hope of winning the first place in this exchange meeting. Haha, old man Gu Xiu hasn't come out yet. The 3 elders of the Li family looked towards the direction of Beilu Academy, with a provocative light in their eyes. He came out. A voice came out, and then the crowd saw Gu Xiu's figure rushing out of the formation, accompanied by several puppets. Although it's a little slower than my 3 brothers, it's not bad. The 3 elders of the Li family smiled lightly. It's a little slower than the 3 of you working together, but it's a pity that I don't have a good helper. Gu Xiu said lightly, with a hint of meaning, obviously saying that the 3 elders of the Li family have 3 people working together, and I, Gu Xiu, am the only one. At this time, Yantai and the young man from the demon refining sect also rushed out, but they were left with only one person, and their companions fell in the formation. Where's Xiaoyi? Many people in Beilu Academy showed anxious expressions, and then they shouted to Gu Xiu, Master Gu Xiu, is Xiaoyi okay? We can't see each other clearly in the formation. She followed that boy and didn't follow me. I don't know what happened to her. Gu Xiu responded, causing the people in Beilu Academy to frown and worry a little. Puff. With a light sound, the crowd saw the figures of Qin Wentian and Bai Luyi, causing many people to secretly think that although Qin Wentian's perception was powerful, The way of divine patterns was not just based on perception after all. He was a little slower than others in breaking the formation. Okay, everyone is out. Fenggu waved his palm, the wind sounded, and the flag flew into the air. Fenggu collected it. His eyes were shining with sharpness, and he knew everything in the formation. The three elders of the Li family and Gu Xiu broke the formation separately, and then the young man of the demon refining sect found the gap between the three elders of the Li family and rushed out, and Yantai used a crack left by Gu Xiu after breaking the formation to break the formation again. He glanced at Qin Wentian, then floated back to the city wall, smiled faintly and said, "This boy is not bad." The crowd froze for a moment. This boy is not bad? Who is this boy? And Master Zuoyu from the Red Thunder sect, did they all perish in the formation? What a pity. The people from the Red Thunder sect looked unhappy. Now, there are only 4 forces left in the Zhixing Mansion. Shuai Mountain Villa, the 3 elders of the Li family. Beilu Academy, Gu Xiu, Qin Wentian, and Beilu Yi. Yantai from the Yan family. And the young man from the Refining Demon sect. Next, we only need to eliminate 1 force to decide the top 3. Who will be eliminated? Everyone looked up at the city wall. Yang Fan and others looked over here calmly. Fenggu smiled and said, "Next, the last round of tests. You will each be given 1 hour to carve the strongest attacking divine pattern on the training ground. Then the 4 sides will fight. Carve divine patterns." In the training ground, a group of people looked sharp. Yantai stared at Qin Wentian and said grimly, "Why don't you take action, Lingning?" He died miserably. Qin Wentian was filled with a cold feeling. His pupil seemed to penetrate Yantai's body and kill him. Fortunately, she died miserably, otherwise, I would have played with her and then refined her into a puppet. That would have been really interesting. What a pity. Yantai laughed and said, "By the way, the Lang family sent a few more girls to me. Guess what their endings were?" After that, Yantai took a step forward and began to carve attacking divine patterns. Qin Wentian walked out with murderous intent in his eyes, but he saw Gu Xiu said indifferently, "This battle is mine." Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly and said, "You carve yours, I carve mine, and we don't interfere with each other." "Humph, don't affect me." Gu Xiu said indifferently, his eyes were fixed on the 3 elders of the Li family. These 3 old guys were his opponents. Qin Wentian and Gu Xiu were separated by a distance. Now, there are only 4 forces in the cultivation field, and the position is very large. Qin Wentian looked up and looked into the void. A cold smile seemed to appear in front of him. "Today, the person who killed you will die here," Qin Wentian murmured, without concealing his voice. When he looked down at Yantai and Yankong and others below, the terrible cold eyes were enough to freeze people's blood. Chapter 256. No, get out. Yantai saw that Qin Wentian was looking at him fearlessly. It was ridiculous. This boy was still thinking about killing him instead of saving his life? With a cold smile, Yantai began to carve divine patterns. Not only him, but also the 3 elders of the Li family, Gu Xiu, the young man of the demon refining sect, and others began to carve divine patterns. The 3 elders of the Li family carved divine patterns in 3 directions at the same time. However, the divine patterns they carved seemed to have a sense of mutual radiance and seemed to be able to converge at any time. This shocked the crowd. It is said that the 3 of them are connected in mind. The divine patterns carved by the 3 of them must be very powerful. Looking at Gu Xiu again, he saw that his strokes were majestic and magnificent. The patterns he carved gave people a sense of surging atmosphere. He had the style of a master and was extraordinary at first glance. With Gu Xiu's reputation, the divine patterns he carved would be the peak of the 3rd level. After all, Fenggu gave them an hour to let them play. The divine pattern carved by the young man of the demon refining sect actually carried a demonic aura, making people feel a demonic aura rushing out of their faces, which was very strong. No one dared to underestimate the silent young man of the demon refining sect. This time, it is a test of true ability. I wonder who carved the strongest attacking divine pattern. The people from various forces below all watched these people carving the divine pattern seriously. They guessed that the 3 elders of the Li family were likely to win the first place this time. The White Deer Academy represented by Gu Xiu was probably only second. As for Yantai, he might be able to get 3rd place. Although the young man of the demon refining sect was also powerful, the other 3 forces were stronger after all. You must know that before the three elders of the Li family and Gu Xiu appeared, Yantai had the highest voice to win the first place in the exchange meeting. Many people thought that the Yan family would get 10 places to enter the trial ground this time. The people of the Yan family were very nervous. The Leng family group next to the Yan family also had bright eyes. They paid such a great price just for this rare exchange meeting. They did not hesitate to sacrifice the direct women of the family in exchange for a few places. They hoped that Yantai could get the first place. Leng Jian, how was your conversation with Yantai just now? Leng Mao, the elder of the Leng family, asked Leng Jian. Leng Jian looked unhappy. He came to Leng Mao and whispered, Yantai said that he would exchange one quota for a direct descendant of my Leng family. How outrageous. Leng Mao was immediately very upset. Hasn't the price our Leng family paid been enough? Leng Jian was speechless and lowered his head and dared not speak. Leng Mao stared at him, causing Leng Jian to say, it was all caused by Qin Wentian and Leng Ning. If it weren't for the death of Yantai's son, how could it have ended like this? Leng Ning alone is enough. Humph. Leng Mao snorted and said, let's wait and see. Leng Jian nodded and looked at the cultivation platform. He saw that everyone on it was seriously carving divine patterns. Qin Wentian. Leng Jian stared at Qin Wentian and saw that he was also quietly carving divine patterns, but there was no beauty. He couldn't see any patterns at all and didn't know what he was carving. What a ghost thing. Leng Jian sneered. This third-level divine pattern master was a little young after all, and his ability to carve divine patterns was not good. At the Beilu Academy, the elder with big eyes asked Bai Luan, who do you think carved the most exquisite divine patterns? Bai Luan was the divine pattern master who lost to Qin Wentian at the Beilu Academy. He looked at the cultivation field and whispered, the divine patterns of the three elders of the Li family and Master Gu Xiu are the most exquisite and powerful. Yantai's divine patterns are a bit weird and exude evil spirits, and will also be very difficult to deal with. The divine patterns carved by the young man of the demon refining sect are powerful and full of evil spirits, and there is a faint killing intention. The elder with big eyes nodded gently and said, who do you think will win, the three elders of the Li family or Master Gu Xiu? It's impossible to be sure. Bai Luan shook his head. If Shui Villa seizes the initiative this time, I'm afraid we will be constrained by them when we enter the trial ground. The elder with big eyes frowned and said, what about Qin Wentian? How is the divine pattern he carved? I can't understand it. There is no aura. Bai Luan frowned. Logically speaking, when Qin Wentian dealt with him in the past, he carved divine patterns in the void, one pattern with one step, and the sword roared in the air. He should have a very high talent in the attainment of divine patterns. Even if he may not have enough foundation and cannot carve the third-level peak divine pattern, he should not be too bad. But at this moment, he couldn't understand the divine pattern carved by Qin Wentian. On the city wall, the sharp middle-aged man next to Yang Fan asked Fenggu, Master, how strong are the divine pattern masters of this session? Zhaixing Mansion, they want to take these people to the trial ground, so they need not only one person, but also the top 3 divine pattern masters, so that they can do things for them after entering the trial ground. Not bad. Fenggu smiled and nodded. Not only is it not bad, but there are also 2 young people with great potential. The middle-aged man nodded gently. Since Master Fenggu said it was good, it must be good. Time passed slowly. An hour was about to pass. There were 4 major forces in the cultivation field, but only 5 people carved the divine pattern, because Master Gu Xiu of Beilu Academy and Qin Wentian were each in their own formation and did not cooperate with each other. However, Master Gu Xiu was the main one. Although Qin Wentian had a strong perception, this last round of testing was about real ability. Qin Wentian was probably just going through the motions. At this time, everyone could already feel the terrifying aura contained in the carved divine patterns. The might was very strong, and they could clearly sense that the phantom was condensing. There seemed to be 3 evil dragons with their heads raised at the place of the 3 elders of the Li family. The domineering might was extremely terrifying, and these 3 evil dragons were born in one body. At Master Gu Xiu's place, there was also a demon beast divine pattern, and it seemed that the phantom of a blue dragon was shining out. Since it was an attacking divine pattern, the beast divine pattern was undoubtedly very suitable, and the attack power was powerful and terrifying. The divine runes carved by Yantai were the most evil, as if there were many terrible evil netherworld lights shining, giving people a terrifying feeling of bones. The young man from the demon refining sect carved a divine rune with a very strong demonic aura, like a purgatory demon python, with vicious eyes flashing with a terrifying light. So strong, almost all of them are top-level attack divine runes at the 3rd level, which is enough to deal with people at the top of the Yuan mansion. These people, standing in the middle of the divine runes, can control and dominate everything at will. Now, the only one who has not exposed his power is Qin Wentian's divine rune. He stood there, surrounded by a strange aura, a stream of air swirling there, and no one knew what divine rune was carved. Time's up. Fenggu on the city wall said lightly. The show has begun. Yantai smiled coldly, his eyes glowing with a cold light. Go. The 3 elders of the Li family pointed their fingers, and in an instant, the 3 evil dragons roared out and rushed towards Gu Xiu. The terrifying 3 evil dragons covered the sky and the sun. Gu Xiu snorted coldly, and the shadow of the blue dragon behind him rolled into the air. The sound of a dragon roared and shook the space. The roar was extremely terrifying. The claws stretched out and smashed towards the heads of the 3 evil dragons. This power! The crowd was shocked. They saw Gu Xiu's body soaring into the air. He turned into the spirit of a monster. This monster was born from the divine pattern. He was the leader. The star energy in his body spread out crazily. The blue dragon and the 3 evil dragons collided, making a deafening sound. HMPH. The 3 elders of the Li family snorted coldly, and their bodies rushed out at the same time, descending on the 3 heads of the 3 evil dragons, and began a crazy fight. Yantai and the young man from the demon refining sect were not in a hurry. They just watched this scene happen quietly. Such a battle would consume a lot of energy for the person who controls the divine pattern. Let's wait for them to consume it slowly. White Deer Academy. Yantai's eyes radiated a cold light. Seeing the 2 fighting endlessly, he quietly released the star energy. Suddenly, a huge face like the underworld suddenly rushed forward. After the huge face like the underworld approached King Long, it suddenly bit it. In an instant, a ray of light penetrated in and began to wreak havoc in King Long's body, destroying the lines. Master Gu Xiu looked ugly. The 3 elders of the Li family launched a strong attack without hesitation. The King Long divine pattern continued to disintegrate. With a muffled groan, Gu Xiu spit out a mouthful of blood, fell down, and stepped back. He was seen covering his chest and looking at Fenggu. The divine pattern he carved was not weak, but it was attacked by a joint attack. I have my own judgment. Fenggu saw Gu Xiu's eyes and spoke calmly. Gu Xiu nodded, but he felt very ashamed. Even if Fenggu recognized his ability, he would definitely not be able to take the first place, and it would be very likely to be taken away by the 3 elders of the Li family. Even the second place was in danger. After all, he was the first to be eliminated in the 3rd round of the test. Gu Xiu hated it. Gu Xiu, it seems that your strength is not that good. The eldest brother of the Li family laughed sarcastically. In front of the 3 elders of the Li family, Gu Xiu did not have any advantage, not even in the 3 rounds. HMPH. Gu Xiu snorted coldly, saying, I admit defeat this time. You 3 are fighting against me alone. What is there to be proud of? I just hate that I don't have a good helper. Master Gu Xiu, you can't say that. Bai Luai said from behind, in the 1st round, Qin Wentian wanted to help you, but you thought highly of yourself and scolded his reminder. In the 2nd round, when we needed to join forces, you only cared about breaking the formation alone. Otherwise, if the 3 of us joined forces, it would only be faster to break the formation. Gu Xiu frowned when he heard Bai Luai's words. If it weren't for Bai Luai's status, he would have scolded him. I know that Bailu Academy lost, and you are unhappy. However, Gu believes that I have tried my best. Gu Xiu said lightly, and then looked at Qin Wentian. This boy assisted me this time, but he cared about carving the formation. The defeat of Bailu Academy has nothing to do with Gu. Don't worry, Master Gu, the reward promised to you will not be less. The big-eyed elder knew what Gu Xiu meant and said lightly. Gu Xiu nodded slightly, glanced at the divine pattern carved by Qin Wentian next to him, and snorted coldly, what use are you in this battle? After that, he swung his sleeves. White Deer Academy has not been defeated yet. Qin Wentian said lightly, which made Gu Xiu's expression condensed, but he saw Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, cold and shining, and said coldly, your defeat does not mean that White Deer Academy has been defeated. If you can't do it, get out. P.S. 1,250 monthly tickets will add more chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Yantai, Death. If you can't do it, get out of here. As soon as Qin Wentian finished speaking, a series of sharp rays of light suddenly shot out, especially Guxiu, whose eyebrows were raised like swords, and a terrible cold light shot out from his eyes. The young man was so arrogant. As a master of divine patterns, Guxiu's heart was cold at this moment. A powerful aura rushed out and enveloped Qin Wentian. The others were also shocked by Qin Wentian's words. This boy was so arrogant that he actually scolded Master Guxiu to get out of here if he couldn't do it. His tone was rampant and no one could compare. Haha, it's really interesting. Not only did the White Deer Academy lose, it seems that there will be internal strife. Yantai's laughter was a bit gloomy. Qin Wentian wanted to take action, and he was of course very happy. In this way, he would have a chance to kill him. If you don't give an explanation, even if you are a guest of the White Deer Academy, Gu will not give up. Guxiu said coldly. Master Guxiu, since you have already lost, you should temporarily retreat. Bailu Academy, we must continue the fight. Bailu Ai saw Qin Wentian speak, knowing that this guy might have some confidence, and perhaps he really had the ability to carve a third-order peak attack divine pattern. Seeing that Guxiu was not giving up, she naturally stood on Qin Wentian's side. Guxiu's expression froze, and he looked at Bailu Ai and said, I was invited by Bailu Academy. Without me, Bailu Academy would not have come this far. Now, seeing that I was defeated in the encirclement and suppression, Bailu Academy immediately adopted this attitude. Bailu Ai's beautiful eyes flashed with a coldness. This Guxiu actually pointed the spearhead at Bailu Academy, and he faintly blamed Bailu Academy for not treating guests well. It's really funny. In the first round, Qin Wentian was the only one who sensed the last divine pattern. It didn't make any difference whether Master Guxiu was there or not. In the second round, although Master Guxiu came out, Qin Wentian broke out of the formation just like me. What's the problem with getting to this round? When did it become your credit? Bailu Ai didn't continue. In the third round, Guxiu was defeated directly, and he had nothing to do. Since my Bailu Academy invited Master Guxiu, you still respect you regardless of victory or defeat. However, Qin Wentian is also a guest invited by my Bailu Academy. It's fine if you lose, but you still speak arrogantly and say disrespectfully to Qin Wentian that this battle is useless for you. Master Qin, he is still fighting for Bailu Academy. Bailu Ai continued, your Master Guxiu has been thinking about showing yourself in this battle. I also want to say to Master, what's the use of you in this battle? Okay. Guxiu's face flushed and his expression was ashen because of Bailu Ai's words. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a junior today. Zai, you must not be rude to Master Guxiu. In the direction of Bailu Academy, the elder with big eyes saw that Bailu Yi was obviously helping Qin Wentian, and couldn't help but secretly thought that the woman was going out, but he stopped her at this moment. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with Guxiu's performance. Bailu Yi just said that Guxiu was busy breaking the formation in the second round of battle, and left her and Qin Wentian alone. Master Gu, you should withdraw for the time being, don't affect others. The elder with big eyes said to Guxiu again. Guxiu's expression sank, and then he glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and said, the exchange meeting is over, I want to see how you explain it to me. After that, he brushed his sleeves and retreated, and the coldness filled the surroundings. Interesting. Yantai smiled lightly and said, leave this boy to me. Okay. The three elders of the Li family smiled. First, it was already in their pocket. Yantai wanted to kill Qin Wentian, what did it have to do with them? Let them fight slowly. In the direction of the Leng family, Leng Lin's eyes were cold, kill him. He just heard his father's words. Yantai said that one quota would be exchanged for one person. If the Leng family continued to exchange quotas, she would be in danger. All of this was caused by Qin Wentian, and he must die. The people of the Leng family all had cold expressions, and they glanced at Qin Wentian. This person must die. If he stayed, they would hate their Leng family. Of course, The young man from the demon refining sect would not intervene. He just watched coldly. Yantai stared at Qin Wentian with a gloomy look and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Before you die, I will let you have a good and painful death." Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly, and his pupils were filled with terrible murderous intent. He said that he would kill Yantai today. If Yantai didn't die, how could he be worthy of Lightning? If he died, Yan Kong would die, and Leng Jian would die. The poor beautiful girl died tragically under such cruelty, and that smiling beautiful face would still echo in Qin Wentian's mind. Those who killed her will pay the price. The first one would be Yantai. Yantai's body slowly rose into the air, and the giant face of the netherworld rose up, staring at Qin Wentian, making Qin Wentian feel a chill. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and the star energy flowed. The divine pattern he carved finally began to flow. The crowd only felt a terrible vortex rolling wildly. This vortex rolled and roared like rolling clouds, rising continuously. The terrifying power rioted, and the air currents of heaven and earth flowed into it wildly. In the center of the storm, the crowd suddenly felt a terrible sharp breath. That was the sword roar. Endless swords went crazy in the storm, turning into a vortex of swords, pushing forward layer by layer, and turning into a wave of swordsmanship. What kind of divine pattern is this? The pupils of the crowd shrank, staring at Qin Wentian's divine pattern. The sword intent became more and more terrible, as if it was brewing from an invisible storm, like a snowball rolling stronger and stronger. Yantai snorted coldly, and then a roar came out. The giant face of the underworld suddenly opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the divine pattern carved by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body soared into the air with the rolling sword waves. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous intent swept out. This murderous intent and the terrifying sword wave converged together and instantly enveloped the entire space. Kill. At this moment, Qin Wentian pressed his finger forward, and in an instant, the rolling sword waves rushed out like a tsunami. The terrifying murderous aura swept the entire space. At this moment, the world seemed to have only the sound of swords. Yantai's face froze, and his face suddenly became particularly ugly. A little bit of ghost light rushed out with a roar. Puff, puff. The sword destroyed everything, and the little bit of ghost light was all chopped off. Yantai shouted coldly, and the giant face of the underworld roared forward. Thousands of sharp swords pierced it, but it could not be shaken. However, Qin Wentian pointed again, and the storm rolled again. From the vortex, a huge sword emerged, shining brightly for 9 days. The sword shone coldly, and the sky and the earth changed color. The sword whistled past, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. The giant face of the underworld was pierced by the giant sword, and then thousands of swords were fired at the same time. With a loud bang, finally, the giant face of the underworld completely collapsed and disintegrated. The endless swords shot towards Yantai, causing Yantai's expression to change drastically. One puppet after another appeared out of thin air and blocked him. "You violated the rules." Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and pointed his finger for the third time. In an instant, the power of the heavens seemed to gather on the endless sword rain. Kill. Qin Wentian's face was extremely cold, and the swords rained down. With a crackling sound, Yantai's puppet was destroyed and shattered in the swords. "I admit defeat." Yantai roared, and his body ran towards the bottom of the battle stage, but he saw the endless sword curtain falling, and the whistling wind made his footsteps suddenly freeze there. Puff puff puff. Star swords shot around him, and in an instant, the space was riddled with holes. Yantai turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian standing in the sword curtain. His face turned pale. He never thought that this young third-level divine pattern master could carve such a peaked divine pattern. In the void, the young and powerful third-level divine pattern master's eyes were cold and sharp, and the sword energy surrounded his body. His eyes full of murderous intent made Yantai feel a chill all over his body. "I have admitted defeat. You are not allowed to do it." Yantai shouted angrily. "You have violated the rules, otherwise you would have died." Qin Wentian said calmly, "I said, today, I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed forward, and a raging sword light burst out. Yantai's face turned pale, revealing fear. "No." Seeing the raging sword curtain descending, Yantai roared, and a terrifying giant sword rushed down. Puff. One sword after another pierced Yantai's body. In an instant, Yantai's body was riddled with holes. A giant sword was stuck in his head, and his whole face was hideous and terrifying. "Today, I will kill you." Qin Wentian's voice was still there, Yan Tai's body moved, and then a light sound came out, blood rain fell, and his body was directly annihilated and disappeared, turning into dust in the endless killing swords. Yan Tai, dead. The master of divine patterns, who was once known as the most likely to win the first place in this exchange meeting, fell, and died in the hands of the young third-level divine pattern master Qin Wentian. Once, a third-level divine pattern master who was known by very few people was not famous and was not well known. He killed Yan Tai with the most powerful means. The faces of the people of the Yan family suddenly changed drastically. Yan Tai was dead? Death means that in this exchange meeting, his Yan family did not get the top 3 seats and would not have a quota. The people of the Yan family also heard about the hatred between Qin Wentian and Yan Tai, but they did not care. They believed that Yan Tai would deal with Qin Wentian, but now, Qin Wentian killed Yan Tai. They looked at Qin Wentian with a strong hatred. Yan Kong also hated, but at the same time, his body trembled slightly. How could this be? Qin Wentian killed Yan Tai. How could this be true? The people of the Lang family were also shocked and speechless. Yan Tai was dead, so their Lang family's quota was directly turned into a bubble. Even if they had someone to exchange, there was no chance. Their Lang family, don't even think about getting a quota. However, it was not just that. The person who personally shattered their hopes and killed Yan Tai was the person they had given up on, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had once been so close to the Lang family, but for Yan Tai, they sent Lang Ning away and forced him to death. They personally turned a person who could have been a friend into an enemy. Chapter 258. This kid is good. Lang Mao, the deacon elder of the Lang family, had a sullen face. He clenched his hands tightly, making a clicking sound. After paying such a huge price and giving Yan Tai so many benefits, what did the Lang family get in the end? Yan Tai was dead. For a few places, they sacrificed Lang Ning, bore the infamy, and offended Qin Wentian to death. Now, Qin Wentian defeated and killed Yan Tai with a divine pattern. What is this? The Lang family is like a joke. Good kill. At this moment, a shout came from the direction of the Lang family. It was Lang Ning's father. Seeing Qin Wentian kill Yan Tai, he felt happy in his heart. Staring at each person in the Lang family, after Lang Ning's death, he also knew that he, as a father, was sorry for Lang Ning. He had hatred for these people in the Lang family. Lang Mao glanced at him with a cold gaze, and Lang Jian also shouted, "Shut up. I shut up." Lang Ning's father sneered, "Who ordered the killing of my daughter Lang Ning, gave up Qin Wentian, and then tried every means to please Yan Tai, and now what? Now Yan Tai is dead, Qin Wentian will get the quota. Who will be responsible for this matter?" Lang Jian's face was ashen, and he felt the sharp eyes of the elders above. He trembled in his heart. Such a scandal happened and paid such a high price. Who will take responsibility for this matter? Lang Mao is an elder, he will definitely be fine. What about Lang Jian? Everyone's eyes looked at Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian's breath was still cold, and murderous intent was pervasive. His eyes stared in the direction of the Yan family, and wisps of violent breath bloomed crazily. Those eyes swept over, and everyone could feel the coldness on him. The next person is you. Qin Wentian pointed his finger at Yan Kong. In an instant, Yan Kong felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. Qin Wentian's words seemed to announce his death. His gaze was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. Thinking of the psychological shadow Qin Wentian had caused him the previous 2 times, his body trembled slightly, and the fear was very strong. He was really afraid of Qin Wentian. This person was like a black curtain, wrapping Yan Kong in it, and he could not see the light. "He killed my uncle. Kill him, kill him." Yan Kong pointed at Qin Wentian with a trembling body, looking at the people of the Yan family, but he saw that everyone in the Yan family stared at him coldly, which made Yan Kong's heart tremble violently. "Did you cause this?" An old man looked as if he wanted to tear Yan Kong apart. He heard that it was because Yan Kong and Qin Wentian had a conflict at first, and then he took Yan Tai's son to kill Qin Wentian, which led to the death of Yan Tai's son. After that, Yan Tai was furious and forced a woman Qin Wentian liked to death, which led to the feud. Originally they didn't care, but now that Yan Tai is dead, they will have no chance to participate in this trial with the Yan family. All of this was caused by Yan Kong, who also made a genius divine pattern master hate his Yan family. Behind this genius divine pattern master is the White Deer Academy. From today on, Yan Kong will be expelled from the Yan family. His life and death have nothing to do with the Yan family. The old man said indifferently. In an instant, Yan Kong felt his head was confused, his eyes were empty, and he was at a loss. The Yan family expelled him from the family? Why? Without the Yan family, he would die, and Qin Wentian would never let him go. Father. Yan Kong looked at his father, but he heard the old man continue to shout coldly, "If you want to help him, then go with him." Yan Kong's father was pale, and his eyes swept over Qin Wentian in the void. He understood that the elders of the Yan family considered things only from the perspective of interests. Now that Yan Tai is dead, revenge is meaningless. What will happen if Qin Wentian is killed? It will also offend Bailu Academy completely, and they will not benefit from it. What should they do in this situation? Give up Yan Kong and cut off all ties with him. In this way, no matter how much Qin Wentian hates him, he can't put this hatred on his Yan family. If Qin Wentian is smart, he will know that this is their Yan family's intention to resolve the matter and sacrifice Yan Kong. Father. Yan Kong saw that his father didn't speak, his eyes were red. In the past, they forced the Ling family to sacrifice Ling Ning. Now, the Yan family, are you going to sacrifice him, Yan Kong? Yan Kong. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Yan Kong turned around and saw Qin Wentian standing in the void. Killing intent rolled out and Yan Kong's face turned pale in an instant. Retribution is not going to be missed. Today, you will die too. Qin Wentian's fingers trembled, and in an instant, the sword intent rolled. Yan Kong only felt that his body was locked by a monstrous killing sword intent. He fled in the air, but saw the sword light penetrate through him. With a puffing sound, his body fell towards the air below. Yan Kong, die? Let's go. The elder of the Yan family waved his robe sleeves and left. Yan Kong's father's body trembled slightly. He walked to Yan Kong's side, reported the body, raised his head, glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and then he followed the people of the Yan family and left. Qin Wentian understood that the Yan family hated him, but did not want to make an enemy of him. Yan Kong's father hated him even more, but the Yan family would not allow him to take revenge. This was brought about by his talent and strength. The behavior of the Yan family had a great impact on the Ling family. They were thinking about how to deal with this matter. Qin Wentian's hatred for the Ling family was definitely not weaker than that for the Yan family. It was them who forced Ling Ning to death with their own hands. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and returned to the original place. When he killed Yan Tai and Yan Kong, the three elders of the Li family and the young man of the demon refining sect had not intervened. They witnessed the power of Qin Wentian's divine pattern and felt the terrible threat of this divine pattern. Naturally, they were willing to consume Qin Wentian more. However, at this moment, the three elders of the Li family and the young man of the demon refining sect had a bad feeling. Qin Wentian showed such a strong performance in this third round, coupled with his magical perception in the first round. In Master Fenghu's mind, he may have been fixed in the first place. Moreover, the White Deer Academy not only has Qin Wentian, but also Gu Xiu and Bai Luai. The weakest Bai Luai is very powerful. Even if they have some internal conflicts, it can cover up the overall strength of the White Deer Academy. If Qin Wentian really joined forces with Gu Xiu, they would probably have been defeated long ago. Yes, you are much better than old man Gu Xiu. It's funny that he was just bragging. The eldest brother of the Li family looked at Qin Wentian with some admiration. Such a young third-level peak divine pattern master is indeed powerful enough. In addition, his perception in the first round is also shocking. Gu Xiu's face turned pale when he heard this. Just when Qin Wentian showed his divine pattern strength, his face was already very ugly. He said too much? Please teach me, senior. Qin Wentian looked at the three elders of the Li family calmly, and the coldness on his body was restrained a lot. Yan Tai and Yan Kong were dead. Next, it was time to compete for the first place for the White Deer Academy. Haha, just call me Uncle Li. We are not worthy of the word senior. The young are formidable. Let me see your divine pattern. The eldest brother of the Li family was in a good mood when he heard Qin Wentian call him senior, and his words were also much more polite. Everyone is like this. If others respect you, you should respect them back. Of course, this is also based on the equal status of both parties. If Qin Wentian had not shown his strength, the three elders of the Li family would not be so polite. Qin Wentian nodded lightly, his footsteps trembled, and his palms waved. The terrifying sword intent rolled up again, and thousands of sharp swords crushed and killed crazily. The three elders of the Li family were suspended in the air, and the three evil dragons violently blasted out, colliding with thousands of sharp swords crazily. The swords and the evil dragons were entangled crazily, and the violent roar shook the void. The terrible sound of the sword whistling was particularly harsh. The airflow became violent. Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step, and his fingers kept pointing forward. It seemed that with him as the center, there were endless brilliant giant swords bursting out. Finally, with a roar, an evil dragon was broken and killed by the sword. Haha, well done. I admit defeat. The eldest son of the Li family laughed proudly. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the sword energy dissipated. He said, Uncle Li's divine pattern is powerful. I am only slightly better than him. You are too modest. There are 3 of us and you are only 1, and you are decades younger. We are not at the same level at all. In a few years, I'm afraid we won't even be worthy of being your disciples. The eldest son of the Li family waved his hand and said with a smile, You are my friend, 3 brothers. Don't despise me. Qin Wentian also smiled. Then the eldest son of the Li family looked at the young man from the demon refining sect and said, You are so young too. It's really discouraging. Let's give it a try. Okay. The young man from the demon refining sect nodded, and then the giant python with divine pattern and demonic energy rushed out, and collided with the 2 evil dragons left. After a crazy fight, the young man from the demon refining sect was defeated. His divine pattern was weaker after all. Qin Wentian killed Yan Tai and defeated the 3 elders of the Li family, and the divine patterns of the 3 elders of the Li family defeated the young man of the demon refining sect. The ranking seemed to have been determined. What a twist. Elder Diane laughed out loud. He thought that Bailu Academy would not get the first place this time, but he did not expect that Qin Wentian would give him such a big surprise. This boy is not bad. The old man next to Elder Diane said, and suddenly his heart moved slightly. He looked at Elder Diane, and then their eyes looked at Fenggu in the void. Master Fenggu also said this boy is not bad. Now it seems that who this boy refers to is about to be revealed. Master Fenggu smiled and nodded, saying, This exchange meeting is also a success. Bailu Academy is naturally the first this time, Shuai Mountain Villa ranks 2nd, Demon Refining Sect ranks 3rd. The result announced by Master Fenggu was expected by the crowd. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some were disappointed, some were shocked, and some were happy. Bailu Yu was very happy. Bailu Academy got first place, and it was thanks to Qin Wentian, so of course she was happy. Gu Xiyu's face turned ugly. He even said that he would let Qin Wentian give him an explanation. Now, does Qin Wentian need to give him an explanation? Haha, Gu Xiyu, let me tell you something. Bailu Academy doesn't need you for this exchange meeting. The voice of the eldest brother of the Li family came, and it sounded extremely harsh in Gu Xiyu's ears. This was what he said to Qin Wentian, but now, it is most appropriate to use it on him. What's the use of him? P.S. Thanks to Yu Odingayu for becoming the leader of the God-King Alliance, I have to add more chapters! Exclamation mark. Chapter 259, Cutting Dust. Gu Xiyu was angry. He thought that the eldest brother of the Li family should not have mentioned such a thing. Seeing that many people looked at him, Gu Xiyu felt embarrassed for the first time. He said that Qin Wentian was useless, but Qin Wentian won the first place in the exchange meeting for Bailu Academy by himself, which had nothing to do with him. He never thought that such a young Qin Wentian had such a high attainment in divine runes. If so, why did Bailu Academy invite him? Could it be that Bailu Academy did not know how high Qin Wentian's attainment in divine runes was? Not only Gu Xiyu was surprised, but also the people around this Hixing Mansion's cultivation field were quite shocked and looked at Qin Wentian deeply. This boy will have the opportunity to become a 4th-level divine rune master like Master Fenggu in the future. The status of a 4th-level divine rune master is completely different from that of a 3rd-level divine rune master. He can refine 4th-level divine runes and carve 4th-level formations. 4th-level formations can deal with strong people in the Xiangang realm. This is exactly why the Yan family admitted defeat and even sacrificed Yan Kong. Because of the existence of Bailu Academy, they could not kill Qin Wentian, so they could not stop him from growing. If they could not stop him, they could only resolve the hatred, so they sacrificed Yan Kong. Qin Wentian looked calm. He had promised Bailu Yi that he would win the first place in the exchange meeting. Similarly, he also needed such an opportunity. In this way, Bailu Academy would have a clearer understanding of him, and the road ahead would be much easier. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, on the city wall, the sharp middle-aged man next to Master Fenggu looked at the people in the cultivation field and said lightly, According to the agreement, Beilu Academy, in addition to the Divine Mark Masters who participated in this exchange meeting, can also bring 10 people into the Divine Mark trial ground. Shuai Mountain Villa can bring 8 people, and the Demon Refining Sect can bring 6 people. Everyone nodded. They had all prepared for this exchange meeting for a long time, just for this trial. Now, they finally got the quota. 3 days later, each of you will bring your people to meet here, and then we will set off for the trial site. In addition, several other Overlord-level forces in Wangzhou City will also go there at the same time. Now, you should go and prepare well. The sharp middle-aged man continued, making everyone look stern. They all knew that this trial was a great opportunity, but also a great crisis. In the East region, in addition to their 3 forces, there is also the Overlord's Haixing Mansion, and outside the East region, Wangzhou City has 3 other Overlord-level forces. They will all bring many people to the trial site, but there may be strong competition between these forces, plus the crisis in the trial itself. This will never be an easy trial. Xianzhen Zhudao Field, those who participate in the trial this time are probably all at the top of the Yuanfu realm. Yang Fan will go, so what about the other strong men on the Wangzhou City Destiny list? Many people thought in their hearts, but they stood up, bowed to the top of the city wall, and left. After everyone left, on the city wall, Feng Hu smiled at the sharp middle-aged man and said, "These people are good. It seems that the lineup entering the trial site this time will be unprecedentedly strong." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "What a pity, it would be perfect if Master Feng Hu could enter. Haha, if I can enter, all the Xiangang Masters of Zhaixing Mansion can also enter, and there will be nothing for me to do. Today's business is over." Feng will take his leave. Feng Hu bowed his hands, said goodbye, and then left. "Yang Fan, what do you think?" the sharp middle-aged man said to Yang Fan beside him. "I hope they can play a role." Yang Fan whispered. In his eyes, no matter how powerful the 3rd-level Divine Pattern Master is, he is still just a Divine Pattern Master. For many people, they may be extremely important, but for a hegemonic genius like Yang Fan, a Divine Pattern Master is just a profession, nothing special. He has no shortage of divine weapons. When they carve the peak 3rd-level Divine Patterns, Yang Fan is confident that it will be enough to kill them 100 times. In Yang Fan's view, for a martial arts cultivator, only strong strength is everything. These Divine Pattern Masters only played a role for him when he entered the Divine Pattern trial site, that's all. Beilu Academy. After Qin Wentian and others came back, Beilu Academy was in a good mood. This time they won the 1st place, and they will have 10 places. Entering the Divine Pattern trial site, any place is very important to them, which means that one more strong man can enter. At this moment, a lot of people from Beilu Academy gathered in a hall. Qin Wentian was also there, but Gu Xiu was not there. Gu Xiu knew that he had no face to return to Beilu Academy, so he did not come back with the people from the academy and left alone. Beilu Academy naturally would not care about Gu Xiu's departure. With Qin Wentian there, Gu Xiu's role could be ignored. It was just that they secretly sighed that it was a pity. They thought that Master Gu Xiu could help, but they did not expect that he, who thought highly of himself, would have a conflict with Qin Wentian. What are your opinions on this selection? There were many elders from the White Deer Academy in the hall. At this moment, the elder with big eyes spoke up and sought their opinions. Since Qin Wentian won the 1st place by himself, let's ask him if he has any requirements first. A rather elegant old man in white said calmly. The elder with big eyes nodded, of course. After that, he looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Qin Wentian, you have made great contributions to winning the 1st place this time. I will also tell you briefly about this trial. Recently, there is news that the place of the Divine Pattern trial is likely to be a place for a Xianzhen to practice. Xianzhen who is good at Divine Pattern ability will have great opportunities, but at the same time, the crisis will also be extremely strong. There will be many strong people who will enter this place this time, and even the major Overlord level forces will have geniuses set foot there. Since you won the 1st place, do you have any requirements for the candidates?" Qin Wentian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This time, opportunities and crises coexist. If you are too weak to enter, you will inevitably encounter unknown dangers. I am afraid that even Xu Mang's strength is not enough. If you encounter danger, the first person to be protected by Beilu Academy will definitely be by Luai, followed by him. The Academy has decided. I don't have any requests. Qin Wentian said calmly. Chu Mang and Fan Li should not step in. The people of Beilu Academy cannot protect them. Since you have no request, then we have decided. Zai, you accompany Wentian for a walk. The elder with big eyes smiled at Beilu Ai. Beilu Ai looked at Qin Wentian and glared at him, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. After leaving the hall, Qin Wentian saw that Beilu Ai's innocent face still had an angry look, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why are you glaring at me? Now everyone in the academy has misunderstood. I'm afraid no one will listen to my explanation. Beilu Ai said depressedly. Just now, the elder with big eyes nodded to her with a smile and asked her to accompany Qin Wentian for a walk. Beilu Ai didn't know what this meant. The elder with big eyes recognized Qin Wentian and didn't object to their relationship. However, she and Qin Wentian were innocent, but those elders thought there was something ambiguous between them. How could she not be depressed? How about I go and explain it? Qin Wentian shrugged. You just want to get rid of me like this. Beilu Ai pouted, and Qin Wentian's forehead suddenly had a few black lines. The thinking of a beautiful woman is really unsolvable. Seeing Qin Wentian's embarrassment, Beilu Ai smiled. I'm just kidding, no need to explain, we can understand it ourselves. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Let's go to the Hell platform. Recently, the meteorites in my hands have been consumed too quickly. This time I have to step into the trial ground, so I have to prepare some first. Qin Wentian said with a smile, making Beilu Ai roll her eyes. What does this guy think of the Hell platform? A place to send him meteorites? However, after seeing Qin Wentian's performance on the Hell platform, Beilu Ai could only be speechless. He has entered the third level of the Yuanfu realm, and his current opponent is naturally in the same realm. However, no one can still defeat him. This perverted guy is almost invincible in the same realm, and no one can pose a threat to him. He directly increased his record from 60 consecutive wins to 90 consecutive wins. More and more people know the name of Qin. When he was in the second level of Yuanfu, he won 60 games in a row. Not long after, he won 30 games in a row when he entered the third level of Yuanfu. The next time he appears, he will probably join the camp of 100 consecutive wins. The code names of the 100 consecutive wins in the Hell stage are all very prestigious. I just don't know if this Qin can break the record of the Hell stage. The Danwon Palace is also discussing the matter of the trial land. The four hegemonic forces in Wangzhou City jointly control the entrance to the trial land. They agreed that when the trial road opens every year, each force must have the same number of people stepping into it. This time, the number of people they discussed was fixed at 20. Zhan Chen, this time the trial road trip will be led by you. At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke to the person in front of him. This young man has a somewhat elegant temperament and extraordinary handsomeness. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary scholar. He is the genius of the Danwon Palace, one of the four geniuses in Wangzhou City, and Zhan Chen, who ranks 11th on the destiny list. Disciple understands. Zhan Chen nodded gently, and then he looked at the beautiful woman next to the middle-aged man. Although this beautiful woman is a little old, she is very charming and gives people a mature beauty. When she was young, she must have been a troublemaker. It was the Dan King's beloved daughter Luohi. Uncle, I don't know which junior brother or sister you are going to let go. Junior sister Qingcheng, I'm afraid uncle won't let you in. Zhan Chen smiled at Luohi. Qingcheng's cultivation is not enough, so she won't take the risk this time. Bai Fei wants to go, and I won't stop her. You take her there. Luohi smiled at Zhan Chen. Junior sister, you really love Qingcheng so much that you don't want her to take risks, the middle-aged man next to her said with a smile. These days, those guys all wanted to talk about marriage, but you rejected them all and made them leave in disgrace. Junior sister, do you have any plans in mind? What plans can I have? It depends on her own wishes. I heard that the Hui family has some ideas, but I don't really want Qingcheng to marry into the Hui family. It's a pity that Zhan Chen has a lover, otherwise I would have betrothed Qingcheng to Zhan Chen. Luohi smiled and said, it was obvious that she also liked this genius nephew from the Danwon Palace very much. Chapter 260 Gathering at the Trial Site. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The three major forces gathered at the Zhixing Mansion training ground, but this time the lineup was far less large than the last time. After all, the number of people allowed to enter the trial field this time was limited. On the side of the White Deer Academy, Qin Wentian, Beilu Ai, and 10 other people, a total of 12 people. On the side of the Water Moon Villa, the 3 elders of the Li family, with 8 additional places, a total of 11 people. On the side of the Demon Refining sect, because it would be best if only the young man survived the exchange meeting, the young man of the Demon Refining sect added 6 more places, a total of 7 people. There were 30 strong men from the 3 forces, 6 of whom were divine pattern masters, and the others were all powerful figures in the Yuanfu realm. For example, in the White Deer Academy, except for Qin Wentian and Bailu Ai, the others were all powerful men in the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm. Without exception, with the many years of heritage of the White Deer Academy, the 10 people in the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm could still be easily found, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. Especially by Lu Jing, a strong man on the destiny list, in the White Deer Academy, he was the leader of this operation. Brother Qin, if you encounter any problems after entering the trial site, let's solve them together. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Li family looked at Qin Wentian and greeted him. Uncle Li is right. We don't have many divine pattern masters, so we should cooperate with each other. Qin Wentian nodded. They were the pathfinders who entered the divine pattern trial site. However, their strength was actually weak, but it would be much easier to go deep into that place with divine pattern masters. We are here. At this time, a voice floated from the city wall. Then everyone looked up and saw 20 strong men led by Yang Fan walking in. They were all powerful, and when they looked down, a terrible sharpness was born. This time, the people sent by the star-picking mansion were all elites at the level of the Yuan mansion. The stronger the strength, the greater the chance of entering. The sharp middle-aged man on the city wall that day also appeared. He was leading the team today. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Since we are here, let's set off now." Yes. Everyone nodded, and then one figure after another took off into the air. A line of figures, mighty and powerful, headed towards a certain location in Guangzhou City. The Divine Pattern Trial Ground, one of the 18 trial grounds of the Great Xia Dynasty, is as famous as the Beast Spirit Trial Ground and the Fairy Spirit Trial Ground that Qin Wentian had entered. Many Overlord-level forces have entrances to the Beast Spirit Trial Ground, and the Fairy Spirit Trial Ground is controlled by the Fairy King Mi of the Fairy Pool Palace. As for the Divine Pattern Trial Ground, because it is located in Guangzhou City, it is firmly controlled by the 4 Overlord-level forces in Guangzhou City, and they decide who can enter it. The 4 dominant forces in Guangzhou City are the East Region Star-Picking Mansion, the South Region Xianayan Sect, the Central Region Dangwon Palace, and the North Region Hua family. Only the West Region has no dominant force. There are many heroes and chaos, and no one rules. The place where the Divine Pattern Trial is held is a barren desert area in the west of Guangzhou City, which is also called the Western Desert. In the Western Desert, yellow sand spreads on the land, turning the land into gold. At a glance, there is no edge. The rolling wind and sand blow by, and the golden land makes a rustling sound. There is no human figure in the thousands of miles, and the atmosphere is desolate. It is in this quiet and desolate Western Desert that a black dot suddenly appears in a certain space. As the black dot gradually approaches, a breath of destruction permeates, and the whistling sound is particularly harsh. In the blink of an eye, the black spot turned into a black storm. The sky suddenly turned black and dim. The oppressive black storm made people see the scene of doomsday. The yellow sand was swept into the void and danced with the storm. If someone was here, they would know that this was the black storm that would come to the Western Desert every once in a while. However, at this moment, in the storm in the distance, a group of figures walked along with the storm and walked towards the depths of the Western Desert. It's really unlucky to encounter this damn storm. One of them cursed in a low voice, a little depressed. This group of people had extraordinary temperaments and were the ones who were heading to the place of the Divine Pattern Trial. The leader was a relatively strong young man with a faint sense of arrogance on his face. His whole body seemed to be filled with violent power and aura. His demeanor would involuntarily give people a strong sense of majesty. This person's name is Zhao Lai. As his name suggests, his personality is like a raging fire. He is a Xianayan Sex Xianjiao figure, one of the 4 Xianjias in Guangzhou City, and ranked 28th on the destiny list. Among the 4 Xianjias, Zhao Lai ranks last, but he has never been convinced. At this moment, there is a strong burning meaning in his eyes. He heard that Yang Fan and Zhan Chen are also here this time. He wants to see how these two Xianjias who are as famous as him and ranked higher than him on the destiny list have reached their current level of cultivation, and whether they are trying to reach the level of Xiangang realm. It's a pity that Hua Takesu is not here this time, so he can't witness the demeanor of the first on the destiny list. However, with Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, Bai Lujing and others, this trip will not be lonely. Zhao Lai walked out of the storm, uttering a heroic voice, and there seemed to be a ball of fire burning in his eyes. In the vast Wangzhou city, in addition to the 4 Xianjiao, there are many people on the destiny list, such as Bai Lujing from Beilu Academy. Among these people, there are young people and old people. This time, it is estimated that many people will step into the divine pattern trial land. In addition to the rumor, how can Zhao Lai not look forward to it? His body accelerated, and after some time, Zhao Lai finally saw an ancient desert city in front of him. This ancient city covers a very large area, as if it was buried under the desert and dug out. There are many powerful people guarding the 4 sides of the ancient city. They are the people of the overlord level forces in Wangzhou city. They jointly guard this ancient city. Here is the entrance to the divine pattern trial land. There are many figures at the front of the ancient desert city. They are divided into 3 major camps. Zhao Lai knows which forces these people belong to at a glance. Haha, Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, how are you? Zhao Lai laughed loudly, and immediately, Zhan Chen from Dangwang Palace and Yang Fan from Zhaixing Mansion raised their eyes, shot into the void, and looked at Zhao Lai. Zhan Chen smiled slightly and said, "Brother Zhao Lai, how are you these days?" As for Yang Fan, he didn't say anything, as if that was his personality. He didn't like to talk much, and there was always a hint of arrogance on his face. "Knowing that you were coming, how could it be bad?" Zhao Lai said loudly, and his eyes looked at the Hua family camp again, and then his eyes locked on one person, and smiled. "Hua Takesu didn't come, and you came. Now, does the Hua family want to cultivate a second Hua Takesu?" The young man from the Hua family raised his head, looking at Zhao Lai with sharp eyes. This person's name is Hua Feng, and his cultivation is naturally at the peak of the Yuanfu realm. Moreover, he ranks 60th on the destiny list. He is so young, but he has entered the 60th seat on the destiny list, and he is also a famous figure in Wangzhou city. The reason why he is not so dazzling is because there is a person in the Hua family, Hua Takesu. When Hua Takesu is here, everyone in the Hua family is suppressed. No matter how outstanding they are, they seem to be just a foil. "You still like to talk nonsense," Hua Feng said lightly, which made Zhao Lai's eyes shoot out a flame of light. He said cheerfully, "I not only like to talk nonsense, but also like to fight. I hope you have the chance to learn from me. I am waiting for you at any time." Hua Feng said lightly, turned his eyes away, and ignored Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai, the Xianjian sex Xianjiao, ranked 28th on the destiny list. Hua Feng, the most outstanding young man in the Hua family except Hua Takesu, ranked 60th on the destiny list. In the Zhaixing Mansion camp, Bai Luai whispered beside Qin Wentian. She knew that Qin Wentian came from outside, so she naturally had to introduce some key figures to Qin Wentian first. These people are all people who can call the shots in Wangzhou city. Qin Wentian nodded gently, his head slightly lowered, but secretly looked at these romantic figures in Wangzhou city, especially paying attention to the Dangwang Palace and the Hua family. Dangwang Palace Zhan Chen, 11th on the destiny list. This person actually has a bit of scholarly air, seemingly easygoing and easy to get along with, and beside him is his lover, a very beautiful woman. Zhaixing Mansion Yang Fan, a little silent, rarely speaks, always has a hint of pride on his face. Strangers stay away. Zhao Lai, arrogant, like a raging fire. Hua Feng, it is not clear yet, but there is no doubt that these Xianjiao characters are all arrogant. Even the very peaceful Bai Lujing, Qin Wentian can feel that he is also proud in his bones. Pride, originally born out of self-confidence, in Qin Wentian's bones, is not revealing such a trait. Hua Takesu and Hua Xiaoyan did not show up, but Danwang Palace, Bai Fei, she is here, but King Cheng did not come. Qin Wentian felt a little disappointed. Before he came, he had thought about whether he could meet Mo Qingcheng, but unfortunately, Mo Qingcheng did not come, but Bai Fei did. He recognized Bai Fei, but Bai Fei did not notice this inconspicuous person. Once, Bai Fei told him that he and Mo Qingcheng were not from the same world, and told him not to have wishful thinking. Now, he has also come to Wangzhou city. If Bai Fei saw him, I wonder what she would think. I am afraid that she would think Qin Wentian is stupid. If everyone is here, don't delay any longer and step directly into the divine pattern trial ground. The sharp middle-aged man beside Yang Chen said lightly. In the 4 major camps, each has a powerful figure leading the team. They all nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the people guarding here from the left and right came to an ancient gate in the ancient city in front. Their hands condensed strange ancient seals, and each person condensed a different ancient seal. Then the seal was blasted out and blasted on the ancient door in front of the ancient city. In an instant, a rumbling sound came out, and the ancient door opened. From inside, an ancient breath permeated. Through this door, you will reach the interior of the ancient city, which is also the destination of everyone, the place of the divine rune trial. P.S. The 3rd and 4th chapters are 2 chapters added for the leader. Sadly, I found that the monthly vote count has also reached, so I can only owe 1 more chapter and make it up tomorrow. Sorry, I am so sleepy, I am going to sleep. Good night everyone, tomorrow is Monday, remember to recommend. Chapter 261, Changing the World. The gate opened, and everyone's eyes shone, and then they walked out and stepped into the ancient city. What was shocking was that when they stepped into it, it was very similar to the scenery seen from the outside. From the outside, it was this ancient city, and from the inside, it seemed to be the same ancient city. Here, there are many vicissitudes of ancient palaces, there is a vast land, and the space is filled with a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. But what is certain is that this and the outside are definitely not the same space. Everyone can clearly feel that there is a terrifying celestial power. Here, there is the sky and the starry sky. During the day, there is a starry sky, and in the starry sky, there are starlight. In the center of the endless starlight, the crowd saw the shadow of a majestic statue. He stood there, suppressing this land and trampling this land under his feet. This is a star sign, a rumor, it seems to be true. The moment they saw this scene, everyone had the same idea in their hearts. Those who have the hegemony level forces must have known it long ago, but others only really understood it when they stepped into it. They saw the stars and felt their power. The shadow standing in the void and trampling on the ancient city gave this space a terrifying gravity. That was the gravity star. Some people tried to float up, but were shocked to find that they couldn't do it. They could only float a little. If they went up, the power of the stars would crush them. Star. Bai Lujing murmured, and then said, "It seems that the last time I came in, it triggered the birth of the stars in the trial ground. In the past, although the major forces in Wangzhou City knew that this place was extraordinary, they were constantly digging. Now, just relying on this star, we can be sure that there were Xianzan figures practicing here." Ba Luai, Qin Wentian and others nodded gently. They didn't know what the people who stepped into the divine pattern last time encountered. It seemed that even Hua Taixu was injured, but now they can be sure that this is the place where Xianzan figures practice. Masters of the divine marks, please clear the way ahead. At this moment, there was an old man with thick eyebrows next to Yang Fan. His eyes were dark and deep, and he looked at them as if he would trap people. He gave people a sense of danger. This man must be very strong. This old Zusha is a strong man on the destiny list. Ba Lujing reminded Qin Wentian, then patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, "Be careful and take care of Xiaoyi." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, looked at Bai Luai, and then came to the front of the crowd. The 3 elders of the Li family and the young man of the demon refining sect also came forward. "Brother Qin, let's go." The eldest brother of the Li family nodded to Qin Wentian, and then walked out one after another. The people in this Hixing mansion camp followed them. There are many divine mark traps in the divine mark trial land, and it has always been a tradition for divine mark masters to clear the way. Moreover, the experience of the ancestors is of little use to the later generations, because the divine marks that can be cracked have been cracked, and the divine marks that can kill them have also died in them, and they can't take any news out. The forces of all parties moved forward all the way, deep into the ancient city, without encountering any danger along the way. Many places were damaged, and there were obvious traces of broken lines, which were obviously done by the predecessors. That high platform seems to be the place where the stars step. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked forward. There was a wide high platform, like a training platform, surrounded by huge stone chairs and pillars. The stars in the void, the place where the vague shadow stepped, was facing the training platform. There is a fluctuation of star power. The people of the 4 forces seemed to feel something and ran towards there. "You, go up and take a look." Zhu Sha pointed to the high platform and said to Qin Wentian and others. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. Zhu Sha's tone was very impolite, as if he was ordering them. These people of the overlord level forces simply regarded them as tools for the divine pattern trial. Let's go and have a look. Immediately, the three elders stepped forward. Qin Wentian was more cautious and watched from the bottom of the platform. There seemed to be a divine power on the platform, which gave Qin Wentian a strange feeling. Uncle Li, wait a minute, there is something strange. Qin Wentian shouted. When he sensed it, he only felt his heartbeat quicken. He felt faintly that there was a strange power here. He couldn't sense what kind of power it was. The three elders of the Li family looked back at Qin Wentian and then stopped. What did you see? Qin Wentian shook his head gently. I don't know, but I felt a terrifying power moving. It's better to be cautious in this kind of place. Don't know. Zhu Sha frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Since you can't sense it, go up and try, you will know. Senior, this place is dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be doomed. We can bypass this platform first and take a look at other places. Although Qin Wentian was unhappy, he still said in a deep voice. If it's as you said, then we have to avoid such situations in the future, so why come here? Zhu Sha saw Qin Wentian questioning his words, raised his eyebrows and said coldly. In that case, please go first, senior. Qin Wentian made a gesture of invitation, and was also impolite. They didn't come here to beg Zhixing Mansion. On the contrary, Zhixing Mansion had to rely on them to do things here. It was natural that they were upset with such an attitude. What did you say? Zhu Sha suddenly released a chill, but saw a round-faced old man next to him said, forget it, what the little brother said makes some sense, we should be cautious. Zhu Sha's character was full of evil, and this round-faced old man was obviously much smoother. The trial still needed the power of the divine pattern master, and if he wanted to settle the account, he would do it after he went out. Zhu Sha didn't know how to change his temper. Humph, someone must go. Zhu Sha snorted coldly. Forget it, third brother, you go. At this time, the eldest brother of the Li family said to his third brother. No. Qin Wentian refused flatly. He opened up his mind and felt powerful. At this moment, the feeling of inappropriateness became stronger. He looked carefully at the high platform, the collapsed and damaged residence, and the stone chair and stone tablet. It was like an altar. In the way of divine runes, it was a central place and very critical. If there was a killing divine rune, once it was touched, the consequences would be terrible. Uncle Li, you can't go. Qin Wentian said flatly. They came with his Zhixing Mansion, but not to test the danger. This was the principle. Otherwise, they would probably not be able to get out alive. The three elders of the Li family smiled tremblingly. They could understand Qin Wentian's good intentions, but they didn't want to have a bad relationship with his Zhixing Mansion. At this time, someone from the Xianyang sect walked forward, walked onto the high platform, and headed to the center. No problem. Seeing that the man was safe and sound, Zhu Sha's expression suddenly became colder. Puff. Suddenly, a terrifying force pressed down from the sky, as if a huge foot was trampling down. Then, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the body of the man just now was crushed to pieces, and the blood flowed on the platform and was actually absorbed by the platform. Such a scene made the hearts of those who were hesitant to go forward beat fast. It was a close call. If it weren't for the reminder from the Zhixing Mansion, they would have really gone up. The three elders of the Li family had their hearts beat faster. They took a deep breath and then gave Qin Wentian a grateful look. It was a close call. If they went up, they would die. Zhu Sha's face sank and he didn't say anything. Qin Wentian didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just frowned and his heart beat inexplicably. Be careful, there is something strange. Qin Wentian whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly moved slightly, as if it was shaking. It's really the central altar. Qin Wentian stared at the high platform in front of him, and his heart was surging violently. This trial might be different from any previous one. Wentian, Ziai, come back. Bai Lujing seemed to feel something was wrong. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai returned one after another, and people from various camps began to gather together. Dong. Qin Wentian pressed his palm on the ground and began to carve the divine pattern. At this time, the ground was shaking more and more violently. Qin Wentian's palms began to tremble wildly. He felt the lines on the ground were moving. Brother Jing, help me cut off the surrounding ground. Qin Wentian shouted. Bai Lujing nodded. Then he saw a strong aura spreading from his body. With a stroke of his palm, the ground broke apart in an instant, as if it was about to be cut off. However, the broken ground began to move again, trying to gather together. Cut! Don't let the ground gather together. I need some time. Qin Wentian shouted loudly. At this time, the wind was blowing violently, and the terrifying airflow began to spread across the entire space. No one would have expected such a situation. The people of Bailu Academy surrounded Qin Wentian and Bailu Ai in the middle, and frantically cut the surrounding ground. Qin Wentian slapped the ground rapidly, and the 8 trigrams spread towards the ground at the fastest speed. Seal formation. Bailu Ai saw Qin Wentian's actions and immediately understood that Qin Wentian was carving the seal divine pattern. A rumbling sound was heard. Above the sky, the stars remained the same, and the shadow stood in the sky. Above the earth, the wind howled, and the airflow of destruction swept the entire space, and the earth exploded wildly. Ah! A scream was heard, and some people began to fall. Qin Wentian exerted his movements to the extreme. He was also very depressed. His attainments in divine patterns were not enough. It would take time to carve powerful divine patterns. Hold on. Bai Lujing roared, and saw that his fingertips were surrounded by sharp starlight. Then he saw his figure like the wind, circling around and cutting on the earth. The terrifying power cut the ground apart. Boom! In the distance, I saw that above the ground, suddenly, there were mountains rising from the ground, as if they appeared from nothingness, growing from the ground, and towering into the sky. The original ancient city was constantly destroyed and damaged, and the new earth was gradually born. Only the shadow standing in the void stood there forever. Change the world. The crowd was shocked. They knew that this trial would be different from any previous ones. P.S. On Monday, brothers, remember to cast a few free recommendation votes. Chapter 262, One Step, One Killing. Qin Wentian carved the divine pattern frantically. Finally, the brilliant divine pattern lit up and turned into a huge Bagua pattern. The Bagua pattern enveloped this space, emitting a strange light. The creeping patterns in the ground seemed to be sealed. The power of destruction seemed to be much weaker when it hit. Looking up and looking around, the wind was howling, and the earth cracked and closed again, constantly interweaving. After a while, the power of destruction gradually subsided, and finally the crowd could see the surrounding scene clearly. Their bodies were still in the same place, and the sky in the void was still standing there, but this place was no longer an ancient city, but a real cultivation ground. What a terrifying formation! Qin Wentian was shocked. He completely transformed this world. Everything before was just to cover up this real scene. The cultivation ground was vast and vast. At the very front, there was a door. The door was transparent, and the situation in the distance could be clearly seen. There, the ancient green pine peak was elegant and quiet. There was a hall there. In the hall, a statue could be seen faintly. The statue was sitting cross-legged, as if he had already passed away. In his palm, he held an ancient book. Xianzhen. Sharp rays burst out from everyone's eyes. This was the real Xianzhen's training ground. One person died, and the Xianzhen's training ground appeared. It was worth it, too worth it. The people from the major camps looked at each other. There was obvious vigilance and suspicion in their pupils. Next, it would depend on who could get the things left by Xianzhen first. Buzz, buzz. A gust of wind blew past, and many figures rushed out with a whistle, rushing towards the door in front very quickly. However, just as they took a few steps, the ground suddenly lit up. Be careful, there's a trap. One person shouted, but it was too late. Those who rushed out were instantly covered by the flowing patterns. A terrible sharp blade suddenly pierced out from the ground. One person didn't pay attention to the ground, and his body was directly penetrated from the bottom, directly piercing his head. His death was horrible. Another person was attacked by a dragon. Several dragons suddenly appeared in the ground and bit him at the same time. The man's star soul exploded instantly, and his fingers shot forward, turning into terrifying blood fingers. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into terrible blood light. The body of the dragon in front of him exploded, and then a crashing sound came out, turning into blood rain. At the same time, he slapped his left palm backwards, as fast as lightning, and his footsteps did not forget to rush forward, but the light patterns on the ground continued to shine and light up, and several dazzling and terrible arrows shot out, like golden lightning, and tentacles emerged from the ground and entangled his legs. The man's eyes showed extreme fear, and then he was swallowed and killed. None of the people who rushed out survived, all died. Their cultivation was at the 9th level of Yuanfu, and they controlled a strong will. One step, one killing intent. Everyone's heart was deeply trembling. They witnessed the death of those people with their own eyes, but did not dare to step out to rescue them. Even their feet did not dare to move at will, as any movement at will might trigger a destructive divine pattern attack. This is more dangerous than the previous trials. Only one person spoke, an old man from the Dangwon Palace. He only heard him speak. I came here last time. There are many divine pattern traps in the ancient city, but they are definitely not all such third-level peak killing traps. We can directly see the shadow of the heavenly venerable, but every step is killing, and every step is full of killing intent. I absolutely believe that this is the real heavenly venerable cultivation place. Everyone nodded in agreement. This is much more dangerous than before. One step, one kill. I can't fly. Although it's close at hand, it seems to be far away. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to walk over. Is there any way? Xianyan Sex Xiaolai asked everyone in a loud voice. He almost walked out just now. He was thinking, if he walked out, could he resist those destructive attacks? In the past, there were only two ways to encounter a divine pattern trap. The first was to break in with strong strength, the second was for the divine pattern master to crack it step by step. But now, no matter which method is used, the difficulty is much greater than before, and it is 10 times or 100 times more dangerous. The old man who had stepped into it said lightly, making everyone's face sank. As a result, no one dared to rush in. Masters, it's time for you to show your skills. At this time, an old man from Xianyan sect spoke, causing the expressions of the divine pattern masters to change slightly. This was a scene they didn't want to see. We need some time to sense it. The divine pattern master of Xianyan sect spoke. Okay. People from all forces were communicating with the divine pattern master. In the Zhixing mansion, Qin Wentian and his companions were in a sealed divine pattern. The ground they stood on seemed to be isolated from other places. They were the least affected by the previous storm. Yang Fan and others looked at Qin Wentian and others. Yang Fan said, "The White Deer Academy won the first place in the exchange meeting. Now, you are needed to contribute. I will do my best." Qin Wentian looked at Yang Fan and responded. Yang Fan nodded gently, and then looked at the three elders of the Li family and the young man of the demon refining sect. Whoever can break the situation, the Zhixing mansion will reward him handsomely. Several people nodded one after another, but they were also as clear as a mirror. They were polite when they needed to use them. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and quietly sensed everything in this space. Although some divine patterns were carved very mysteriously and could not be seen, they could be sensed. That day, Master Fengu asked them to find the divine patterns, but the divine patterns here were obviously not comparable to the divine patterns given by Master Fengu in the past. After releasing his consciousness, Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. He saw a terrifying picture. Every step was filled with murderous intent. Every step contained attacking divine runes, all of which were third-level divine runes. If that were the case, it would not be difficult for the divine rune masters who came today. They could still crack it. What really shocked Qin Wentian was that these divine runes were linked together. Even if you destroyed one section, it would not affect the other section and the other surrounding lines to form another attacking divine rune. This was not a scattered independent divine rune, but a complete divine rune as a whole. The divine runes in the entire space were a whole, and a single move would affect the entire body. He could slowly crack the divine runes when he walked out, but when he cracked the divine runes, he was afraid that the divine rune master would have been killed by other divine runes that were triggered. How could he continue? Although the perception of other divine rune masters was not as good as Qin Wentian's, after a while, their expressions gradually changed. One of them said, "This divine rune cannot be cracked." Cannot be cracked. Many people's faces sank. If they could not crack it, they could only force their way in. They had seen the endings of those people just now, all of them died. Zhu Xia looked at Qin Wentian, and when he saw Qin Wentian open his eyes, he said, "You have the strongest perception of the divine runes. How long will it take to crack it?" "It's very difficult. I'm not sure." Qin Wentian responded. Zhu Xia frowned and said, "I'll give you 7 days." After that, he closed his eyes. 7 days, in his opinion, was a long time. If Qin Wentian couldn't crack it, then he had to force his way in. A cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and then he closed his eyes without saying anything, and continued to feel quietly. Not to mention the Xixing mansion, if he wanted to move forward, he had to crack the divine runes. No matter how difficult it was, he had to crack it. Time passed by little, and no one dared to act rashly. Qin Wentian did not comprehend the method of cracking the divine runes one by one, but wanted to imprint the complete picture of this space in his mind. He believed that if he studied the divine runes one by one, it would be absolutely impossible to crack the divine runes, so there was only one way, to find a way to crack it from the whole. In Qin Wentian's perception, the picture gradually became clearer and more complete. When he carefully looked at the scene, Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. He saw a terrifying divine eagle, which wanted to spread its wings and fly into the sky, soaring straight up. It raised its head, its eyes were sharp, and it seemed unwilling, because it could not fly into the sky, it could not do it. Above it, there was a figure, stepping on the ground, suppressing it. It wanted to fly into the sky, but it could not fly up. It was suppressed there, so it was full of anger and wanted to kill everyone who blocked it from flying. Those who stepped on it would die. Such a state of mind made Qin Wentian tremble in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at the vague figure in the void. Under the suppression of the Heavenly Lord, the divine eagle could not fly. How to crack it? Not only was the divine eagle suppressed, they were also unable to fly into the sky and could not cross space. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and still no one moved. Masters, can't you crack it? Zhao Lai had a fierce personality. He had to ask every day in the past few days, but every time he waited for a negative answer. I am incompetent and cannot crack it. An old man said calmly. Since we cannot crack it, then the only way is to force our way through. Zhao Lai asked. Yes. The old man with divine patterns nodded. Okay, now, go ahead and break through. Zhao Lai said to the old man with a very unfriendly tone, which made the old man frown and said, I am not strong enough, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through. In that case, what use do you have? A terrifying flame rose from Zhao Lai's body, and suddenly his palm slashed out, a blazing sword light flashed out, and the terrifying hot light slashed through the space, and the old man's body was directly split in half. This scene shocked the divine pattern masters. Zhao Lai looked at the others and said coldly, You can't crack it either. The other divine pattern masters looked grim and said, Let's try. Yes. Zhao Lai nodded and said, Should the divine pattern master you invited also take action? The people from the Dangwon Palace, the Hui family, and the Xixing mansion all looked at the divine pattern masters in their respective camps. Zhu Xia looked at Qin Wentian and said, The 7 days are up. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and said, I still need time. There is no time. I said that if we can't crack it after 7 days, we have to force our way in. Zhu Xia said lightly, You have also seen the situation of the Xian'an sect. Zhu Xia did not continue to speak, but everyone understood. Chapter 263 Painful Lesson. Qin Wentian looked at Zhu Xia. His so-called if you can't crack it, just break through obviously meant that they, the divine pattern masters, had to break through first. Just as Zhao Lai said, if they couldn't crack it, what was the use of divine pattern masters? In the eyes of these overlord-level forces, the value of divine pattern masters was to be used. They themselves knew this, but they were also using these overlord-level forces to protect them and move forward. They broke the divine pattern, and these people resisted unexpected crises. However, the current situation was something that the divine pattern masters had never experienced before. They couldn't crack the divine pattern. Not only could they not crack it, but they were also trapped here. Once they tried to crack it, the outcome might be death. This situation caused the potential contradictions between the two sides to erupt directly. The strong men of the overlord-level forces forced them to break it. If they couldn't break it, they would die. Qin Wentian looked at Zhu Xia, and seeing his cold expression, he said, I just figured out something. If you let me break the divine pattern now, the end result will be death, and then Senior will have to force his way in. If you give me some more time, there is still some hope. Qin Wentian's voice was very calm, without any anger. Now, he has long learned how to hide his emotions and will not easily reveal his inner thoughts. Zhu Xia frowned, and then he heard Jiang Fan say, Give him some more time. I'll give you 3 more days. Zhu Xia said indifferently to Qin Wentian. He knew that his attitude would make Qin Wentian hate him. However, he didn't care. He was just a powerful third-level divine pattern master. Should he wait for him to carve the divine pattern during the battle? Besides, Qin Wentian would not have a chance at all, and he did not have the courage to do so, so he could only be checked by them. Zhao Lai saw the situation in Jiutian mansion and showed a thoughtful look. He was thinking, should they wait a while? The Hui family and Danyuan Palace also looked over here. Their eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Jiutian mansion seemed to attach great importance to this person. His divine rune ability should be the strongest. In the crowd of Danyuan Palace, Bai Fei also saw Qin Wentian, and couldn't help showing a puzzled look. She felt that Qin Wentian was very familiar, as if she knew him. This feeling was very strong, but she couldn't remember when she met a divine rune master. It has been more than half a year since she met Qin Wentian. In the past 6 months, Qin Wentian has shed his original immaturity and is more handsome than before. He is less handsome and more charming. In addition, his longer black hair and transformed temperament made her fail to recognize him for a while. Qin Wentian's changes are too big, especially in terms of temperament. Bai Fei was not very familiar with Qin Wentian. In her eyes, Qin Wentian was just a person from a small country, insignificant. She didn't even seriously examine Qin Wentian's existence. It was normal that she didn't recognize the current Qin Wentian at this glance. She just felt that he was very familiar. Wait for 3 more days, Zhao Lai said. Although he had a fierce temper, he also knew that if they forced their way in, they would suffer heavy losses. Even he himself was not absolutely sure. Now, they could only wait. Is there really a way? Bai Luai whispered beside Qin Wentian. She also had good attainment in divine runes, but the divine runes in front of her made her helpless and completely unable to see through them. I'll think about it carefully. Qin Wentian stared at the phantom in the void. He had every reason to believe that since the Heavenly Venerable had set up this situation in the past, it could not be a dead end. There must be a way to break it. This was a test for future generations. It was just that this test was too difficult, and if you failed, you would have to pay the price of your life. After 3 days, many people were already impatient. When the 3rd day arrived, Zhu Xia looked at Qin Wentian and said, "It's time." Qin Wentian slowly opened his eyes and said to Zhu Xia, "I can't break the formation, but I can try to walk through it. However, my strength is not enough, and I need everyone from Jiutian mansion to cooperate with me to move forward." Zhu Xia's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He couldn't break the formation, so he asked them to follow him. Would that mean they would have to follow Qin Wentian to take risks together? How many people do you need? Zhu Xia asked. At least 10 people. Qin Wentian responded. You are invited by the White Deer Academy. It's enough to let the people from the White Deer Academy follow you. Zhu Xia said indifferently. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, but he recovered as usual in an instant. However, this momentary movement was captured by Zhu Xia. Don't worry, the people from the White Deer Academy who came this time are all elites. You should be familiar with them. Are you afraid that they are not strong enough? Zhu Xia continued to speak. Qin Wentian frowned and said, Bai Lujing, what do you think of this adventure? Bai Lujing couldn't help but feel a little strange when he heard Qin Wentian's address to him. Before, Qin Wentian was also very polite to him and called him Brother Jing. It can only be like this. Bai Lujing seemed to understand what Qin Wentian meant and nodded. Okay, I can't be sure that I can pass. It depends on fate. You follow me closely and must rush through at the fastest speed. Not only must you be fast, but you must use your strongest suppressing force and step on the ground with every step you take. Qin Wentian said to Bai Lujing and others, just these 2 points, speed and force, the fastest speed, the strongest suppressing force. Everyone's expression flickered. It was very difficult to maintain a fast speed and to use force with every step. After all, if you want to be fast, your steps must be light and float past. It is difficult to have force with every step. Bai Lujing nodded, and then said, we will do our best. Not our best, but we must do it, otherwise, we may all die. Qin Wentian looked serious, Bai Lujing and the others all looked solemn, and nodded seriously, while Zhu Xia stared at Qin Wentian. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian would get there. No matter what, Qin Wentian would be the leader, and they would see the result. Let's line up, Bai Luai and I will be in the middle, Bai Lujing you will be behind me, and the others will be on the left and right. In this way, you can make up for the shortcomings of Bai Luai and me in strength. Qin Wentian arranged the positions, and the crowd stood up one after another, and everyone took a deep breath. Okay, let's go. Qin Wentian also took a deep breath. The 12 people were all filled with a strong aura, and even many of them had star wings behind them. Let's go. Qin Wentian took a big step forward, and everyone followed him and stepped out at the same time. With a loud bang, the divine patterns in the air below began to flow and began to riot. Boom! Qin Wentian and the others stepped out at the same time again, fast and with great force, shaking the ground fiercely. The violent airflow seemed to be suppressed with force, and its momentum was slightly reduced. He is suppressing the divine pattern below. The crowd stared at him. This guy was really bold to come up with such a method. Qin Wentian and the others were as fast as lightning, and their speed was extremely fast, and their steps were surprisingly consistent. Following Qin Wentian's pace, the terrifying divine pattern attacks on all four sides of them wanted to burst out, but when their steps landed, they immediately weakened a little, as if they were suppressed. But the divine runes in the distance flowed towards them, and the terrible attacks began to gather. Quick! Qin Wentian shouted, ignoring any divine rune attacks. They continued to move forward. The divine rune attacks rolling in front of them immediately stagnated. They rushed directly into it, and the terrifying might suppressed the attack force. In a blink of an eye, everyone suddenly found that Qin Wentian and his men had walked to the opposite side. Although it was dangerous, the speed was too fast, as if they had passed it in a few steps. They roared and rushed towards the door at the same time. The terrible divine rune attacks behind them chased them frantically. There was an extremely sharp lightning arrow. Not good. Qin Wentian and others looked shocked. The attacks behind them were not suppressed and actually caught up. You go. An old man in the back suddenly stopped. He turned around, and the light of the star soul turned into a huge ancient shield. He was there, his whole body white hair flying, and he raised his hand to blast out a terrible attack. A rumbling sound of collision was heard, and the fierce and concentrated divine rune attacks were blocked by him for a moment. However, at this moment, the divine rune attacks from both sides swept over at the same time and engulfed him. Puff! With a light sound, the old man's head was pierced, and then the whole person was engulfed. Those attacks were like prehistoric beasts, too terrible. Uncle Zhang. Bai Lujing's expression froze, and he roared. Their bodies rushed out of the door directly, and a group of people disappeared in this space at the same time. Success. Suddenly, the expressions of the people in this space solidified, revealing a sharp edge. Those people walked out. Let's go and do the same as them. Yang Fan stood up suddenly, and Zhu Shan nodded. It was undoubtedly the most appropriate time to go there now, and he could still catch up with Qin Wentian. That guy's divine rune technique was powerful. If there were more divine runes in front, he could continue to use them. Yang Fan led the people of his Haixing mansion to form a formation like Qin Wentian, strolling out, and at the same time, a more terrifying force suppressed the ground. But they soon discovered that the reality was not as easy as they had imagined. When they took the second step, they found that the entire space seemed to be tilting, and a terrifying force in front of them was rolling back towards them. Go ahead. A terrible aura burst out from Yang Fan's body, and the group continued to charge forward. Soon, they encountered unimaginable resistance. The power of destruction continued to devour lives. Although they continued to move forward, the powerful lineup of 20 people had already killed 7 strong men before reaching the exit. These people were all people at the peak of the Yuan mansion. Asshole! Zhu Shan roared, with a murderous aura on his body, and continued to step forward. He seemed to realize that Qin Wentian's words for them to cooperate not long ago were deliberately provoking them. The real purpose was that he had never planned to go with them, but wanted to go with the people of the White Deer Academy. It was much easier for Qin Wentian and others to move forward than them, and only one person died. Finally, when Zhu Shan and others stepped through the door, a full 11 strong men from the Haixing mansion fell. It can be said that the ending was tragic. The 3 elders of the Li family opened their eyes, stared at the disappearing figures, and said calmly, "It is not wise to offend the master of divine patterns in the trial ground." The 3 elders of the Li family knew that the route Qin Wentian took seemed to be the most perfect route. This calm voice made the hearts of the other people in the same faction beat slightly. Although Qin Wentian did not deliberately target Haixing mansion, and it could even be said that it had nothing to do with him, Haixing mansion paid a painful price for their arrogance. Just imagine, if Qin Wentian took them out, would it be so miserable? P.S. This is an extra chapter for 1,350 monthly tickets. Apologies for the late extra chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Various Situations in the Battlefield. The strong men of Shui Villa had not said anything bad to the three elders of the Li family. After all, the three elders of the Li family were invited by them, and even if it was just to take into account their feelings, they would not do too much. Besides, the evil man was done by Qin Wentian, so why should they offend him? Master Li, what do you think? The people of Shui Villa looked at the three elders of the Li family. The eldest Li said, I see that this divine pattern seems to want to rise up. Brother Qin has a stronger perception and must see it more clearly than me. Therefore, he moved forward in a repressive way, and at a very fast speed. Obviously, he also understands that their power cannot suppress it, but the route they took is a very good route. The three elders of the Li family also have very high attainments in divine patterns. The conclusions they inferred are not much different from the facts. Qin Wentian also knows that with him leading the way, the masters of divine patterns behind can see through it more or less. However, based on the attitude of Qin Wentian just now, no one reminded them, including the three elders of the Li family, who chose to keep silent just now. What does it have to do with them whether Qin Wentian lives or dies? Master Li, do you have a suitable route? Asked the people from Shui Villa. I will carefully select. Everyone from the demon refining sect, let's go together. There is strength in numbers. We can share some attacks and have a stronger suppression force. The head of the Li family looked at the masters of the demon refining sect. The other party naturally would not refuse and nodded in agreement. At the same time, Zhao Lai also said to the divine pattern masters of the Xian'an sect, Masters, Zhao Lai was disrespectful before, please don't take it as a fault. As long as you can take us through safely, Zhao will definitely reward you. Those divine pattern masters did not speak, knowing that Zhao Lai was also forced by the situation, but could they say no? Even if Zhao Lai was extremely overbearing just now and killed one person, if they said no now, Zhao Lai would not let them go. Moreover, it was obviously impossible for them to get rid of the people from the Xian'an sect. With Qin Wentian taking the lead, everyone followed Qin Wentian's method. The Master of Divine Marks led the way in the middle. The strong men on the left and right sides of the defense all stepped through the space full of murderous intentions and entered the door. Of course, although they did it, they still suffered heavy losses. No force could remain intact. More than 200 people from the four forces came to this trial site, but in this space alone, a full 80 people fell, which was terrifying. Since the discovery of the Divine Mark trial site, this time, the opportunity is the greatest, but the danger is also the strongest. If you are not careful, you may die. This makes all the survivors feel a little heavy and are not be careless. After Qin Wentian stepped into the door, he suddenly found that the Kingsong ancient peak and the statues in the hall were still in front of him. He could see it but could not touch it. And there was no one around him, not a single person. Bai Lujing, Bai Luai and the people from Beilu Academy all disappeared from his side. That door has a sense of special disorder. That is a special formation. Qin Wentian clearly felt a ray of special power the moment he stepped through the door. Qin Wentian had also seen the special divine pattern in the secret book that Bai Luai gave him. The special divine pattern contains special power. His heart was beating. What appeared in front of him was a vast space with mountains, rivers, lakes, and a large area. Qin Wentian understood that he was now in a formation. Not only him, but everyone who passed through the door would probably fall into this formation. Looking up at the void, the statue was still there, still in the sky, as if no matter where it was, this statue that suppressed the earth would guard it there to prevent them from flying in the air. How far is this seemingly close distance? Qin Wentian looked at the ancient Kingsong peak that could be seen in front of him again, and a ray of desire arose in his heart. From this layout full of dangers, we can see how terrible the strength of Xianzhen is, and he even knows special formations. The power of the special divine pattern is definitely a treasure. Moreover, did the Heavenly Venerable leave such a trial, just to do it casually? It is very likely that the Heavenly Venerable left a legacy here and is choosing a successor. Qin Wentian took a step forward, but he stopped again after less than 100 steps. Then he pointed his palm forward, and the starlight shone, blasting on the ground in front of him. In an instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and a terrifying sort of destruction tore through the space and disappeared. Qin Wentian then continued to step forward. Along the way, he encountered many crises. Some divine pattern traps directly blocked his way forward. If he didn't crack them, he couldn't move forward. This made Qin Wentian understand that in order to pass these many tests, he must either have a very high attainment in divine patterns or have amazing strength. Of course, if he has both, he is probably the person who inherits the divine pattern that the Heavenly Venerable wants to see the most. The trap is getting stronger and stronger, enough to kill the top figures of Yuan Mansion. Qin Wentian sat on a hillside, with powerful divine patterns all around him. He collided with a divine pattern trap crazily until they were destroyed together. He stood up and continued to walk forward, sighing in his heart. Even with his attainments in divine patterns, he still had to be cautious on the road ahead, not daring to be careless. Qin Wentian moved forward with his powerful divine pattern attainments, and finally at this moment, he saw a figure appearing not far away. This man was a middle-aged man, wearing a Hua family robe, with vicious eyes, staring at Qin Wentian and making Qin Wentian feel a little cold. Master Qin. This man had noticed Qin Wentian before, and came over immediately after seeing Qin Wentian, and then smiled and said, "Master Qin, can we go together?" A member of the Hua family. Qin Wentian glanced at the robe on the other person, his expression unchanged, and nodded gently, "Okay. Then please." The middle-aged man said with a smile. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and smiled, "Senior is stronger than me, please go ahead. If there is any danger, I will remind you." "Master Qin, you are too polite. With your attainments in divine patterns, you can foresee opportunities first. How can I, a mortal, compare with you? Please go ahead." The middle-aged man was very polite, as if he had given Qin Wentian something good. "In that case, I will go ahead. If I need your cooperation, please don't mind." Qin Wentian's tone was also polite. "Okay." The other party nodded, "It's natural." Qin Wentian stopped talking and walked forward. Now these people probably regard divine pattern masters as treasures. How can the middle-aged man of the Hua family let Qin Wentian go when he met him? Qin Wentian decisively agreed to go with him, because he knew that he had to agree even if he didn't agree. He saw that the clothes of the Hua family were a little torn, and it was obvious that he had not had a good journey. How could he let him go? The two walked forward together. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The ancient pine peaks in front of them remained the same, and the statues in the hall were eternal, but they were still walking forward, as if there would be no end. "Master, why did you go back and forth so far? It would take a lot of time, right?" The middle-aged man said to Qin Wentian. "If you are worried, you can go ahead by yourself." Qin Wentian said casually. "I'm just talking casually, Master, please don't be offended." The middle-aged man smiled and said. In fact, in the past 10 days, although Qin Wentian occasionally asked him to help, it was much easier than for him to go forward by himself. The danger ahead was still unknown. How could he let Qin Wentian go ahead by himself? I'm afraid that others were struggling to move forward in this formation. In fact, just as he expected, the danger in this formation was not as dense as before, and was only in one area, but this endless danger was also hard to guard against. Bai Lui's situation at the moment was very bad. She met a strong man from the Jiutian mansion in this formation. Although Bai Lui's attainment in divine patterns is not as good as Qin Wentian's, she is a powerful divine pattern master after all. How could the strong man from the Jiutian mansion let her go? He directly threatened Bai Lui to go with her. "Senior, the divine pattern traps ahead are getting more and more powerful. I'm afraid that even if you and I work together, it will be difficult to move forward." Bai Lui looked a little haggard, and spoke to the black-robed old man from the Jiutian mansion. The old man didn't like to talk, giving people a faint gloomy feeling. After hearing Bai Lui's words, he didn't say anything, but his eyes swept over Bai Lui's pure face and towering peaks, making Bai Lui's face pale again, very embarrassed. Gritting her teeth, she could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. The gray-robed old man stared at Bai Lui's back. Her hot and plump figure was particularly seductive, and a wicked fire flashed in his eyes. If Bai Lui's luck was bad, then Bai Fei's luck was even worse, and it could even be said to be very miserable. She came with Zhan Shen. Because her master was Luo He, the people in Dan Wang Palace would take good care of her, but she didn't expect to be thrown into such a formation. Moreover, she didn't meet anyone from Dan Wang Palace, but met a strong man from Xian'an sect. The other party looked like a young man of only 26 or 27 years old, but he was actually over 30 years old. He looked at Bai Fei with evil thoughts in his eyes and asked Bai Fei to lead the way for her. How could Bai Fei lead the way with his strength? If it weren't for better luck, she would probably die in the formation, but this young man's strength was really great and he would save her every time. Along the way, Bai Fei's clothes were a little torn, her shoulders were exposed, and even her fair skin was exposed. This hazy beauty made people have evil thoughts. Miss Bai, why don't we find a better place to enjoy it, so that you don't get killed in this broken formation before you enjoy a man? The young man said with an evil smile, teasing Bai Fei. If he really wanted to do something to Bai Fei would be powerless to stop him. But the young man was obviously reluctant to give up such a pathfinder. He knew what was important and had never really attacked Bai Fei. But if this continued, Bai Fei knew that she would either die in the formation or become his plaything. This pain continued to corrode her heart. As for Zhan Chen, Zhao Lai, Hu Feng, Ba Lu Jing, Zhu Shang and other strong men on the destiny list, they moved forward at a very fast speed, destroying all the crises that stood in their way, but they were also a little embarrassed and encountered danger several times. This formation is very difficult. Chapter 265 Hostage. Qin Wentian and the middle-aged man continued to walk forward. Although this space was full of dangers, it would eventually end. At most, it would take a little longer. If he encountered a crisis that he was not sure of, he would rather take a detour. Just when Qin Wentian was taking another detour, he saw a figure in front of him. His steps could not help but stop. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian came to the side of the puppet. This puppet belonged to Bai Luai. The puppet blinked at Qin Wentian, then pointed to the distance, as if gesturing something. This made Qin Wentian's pupils shrink slightly, and he said, "Are you being held hostage?" The puppet nodded, and Qin Wentian's heart tightened immediately, and he said, "Take me there." Master Qin. Just as Qin Wentian was about to leave with the puppet, the middle-aged man behind him came forward and said, "Master Qin, what's wrong? We'd better continue on our way. Senior, I have a friend who has encountered some difficulties. Why don't we go together? With your strength, I can also help," Qin Wentian said. However, the middle-aged man smiled. Did he think of him as a thug? Those who came here and have not died yet are probably not simple. Which one is not from a big power? Maybe he is a strong man from a hegemonic power like him. Let him waste time to offend people? He doesn't like this. Master Qin, it's better not to meddle in other people's business, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Qin Wentian's brows finally frowned. However, at this moment, a gust of wind whistled, and Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly flashed. The middle-aged man instantly descended in front of the puppet. The terrifying palm print rolled from top to bottom. The terrifying huge force crushed everything. A crackling sound came out, and then Qin Wentian saw that the puppet was directly crushed by the strong force and scattered on the ground. Qin Wentian's expression suddenly changed, and then the middle-aged man looked at him, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and said, "Master, in this case, you can lead the way with peace of mind." At this moment, he was already a naked threat. Not only that, he also destroyed Bai Luai's puppet. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian nodded, then turned around and continued to walk forward. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he followed him quietly, keeping a certain distance. He vaguely remembered the painful lesson of Zhaixing Mansion, and he must not give Qin Wentian a chance to use the power of the divine pattern to deal with him. The middle-aged man became much more cautious. Not only did he follow Qin Wentian closely, but even when Qin Wentian asked him to break the divine pattern, he directly refused and just watched Qin Wentian from behind. Fortunately, Qin Wentian did not seem to lie to him, and there was indeed a divine pattern trap in front of him every time. The big formation. At this time, Qin Wentian stopped again and looked ahead. In front of him, there were mountains on both sides. The wide road seemed to be unobstructed, but Qin Wentian felt the aura of the formation on this road. The middle-aged man suddenly swung his palm and blasted towards the front of Qin Wentian. At the moment when his attack landed, a hurricane of destruction suddenly emerged, and the terrible airflow flowed, making the middle-aged man smile and said, "Master is really powerful. Since you have seen it, please break the formation. I believe the exit is not far away." As he said this, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. He vaguely felt that the Kingsong ancient peak in front was getting closer and closer. "Senior, This formation is very powerful. If you don't take action, it may be difficult to break it. Qin Wentian frowned. I believe in the master. The middle-aged man smiled and stood with his hands behind his back, but he was very calm. That might take a little longer. Qin Wentian stopped and began to carve divine patterns. Strands of lines emerged, and a faint pressure spread out. The middle-aged man stared at every move of Qin Wentian. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Qin Wentian. A destructive airflow flowed in his palm. His palm seemed to turn into a terrifying fire color, with a light of flames shining. The terrible aura enveloped Qin Wentian, as if he could kill Qin Wentian at any time. Qin Wentian did not speak, and continued to carve divine patterns quietly. After a while, he began to use the divine patterns to attack the formation in front, moving forward little by little. The middle-aged man followed him step by step, and was one step away from Qin Wentian. He could kill Qin Wentian with a raise of his hand. Senior, why do you need to be so cautious? Qin Wentian smiled and said, then turned around and looked behind the middle-aged man, and said coldly, who are you? The middle-aged man saw Qin Wentian's face change, but he still did not move. He just smiled and said, Master, it's better not to play tricks. However, Qin Wentian's face suddenly changed, and he stepped on the ground. Behind the middle-aged man, a terrifying sharp aura suddenly burst out, causing the middle-aged man's face to change drastically. He turned around and looked. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed Qin Wentian's head. Even if there was someone, he would capture Qin Wentian. However, the moment he turned around, Qin Wentian's body had already sunken down. At the moment when the light pattern flowed, the ground where Qin Wentian stood collapsed instantly, his body sank, and at the same time, a terrible sword appeared in his palm and killed the middle-aged man directly. The moment the middle-aged man turned around, he knew he was fooled. As he expected, there was no one at all, but rounds of terrifying sword curtains burst out towards him. The flaming palm blasted out crazily. His legs hurt and he screamed. His legs were cut off by a sharp sword. The terrible sword curtain pressed his body backwards and floated away from the top of Qin Wentian's head. A terrible repressive force came from the void. His severed legs touched the ground. The destructive airflow began to rage. There was the formation that Qin Wentian had not broken. Save me! The middle-aged man screamed, but Qin Wentian had already fallen into the ground at this time. He was diving into it and did not dare to show his head. In order to kill the other party, he also took a great risk. As long as he was a moment slower, the other party's attack would hide him and blast him into the formation, and he would die. But if he didn't take this risk, he couldn't kill the other party. He had no choice. When everything calmed down, Qin Wentian came out from the ground and glanced coldly at the middle-aged man's position. There was no body left. Turning around, Qin Wentian turned around and left quickly, with the cold light in his eyes. Not long after, Qin Wentian returned to the place where the puppet was destroyed. He believed that since Bai Luai met him here, she should know that he would definitely find a way to wait for her here. For this reason, Qin Wentian prepared a divine pattern formation here, waiting for Bai Luai's arrival. However, what surprised Qin Wentian was that before Bai Luai arrived, Bai Fei actually came here first, and seemed very embarrassed. Behind him, there was an evil young man, whose clothes were also covered with a lot of dust, and even had several injuries on his body. It was obviously not easy. It's him. The moment he saw Qin Wentian, Bai Fei's eyes flashed. The evil young man also saw Qin Wentian and couldn't help showing an interesting look. Hurry up! The evil young man said to Bai Fei, and came to Qin Wentian a moment later. Why don't you hurry up? The evil young man smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at Bai Fei. At this moment, Bai Fei was half-dressed, with many parts of her body exposed. Under her fair shoulders, her plump parts were faintly visible, which made it easy for people to have evil thoughts. Moreover, she looked a little haggard at this time, and it was obvious that she was in a very bad condition and was forced by someone. Bai Fei gritted her teeth when she saw Qin Wentian's eyes, and her face became even uglier. If you like, I can give it to you. This is the beauty of the Danyuan Palace. Maybe this is the first time. The evil young man said with a faint smile. Qin Wentian glanced at him and said, I have something else to do. Please do as you please. The evil young man still smiled. He finally met a powerful divine pattern master, who seemed to be the strongest in the Zhixing mansion. How could he bear to give up? Sir, come with me. I will never treat you unfairly. The evil young man continued. Bai Fei looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Have we met before?" At this moment, looking at Qin Wentian head-on, although the other party was cold, the familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. She must have seen this person before, but who is he? For a moment, Bai Fei couldn't remember, but she was sure that she recognized the person in front of her. She must know him. Qin Wentian glanced at her indifferently and ignored her. But at this moment, there was another sound of footsteps in the distance. Qin Wentian looked over and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He stared at the two figures who came. They were Bai Luai and the black-robed old man from the Zhixing mansion. When the old man in black robe saw Qin Wentian, a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be him. He was from Zhixing mansion, but he witnessed Qin Wentian's performance at the exchange meeting. In addition, Zhixing mansion was harmed by Qin Wentian before, so his eyes suddenly burst into faint cold light. Master Qin, what a good plan, let Zhixing mansion lose a lot of strong people. The old man in black robe walked forward, and saw a flash of cold murderous intent in Qin Wentian's eyes when he looked at him. It was so cold that the old man in black robe felt a little chill. Thinking of this, he sneered and walked behind Bai Luai. It seemed that this boy hated him very much, so it was obviously because he saw Bai Luai. Master Qin. Bai Fei showed a thoughtful look. The surname was Qin, but she still couldn't remember who she knew was surnamed Qin and was a divine pattern master. Are you okay? Qin Wentian asked Bai Luai. How can you be okay after being held hostage for so many days? Bai Luai glared at Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian was relieved. Bai Luai could still joke with him, so she must not have encountered a bad situation yet. Let her go, and let it go. Qin Wentian looked at the old man in black robe with a cold voice. Haha, Qin Wentian, you seem to think too highly of yourself. The old man in black robe responded coldly. Qin Wentian. Bai Fei's head trembled, and then a figure sounded in her memory, slowly overlapping with the image of the young man in front of her, and her expression suddenly became particularly exciting. That's right, it was him, and she actually recognized him just now. This master of divine patterns turned out to be the young man from that small country. Chapter 266 Scolding. The change was too big. In more than half a year, Qin Wentian's changes made Bai Fei almost failed to recognize him. Although she did not have a deep impression of Qin Wentian when she was in Chu state, she had met him several times and had direct conversations. The memory of martial artists is very good. She did not recognize Qin Wentian, which can only be said that Qin Wentian has changed too much. She vaguely remembered that Qin Wentian was still an impulsive boy with a bit of immaturity and a faint pride belonging to a genius of a small country. She was disdainful at the time. She once told Qin Wentian not to have illusions about Mo Qingchen, but Bai Fei did not expect that today, she would meet Qin Wentian here and in such a situation. The boy at that time had completely shed his immaturity and became more charming and handsome. His angular face was calm and indifferent. At this time, there was clearly a bit of coldness, which made people feel a little scared. This was an aura, and it was two completely different temperaments from the faint pride that was revealed on his face at that time. However, what shocked her the most was that Qin Wentian used to be insignificant in her eyes, but now, he is a master of divine runes at the peak of the 3rd level. With his subtle tricks, he killed more than 10 peak masters of the star-picking mansion. Such a contrast made Bai Fei feel a little uncomfortable for a while. That young man actually came to Wangzhou City. Didn't he know that no matter how outstanding he was, there was still an insurmountable mountain in front of him? It turned out to be you. Bai Fei stared at Qin Wentian and said, "Are you pretending not to know me?" Qin Wentian glanced at Bai Fei and said coldly, "I know you very well." Bai Fei's face froze, his chest rose and fell, and the white skin that was already exposed made people's blood boil. The demonic young man watched the development of the situation quietly, and only felt that it was quite interesting. Bai Fei and Qin Wentian knew each other, and Qin Wentian seemed to have some grievances with her. In addition, Bai Luai, who was kidnapped by the star-picking mansion, was the person Qin Wentian wanted to save. When the strong man from the Zhixing mansion saw Qin Wentian scolding him to let him go, he couldn't help but flash a cold light in his eyes. What a presumptuous guy. Maybe, you don't know what the situation is now. The old man in black robe suddenly waved his palm forward, and the terrifying palm seemed to want to pluck the stars and the moon, grabbing towards Qin Wentian. Don't hurt the harmony. The strange young man stepped forward and slapped his palm, which immediately collided with a palm print that rushed towards Qin Wentian, making a bursting sound. What do you mean? The strong man in black robe glanced at the strange young man coldly. We all want to get out of this formation, why do we need to fight? The strange young man smiled and said, Brother Qin, this place is full of dangers, and you can help us very well. When we get out together, he will let them go, and I will send a beautiful woman to Brother Qin to deal with as he pleases. Isn't that wonderful? Besides, this friend from Zhaixing Mansion has a bad temper. Although Brother Qin has a strong attainment in divine patterns, he will still suffer if he insists on doing it his own way. Bai Fei's face froze and she looked ugly. Send her to Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian could naturally hear the hint of threat in the other party's words, but still said coldly, Qin can't believe you. HMPH. The old man in black robe snorted coldly, then put his hand on Bai Lui's shoulder and said, Do you have a choice? Brother Qin, Miss Bai Lu is so beautiful that it's easy to make people's heart move. The strange young man smiled evilly, and immediately the old man in black robe also reached out his hand and gently stroked Bai Lui's shoulder, making Bai Lui pale. She took a few steps forward, but saw the old man in black robe shouted coldly, with his hand still on her shoulder. If you make any more moves, you will stay in the formation forever. Qin Wentian glanced at the old man in black robe and said, The formation traps ahead are stronger and more numerous. No matter how strong you are, you can't break them. I saw with my own eyes that a Hua family strongman mistakenly entered a formation and died, so I stopped here to comprehend the ancient formation ahead. Of course, if you want to die, I won't stop you. The old man in black robe froze his palm, not daring to move again. He sneered at Qin Wentian, So, you are willing to cooperate. Let her come first. Qin Wentian said coldly. Haha, I will take care of her safety, you lead the way. How could the old man in black robe give up holding Bai Lui hostage? Qin Wentian frowned and said, She is a woman, I don't trust you. Haha, it seems that you have feelings for her. The black-robed old man laughed, then narrowed his eyes, In this case, I will not let her go. Qin Wentian's expression became even colder, In this case, you can kill me, and then try to get out of the formation in front. Qin Wentian's eyes were firm and unquestionable. The black-robed old man frowned. He didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so crazy. It seems that he has deep feelings. Brother Qin, death can't solve the problem. Bai Lui is such a beauty. If you are ruined by this old man, how can you die peacefully? The demonic young man said with an evil smile, and the black-robed old man also chuckled. Both sides seemed unwilling to give in. Sure enough, Qin Wentian looked grim. He pondered for a moment and said, I'll replace her. You can capture me and follow her. Both of us are under your control. The old man in black robes looked at each other, and then they both laughed. It seemed that they could accept such words. Come here. The old man in black robes sneered. Qin Wentian glanced at the position where the other party was standing, then stood up and walked towards him. When he reached him, the other party let go of Bai Lui. Qin Wentian put his hands on Bai Lui's shoulders and asked, Are you okay? Bai Lui was stunned. A hint of shyness flashed across her innocent face. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to make such an intimate move. But the next moment, she saw a sharp light flashing in Qin Wentian's eyes. How do you want to die? Suddenly, a voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, and at the same time, his footsteps suddenly stepped forward. At this moment, the old man in black robe was stunned, and then there was a loud bang, and his body sank, and he actually sank into the ground. You! The old man in black robe roared, gathering his energy and soaring into the air, but he felt a terrifying pressure from the sky pressing on him. It was easier to go down than to come up. He raised his hand and rushed out, but at this moment, Qin Wentian and Bai Lui walked out. The airflow in this space became chaotic, and nothing could be seen clearly in an instant, but there was a terrifying sound of sword whistling. Bai Fei was also stunned, and then she only felt a palm print suddenly hit her body, and she was directly blasted out of the formation. Falling to the ground, Bai Fei cursed in a low voice, Asshole. But when she felt a violent airflow in front of her, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That guy, it turned out that he had prepared it long ago and carved an overlapping divine pattern formation here. The old man in black robe screamed wildly, and there was a sharp pain under his feet. His legs were crushed to pieces by the sword divine pattern that was ambushed below. His face was pale, and then he saw a pair of cold eyes appear in front of him, pointing fingers at him. In an instant, endless sword beams attacked him crazily. He lay on the ground with his legs, trying to struggle up, but he was powerless. "Spare my life," the old man in black robe pleaded in his eyes, but Qin Wentian was not polite. The sharp sword rushed out crazily, and finally the old man in black robe continued to fall down, and his body was crushed by the divine pattern underground, and soon disappeared completely. As for the strange young man, he had fallen into this formation the moment Qin Wentian moved. This was an overlapping formation, with a trapping formation and a killing divine pattern. Qin Wentian had been waiting here, waiting for Bai Luai to come, but he didn't expect to wait for the strange young man and Bai Fei to come at the same time. The star soul shone on the body of the demon young man, and a golden light enveloped his body, defending him from attacks. At the same time, his body kept rushing outward, but he found that he was like in a maze and couldn't get out. Finally, the young man stopped and didn't dare to walk around. He was not good at divine patterns and knew it was difficult to get out, but he also understood that as long as he was careful, the third-level divine pattern attack would be difficult to kill him no matter how powerful it was. So, he stopped and didn't repeat the mistakes of the old man in black robe. The terrifying sword whistled, but the demon young man's palm trembled, and the light of the star soul enveloped his body. A golden body appeared in front of him, blocking the sword light. The sound of clicking continued to come out, and the golden body did not break. "Brother Qin, you can't kill me, let me out, we have nothing to do with each other from now on, how about it?" Only the voice of the demon young man came out, and at this moment, Qin Wentian and Bai Luai appeared outside the formation. Qin Wentian looked very cold. If he didn't kill this person, there would be trouble. The formation he carved contained the strongest killing intent, which was the killing divine pattern underground. Moreover, the position where he sat was in front of the strongest killing divine pattern. As long as people walked in front of him, they would most likely stand in that position. At the beginning, it was the demon youth who stood there, but later when the black-robed old man came, he moved his position inadvertently while talking, so that the black-robed old man finally stood there, holding Bai Luai and facing Qin Wentian. This directly led to the death of the black-robed old man, but it was difficult to kill the demon youth who was now alert and motionless simply by relying on the third-level peak divine pattern inside. In the formation, a killing light flashed across the face of the demon youth, and a golden spear appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying destructive airflow. "Be careful," Qin Wentian said, and suddenly, a terrifying beam of light burst out from the formation, and a golden light rushed out of the formation directly and killed them. "Go," Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai and Bai Fei. The other party had a very powerful divine weapon, and the formation would collapse sooner or later. Qin Wentian was extremely decisive now. He knew that he could not kill the other party, so he immediately pulled Bai Luai away. Bai Fei's expression froze, and then she followed Qin Wentian. She was too weak here, so she had to follow others. "Get lost." Qin Wentian suddenly turned around and glanced at Bai Fei with cold eyes, which froze Bai Fei's expression. She stared at Qin Wentian and said, "You. Qin is a jackdaw, and I am not worthy of being with Miss Bai Fei," Qin Wentian said coldly, which made Bai Fei pale. In the past, she didn't look up to Qin Wentian, but now, she followed Qin Wentian like a plea. How could she not be treated coldly? "Even now, you are still a jackdaw in front of King Cheng, and you are not worthy to be with her." Bai Fei couldn't stand Qin Wentian's attitude, and glanced at the two of them. "You two are a good match. It's not your turn to say whether they are worthy or not. You are not qualified. I saved your life today because you and King Cheng are from the same school. As for Bai Luai and I, we are friends. Tell King Cheng that I, Qin Wentian, will pick her up at the Danyuan Palace." After Qin Wentian said this, he shrugged his sleeves and turned away, leaving Bai Fei standing there in a daze. P.S. 1,450 monthly tickets for more chapters. Chapter 267, Zhang Chen's Heart. After Qin Wentian and Bai Luai left, Bai Luai's pure eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was already cold at this moment. Seeing Bai Luai staring at him, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Why do you like looking at me so much? Look at your arrogant look." Bai Luai glared at him, turned her eyes away, and her beautiful eyes moved. After all, she couldn't help but look at Qin Wentian again, and whispered, "Mo Qingcheng, is she really your girlfriend?" She heard the conversation between Qin Wentian and Bai Fei just now. Bai Fei was from the Danyuan Palace, and Qin Wentian said in person that he would go to the Danyuan Palace to pick up Mo Qingcheng. In this way, it seemed to be true. The last time Qin Wentian talked to him about Mo Qingcheng, Bai Luai thought he was just joking casually. Yet, Qin Wentian shrugged. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she said, "Can you tell me about it? I'm very curious." Beautiful women also like gossip. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Mo Qingchang and I both come from a small country called Shu, which is under the jurisdiction of Jiutian Palace. There is a conflict between my family and the royal family. Once, I fainted in a forest and Qingchang saved me, but I didn't know it was her until I met her later. She told me." Qin Wentian told Bai Luai a story from the past. Bai Luai listened carefully, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes, and she was very fascinated. "You cut off Hu Xiaoyan's arm," Bai Luai exclaimed when she heard the last word. "Well, if it wasn't for Luo He who happened to be there, I'm afraid the people of the Hu family would not let me go at that time." Qin Wentian nodded. "So, you came to Wangzhou City to find Mo Qingcheng." Bai Luai was quite moved. From a small country, Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City, one of the 9 cities of the Great Xia dynasty. She knew very well how difficult it would be to take Mo Qingcheng away from the Danyuan Palace. It's mainly to kill Hu Xiaoyan, and of course, it's also related to your Beilu Academy. Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. "Beilu Academy?" Bai Luai showed a surprised look, a little puzzled. "If I tell you, you can't blame me for not telling you before," Qin Wentian said. Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian's mysterious look and became more curious. "Yes, I must. Do you know the hidden lineage of Kang Wang?" Qin Wentian looked into Bai Luai's eyes and said to her. Bai Luai's heart trembled violently, and her steps stopped. A huge wave of waves was set off in her heart. This is the biggest secret of Beilu Academy. Only the most core people in Beilu Academy know it. Over the years, it has even become more and more diluted. However, Qin Wentian, he actually knew this? Seeing Bai Luai's expression, Qin Wentian already knew that Bai Luai knew it. "You." Bai Luai stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. "I am the heir of the Kang King's lineage." Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai and said. Bai Luai's body trembled slightly when she heard this voice, and she felt that her brain was short-circuited. "Qin Wentian, he is the heir of the Kang King's lineage?" Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and took out a token. On the token, there was a word Kang. Kang King's token. Bai Luai's voice was shocked. Seeing Qin Wentian put away the token, she took a deep breath. "So, you are here to take over the hidden lineage of Beilu Academy. Do you think it's possible?" Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. Bai Luai pondered for a moment and whispered, "It's hard to say. It's only been a matter of thousands of years. Beilu Academy has been passed down independently for such a long time. It would be difficult to ask Beilu Academy to obey orders just because of a token. I don't want Beilu Academy to become my vassal, but since it is a lineage of King Kang, is Beilu Academy really willing to hide in the Great Xia dynasty like this? Why can't it make the Great Xia dynasty tremble?" Qin Wentian said with a smile, and he sounded calm, but Bai Luai felt a huge wave in his heart. This is also a risk. If it fails, Beilu Academy will probably be doomed. Bai Luai said seriously, "Qin Wentian, you need to promise me that before you have enough power, you will never advertise that Beilu Academy belongs to the lineage of King Kang." When King Kang fell, too many forces were involved. If they knew that the lineage of King Kang was still there, they would definitely cut off the roots. "Don't worry, before I have enough power, I will never let anyone know the relationship between me and Beilu Academy. At most, I will let others misunderstand our relationship," Qin Wentian said jokingly, causing Bai Luai to glare at him. "Well, you have to work hard to get the recognition of Beilu Academy." Bai Luai smiled brightly. "So, you support me?" Qin Wentian said with a smile, causing Bai Luai to stare at him again. "Tell me, you just want me to support you?" Qin Wentian smiled and then looked into the distance, continuing to walk forward, whispering, "If you don't support me, I will directly give up the Beilu Academy. Beilu Academy will always be Beilu Academy." Hearing Qin Wentian's voice, Bai Luai's heart trembled again. If she didn't support Qin Wentian, he would give up. Moreover, Qin Wentian told her such a big secret, not just to get her support, but to ask for her attitude. This is trust. Qin Wentian regarded her as one of the most trusted. "I'm waiting for the day when the Kang King's lineage stands on the top of Daxia." The figure in front seemed to become taller, and the smile on Bai Luai's pure face was bright and sunny. She also believed that Qin Wentian could do it. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai continued to move forward and came to the place where Qin Wentian killed the middle-aged man not long ago. However, before he got close, Qin Wentian stopped, made a silent gesture to Bai Luai, and lay down behind the hillside. Qin Wentian's strong perception could clearly feel that someone had arrived there. It was the people from the Danwang Palace, Zhan Chen, and his lover. Zhan Chen, as a strong man ranked 11th on the destiny list, was indeed fast enough to get here. Looking at his lover Qingyu in front of him, Zhan Chen took out a pill and handed it to her, saying, "Qingyu, take this pill first, it can stimulate the power in your body." Qingyu glanced at Zhan Chen, her beautiful eyes calm as water, and then she slowly took the pill from Zhan Chen and swallowed it without hesitation. Someone has been here before. The person who came before us was undoubtedly powerful, but he died. And just now, the third son of the Li family was also unable to break the formation and died inside. Zhan Chen pointed to the two divine pattern rings in front of him and said calmly, "This will be the most dangerous place. However, if we walk this road, we may be able to reach the exit and obtain the inheritance of the heavenly venerable." As he spoke, there was a sharp look on Zhan Chen's gentle and elegant face. That was ambition. He is the strongest person in this trial. If Xianzhen has an inheritance, then it will definitely be his. Yes. Qingyu was wearing light blue clothes, clean and beautiful. Her eyes looking at Xianzhen were always so beautiful and gentle, even at this moment. "Xianzhen, you will definitely succeed." Qingyu smiled. This moment of smile was so beautiful that even Xianzhen couldn't help but tremble, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. "After I die, the future of Danwang Palace will definitely be yours." Qingyu's smile was a little sad, but her words made Xianzhen's face change, and he looked at Qingyu in shock. "I know that the pill will not only stimulate my potential, but also make me lose my mind and obey you." Qingyu still smiled, but tears fell from her beautiful eyes. "Xianzhen, we have known each other for 8 years. I know you too well. From the first day we met, you were so clean and gentle, but there was ambition in your eyes. I brought you into the Pill King Palace, introduced you to my father, and let you become a disciple of my great-grandmaster. You practiced so hard, and your achievements are obvious to all. In 8 years, you have become the most eye-catching person in the Pill King Palace. You are always full of ambition, just for your dream of practice." Qingyu smiled with tears in her eyes and said, "Last time, my uncle said that King Chang might be one of the most important people in the future of Danwang Palace. I know you are moved. I can't help you anymore, but Mo King Chang might be able to. The way you look at her is just like the way you looked at me back then. I know that if it weren't for me, my uncle would be willing to bring you together. You are the two most dazzling people in Danwang Palace, and I can only help you one last time." As she said that, Qingyu turned around and went to the formation where the third brother of the Li family died just now. Along the way here, 3 people have become stepping stones for Xianzhen. Now, this person is her. She was heartbroken. When Xianzhen took out the elixir, she was heartbroken. She knew him too well, and he couldn't hide his eyes from her. If her heart is dead, why is she still alive? Does Jiutian really have to attack her personally? How could she see such a scene, even if she died? The most beautiful star soul bloomed on Qingyu's body. She held the sword with both hands, released her breath to the extreme, and rushed into the formation. Seeing that beautiful light, Zhan Chen's heart twitched slightly, and a hideous look of pain flashed across his face. However, it was soon replaced by tenacity, his ambition, and that sharpness, which no one and nothing could shake. That was his heart of Tao. He had come this far, which was too bitter and too tiring. He would continue to walk as usual until he could overlook the entire Great Xia dynasty. This was his heart, and it was unshakable. Closing his eyes, Zhan Chen quietly felt Qingyu's progress, feeling her step by step towards death, but his heart had never been so calm. However, at this moment, Zhan Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a terrible cold light flashed across them. Then his figure moved, and he pounced in the direction behind him, as fast as lightning, and his eyes were sharper than a sword. Chapter 268 Forbearance. When Zhan Chen closed his eyes and sensed, he immediately noticed that someone was watching nearby, and the killing intent in his heart burst out instantly. If this matter was spread, the Danwang Palace would never let Zhan Chen, the pride of the heaven, who would do anything to achieve his goal, even sacrificing his lover in the Danwang Palace. The Danwang Palace would never let him go. The person who is watching must die. Go. Qin Wentian knew that he was discovered by the other party when he saw Zhang Chen rushing out. He had never expected that Zhang Chen's perception was so strong. Qin Wentian retreated madly while holding Bai Lui's hand. "Your Excellency should stay." Zhang Chen's voice rushed from behind, and a terrifying chill swept out, covering Qin Wentian and Bai Lui. Just the strong killing intent made people feel cold all over. Qin Wentian and Bai Lui would never stop. The Nine Heavens Kunpangju was used, and Qin Wentian released the speed to the extreme. Zhang Chen's fingers trembled behind him, and the sword of stars floated on the ground in front of him. Zhang Chen's figure stepped up in an instant, and the sword whistled in an instant. The ancient sword of stars shuttled across the ground, and dust was seen flying. However, Zhang Chen's body kept getting closer to Qin Wentian and the others. Although Qin Wentian's body skills were strong, his own strength was only the third level of Yuanfu, and Bai Lui was the same. Zhang Chen's Yuanfu peak cultivation was ranked 11th on the destiny list. How could Qin Wentian compare with his speed? The strength was too different. Qin Wentian looked ugly, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He had never thought that he would encounter Zhang Chen's secret. The other party must want to kill him at this moment. Buzz! Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and the yellow spring stone tablet was shot out, and it fell on the hillside in front. Go up! Qin Wentian and Bai Lui stepped directly on the Huangquan steel. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the air below. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled continuously, and the Huangquan steel made a thumping sound, and a terrifying bloodlight filled the air. Zhang Chen rushed forward, but suddenly stopped his steps, staring at Qin Wentian, who rushed into a divine pattern trap in front of him. His palm trembled, and suddenly a terrifying sword curtain appeared in front of him. Kill! Zhang Chen uttered a word, and the sword curtain turned into a sharp sword shadow, killing Qin Wentian. Go down! Qin Wentian pulled Bai Lui's body forward and rushed forward, rolling directly down the hillside. The sword curtain whistled over their heads, with a piercing chill. Zhang Chen snorted coldly, and the sword light under his feet became sharper and sharper, as if there were endless sword whistles. He walked out, stepped on the sword, and rushed directly into the divine pattern formation, rushing straight to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was ugly. If he died like this, he would really be unwilling. Zai Wentian! At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the side, and a ray of hope suddenly appeared on Bai Lui's pale face. Qin Wentian then noticed a figure running towards him from the side, and it was Bai Lujing. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a decisive look, and he drew a line with his finger, and blood flowed in an instant. His finger was instantly imprinted on the Huangquan steel, and the blood-colored light poured into it crazily. Zhang Chen drew a line with his hand, and a shocking sword appeared in the void, slashing at Qin Wentian and Bai Lui. Qin Wentian's body rolled over, and the Huangquan steel suddenly blasted out and rushed straight towards Zhang Chen. With a loud bang, Zhang Chen felt his heart beating and his blood vessels shaking. At the same time, the sword directly slashed on the Huangquan steel. Boom! The yellow spring steel was chopped back by the sword and hit Qin Wentian hard. Qin Wentian and Bai Lui's bodies rubbed against each other and rushed down the hillside. A few mouthfuls of blood came out of their mouths. Bai Lujing finally arrived at this moment. Stop! Zhang Chen shouted loudly. His body seemed to have turned into an illusion, like a shadow. In an instant, a terrifying killing technique fell from the sky. A line seemed to appear in the void and slash towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen pointed his finger, and the terrifying sword intent turned into endless sword fragments, falling on the dazzling golden line. The golden line fell from the sky, and the sword fragments completely disappeared, still falling, and were about to chop Zhang Chen. 9 slashes of the sun. Zhang Chen's eyes condensed, and the sword energy around him became stronger. He pointed his finger directly and fell on the golden line. The terrifying destructive power made the surrounding void make a hissing sound. Finally, under this finger, the golden line collapsed and dissipated, but Bai Lujing had already descended in front of Qin Wentian and Bai Lui. Brother! Bai Lui called out, and a cold light suddenly shot out from Bai Lujing's casual and clean eyes, staring at Zhang Chen in front of him. 56th on the destiny list, Bai Lujing, with your strength, you can move forward in the next ranking. Zhang Chen stared at Bai Lujing in front of him and said. Bai Lujing's eyes were full of murderous intent. Zhang Chen's attack just now was clearly intended to kill Qin Wentian and Bai Lui. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, and Bai Lujing's star soul bloomed. 3 star souls, 1 fiery flame, 1 wind shadow, and 1 dazzling 7 killing star soul. The 3-star souls came from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th heavens respectively. Zhan Chen, who usually had a peaceful aura, was now full of murderous aura. "Brother Jing, it's just a misunderstanding." At this moment, Qin Wentian's voice came. Bai Lujing was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Qin Wentian say, "Zhan Chen, you chased me and Bai Luyi for no reason. Is there any misunderstanding?" Zhan Chen ranked 11th on the destiny list and was a genius in the Dangwon Palace. Even though Bai Lujing was very powerful, if a battle really broke out, it would obviously be disadvantageous to them. Zhan Chen looked at Qin Wentian, and saw that the other party's eyes were clear and thorough, without any hatred, which surprised him. He didn't expect that this boy was so scheming. He pretended to be a misunderstanding, but in fact, he was hinting that he would just pretend not to know what he saw just now. As for the fact that he almost killed him just now, Qin Wentian didn't care. Really not caring? It can only be said that this boy is very forbearing. "Haha, Zhan Chen, you are here too." A figure came from a distance. It was Zhao Lian, the eldest brother of the Li family. The eldest brother of the Li family was quite unlucky. He met Zhao Lian and was naturally held hostage to lead the way. This is the master of divine marks. This is even better. With 2 masters of divine marks here, we can surely get out of this hellhole. Zhao Li's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, his eyes faintly filled with a light of fire. He thought that Zhan Chen was forcing Qin Wentian to lead the way, and Bai Lujing disagreed, so there was a standoff. "Haha, I thought so too. Master Qin should be willing to lead the way, right?" Zhan Chen looked at Qin Wentian and asked coldly. Qin Wentian understood that as long as he was alive, Zhan Chen's killing intent would not diminish. However, he was the same. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill Zhan Chen. Of course. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and he agreed very readily. With little brother Qin leading the way, this trip will definitely be much smoother. The eldest brother of the Li family laughed, and the tense atmosphere just now seemed to dissipate in an instant. Bai Luyi naturally understood what Qin Wentian meant, and kept silent about what she had just heard, as if nothing had happened. However, on the way forward, Qin Wentian and Bai Luyi kept a certain distance from Zhan Chen. Bai Lujing did not ask anything, so how could he not understand the hidden meaning in Qin Wentian's words, and deliberately kept silent. After a while, they returned to the formation where Zhan Chen and Qingai were talking. At this moment, there was another divine pattern ring there. Moreover, there were other people, who were surprisingly several masters of the Hui family. "We are all here." A voice came from not far behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Fan and Zhu Shad walking over. The 3 of them were all masters of Zhaixing Mansion, and they actually met. At this moment, Yang Fan and Zhu Shad's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and there was a cold light flashing in their eyes, containing a trace of murderous intent. In their opinion, Qin Wentian was responsible for the death of more than 10 masters of Zhaixing Mansion. However, they obviously noticed the situation ahead and knew that now was not the time to deal with Qin Wentian. They still needed his help to get through the formation. "Master Qin, please lead the way." Zhan Chen made a gesture of invitation to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the people in front of him with a calm face, but he knew in his heart that he was in a very bad situation at the moment. "Okay." Nodding slightly, Qin Wentian began to carve a formation in front. Bai Lujing and Bai Luyi stood behind Qin Wentian, while Li Lao followed Qin Wentian to the front and worked together to break the formation of the divine pattern. Qin Wentian's movements were very slow, which seemed to make Li Lao feel a little strange, as if Qin Wentian did it on purpose. In fact, Qin Wentian had been observing opportunities, but thinking of the strength of those people behind him, he knew that it might be impossible for him to kill them all in one fell swoop. Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, Zhao Li, Hu Feng, they are all strong men on the destiny list. It is too difficult to carve a formation to kill them while breaking the formation. He can only break the formation with peace of mind. After a moment, Qin Wentian picked up a divine rune ring, but left the other one behind. The eldest brother of the Li family froze, picked up the divine rune ring, his pupils sunken, and a look of pain on his face. Old 3. The eldest brother of the Li family tightly grasped the divine rune ring, and suddenly his eyes froze, and he saw a word engraved in front of Qin Wentian's body: "Cut. Cut. Cut the dust." The eldest brother of the Li family trembled inwardly, and his body seemed a little unstable, but then he took a deep breath, pretending not to see it, but a glimmer of hatred flashed in his eyes. Qin Wentian's body blocked the handwriting, and immediately erased it after engraving it, and continued to break the formation. The people behind him followed quietly, all the way forward, and gradually, the ancient King Song peak in front seemed to jump into his eyes, as if it was close at hand. Closer, it was almost there. Divine rune fluctuations. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly looked forward. Although the ancient King Song peak was close at hand, it felt big, as if there was a divine rune barrier blocking it, turning into a layer of divine rune wall. He couldn't help but stop his movements, closed his eyes, and quietly sensed the divine pattern wall in front of him. Qin Wentian also felt that he was about to get out, only one step away. Chapter 269, Unworthy of Inheritance. The people behind him frowned when they saw Qin Wentian stop. Zhu Sha's eyebrows were filled with murderous intent, and he asked coldly, "What are you doing? The formation is difficult to break, so you should study it carefully. If you are not sure, do it yourself." Qin Wentian responded coldly, which made Zhu Sha snort coldly, but he did not say anything more. His eyes were cold and icy as he looked at Qin Wentian. When this matter is over, Qin Wentian will definitely be in trouble. A mere divine pattern master dared to be so rampant and ignorant of life and death. Qin Wentian naturally understood that Zhu Sha had murderous intentions, but he just pretended not to know and kept his eyes closed. He sat there for half a day. Several people behind him arrived here, but they all waited quietly. Finally, Qin Wentian opened his eyes and said to Bai Lujing and Bai Luai, "Brother Jing, you two, put your hands on these two positions and try it." As he spoke, Qin Wentian's palm passed, and suddenly a starlight fell on two positions of the star wall in front. "Okay." Bai Lujing and Bai Luai nodded slightly and walked forward. "Wait." Someone suddenly spoke behind them. It was Zhu Sha. He saw a sharp look in his face and said, "Why are they the two? It's just a test, and there is a certain risk. If the senior is willing to take action, I am naturally very willing." Qin Wentian turned around with a smile on his face. Zhu Sha's face sank and stared at Qin Wentian with uncertain eyes. This boy is very scheming. He had tricked them once before and deliberately asked them to help. They disagreed, so he found someone from Bailu Academy and left directly. This time, he couldn't be fooled easily. Maybe he deliberately let Bai Lujing and Bai Luai go up and then lured them to take action. "Let them go first, Zhu Sha, you two, follow behind." Yang Fan spoke lightly and glanced at Qin Wentian. He wanted to see what tricks he could play. If Bai Lujing and his sister passed safely, Zhu Sha could enter again. Zhu Sha and another star-picking palace expert nodded slightly, and then followed Bai Lujing and Bai Luai forward. Bai Lujing and Bai Luai naturally trusted Qin Wentian. Their palms were printed on the position Qin Wentian pointed. In an instant, the divine pattern wall seemed to become a solid entity and gradually became clear. Two doors suddenly appeared, and Bai Lujing and Bai Luai's bodies suddenly disappeared and stepped over. "Huh?" Zhu Sha and the other two looked condensed. They suddenly moved forward, and their palms were printed on the place where Bai Lujing's brother and sister's palms were placed. Suddenly, a terrifying and murderous aura came. "Be careful." Qin Wentian walked out, but at this moment his words were obviously too late. Zhu Sha and the other two people's bodies exploded backwards, and the terrifying destructive force rolled towards them crazily. "Get lost." Zhu Sha roared, and swung his palms. Two terrifying handprints appeared. There was a terrifying power in his palms. The sound of crackling continued to come out. The destructive power actually dissipated in his palms, but Zhu Sha took a breath of cold air, and his palms were bloody. Senior moved too fast, and there was no time to remind you. Qin Wentian and the eldest brother of the Li family came over. He looked at Zhu Sha and smiled. Zhu Sha's palms trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. "No time to remind you? Will he believe this nonsense?" He glanced at his companions, and it was even worse. His arms were bloody and horrible. Yang Fan's face also sank. This kid did it on purpose. In addition, Bai Lujing and Bai Luai had already walked over at this moment, and they could not see their figures at all. They couldn't help but feel anxious. This divine pattern changes at any time. The second time, we should change the direction. Qin Wentian walked to the front of the divine pattern and said. He and the eldest brother of the Li family looked at each other and sent out a handprint. "Leave them behind." Yang Fan, Zhang Chen and the others' faces changed at the same time. Just now, everyone noticed the attack of the divine rune wall on Zhu Sha. Qin Wentian walked forward and pretended to be friendly. They snorted in their hearts, but they didn't expect Qin Wentian to suddenly attack. They immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. But it was too late at this moment. The light curtain flashed, and the figures of Qin Wentian and the eldest brother of the Li family disappeared at the same time, making their faces pale. Qin Wentian and the eldest brother of the Li family came to the other side of the divine rune wall, and saw Bai Lujing and Bai Luai were there, but they couldn't see them on the opposite side. Brother Qin, what about the third brother? The eldest brother of the Li family looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Zhan Chen, Bai Luai and I overheard him and his lover talking. Uncle Li was forced by them to break the formation and fell into it. Not only that, Zhan Chen even asked his lover to go there in person to test the formation and also fell there. Qin Wentian said, making Bai Lujing's eyes flash, you overheard his secret, so he chased you and Xiaoi just now. Well, I can only pretend that nothing happened. Zhao Lei happened to arrive again, so Zhan Chen didn't mention it. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and looked forward. There was a hall under the Kingsong ancient peak. Inside the hall, a statue could be seen faintly. Here we are. With their strength, this wall of divine patterns can't trap them. The eldest brother of the Li family said that if those people joined forces, they could have broken the wall of divine patterns with great force. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and said, let's go to the front and take a look. The four of them nodded one after another, and then they headed towards the hall under the ancient Kingsong peak in front. There were no more traps outside, so they stepped directly into the hall. They saw that the hall was very spacious, and the statue in front was like a human figure, very lifelike, holding two ancient books in his hands. This hall was very clean, and was covered with the waves of light. Qin Wentian and others stood outside but did not step into it immediately, because there were many flowing divine patterns on the ground in front. It seems that it is not a trap. The eldest brother of the Li family looked at Qin Wentian and said, yes, it seems that the divine pattern power needs to be activated by humans. Not only is it not a trap, but it can also be controlled by people who are proficient in divine patterns. Qin Wentian nodded. He and the eldest brother of the Li family had the same feeling. Go up and take a look and you'll know. Bai Lujing said with a smile. He was bold and took a step forward. In an instant, there seemed to be a light flowing on the ground of the hall. In front of the statue, the ground was shining with golden light. One after another, golden light descended, piercing people's eyes. Then the ground cracked, and several figures rose at the same time below. There were 9 figures in total, all of them were shining with brilliant golden light. Their sharp eyes were like terrible swords, sweeping towards Qin Wentian and the other 4. When Qin Wentian looked into the eyes of the 9 golden armored men, he felt that his body was about to be pierced by their gazes. 4 people arrived at the same time. Who is the divine pattern master? One of the golden armored men asked in a sharp tone. Qin Wentian stared at the golden armored man and said, who am I? Me too. The eldest brother of the Li family also spoke, squinting his eyes. The 9 golden armored men seemed to be puppets, but their eyes seemed to have born intelligence. The golden armored man glanced at Qin Wentian and Li Lao, and then said, the 9 of us are golden armored puppets refined by the master, with the cultivation of the peak of Yuanfu, guarding the master's inheritance. Only one person can be selected, and he must be a genius with extraordinary attainments in divine patterns and martial arts. Qin Wentian's expression flickered. He had gone through many tests all the way here. It seemed that the purpose of the test was indeed to select the most outstanding peak Yuanfu people. Xiaoi, you come behind me. Bai Lujing said. The sharpness of the 9 golden armored warriors shone through their bodies. Among them, 4 of them walked forward, with terrible murderous intent in their sharp eyes. In their hands, they all held golden spears. They were the last test. Bai Lujing's martial soul was released, and a terrifying murderous intent permeated his body. This was the killing power of the 7 killing star soul. You are good, but not enough. A golden armored man stared at Bai Lujing, and then his body suddenly rushed out, and his spear broke through the air like golden lightning. Bai Lujing took a step forward, and the great sun 9 slashes, the magical power containing the power of will burst out, and the great sun line appeared in the void, looking like a ray of sunlight, but it contained a terrifying murderous intent. Break! The man in golden armor shouted coldly, and a lightning seemed to appear on the spear, hitting the great sun line, and in an instant the light of the great sun collapsed and shattered. Bai Lujing's eyes were slightly focused. The fighting power of this man in golden armor was so terrible. The great sun 9 slashes bloomed again, and the scorching sun rays fell down one after another. It seemed that a golden sun appeared above Bai Lujing's head, and the terrifying firestorm roared. The great sunlines fell down one after another, and even the peak powerhouses of Yuanfu would be split by one slash. But the terrifying strength of the man in golden armor was beyond expectations, and he was so strong that Bai Lujing could not do anything to him. Qin Wentian and Li Lao also encountered the attack of the man in golden armor. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and the terrifying divine pattern sword burst out. There were many intricate divine patterns on the ground, all of which could be turned into attacks for him to use. The hurricane rolled towards the opponent's body, and the long sword burst out. Qin Wentian kept controlling the divine pattern to attack, but the man in golden armor was too strong, and one blow could destroy the divine pattern attack. He walked towards Qin Wentian step by step and said coldly, "You are too weak, not worthy of competing for the inheritance, not even qualified, you should be killed." After that, he became more murderous and continued to walk towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly condensed, and he said coldly, "The opening of the trial road depends on ability. The four of us arrived first, naturally it was not luck. Why are we not worthy of competing for the inheritance? Along the way, regardless of who has what talent, but in terms of the test here, if we talk about the most qualified person, it must be him." But at this moment, the man in golden armor said that he was not worthy of competing for the inheritance. He had no qualifications, so how could he not be angry? This inheritance not only tests the attainments of divine patterns, but also the strength of martial arts. I don't know how you four got there. However, you have only reached the third level of Yuanfu. How can you be qualified to get the inheritance of Xianzhen? This inheritance should be left to those who have outstanding martial arts talents in the future. The man in golden armor was still murderous, and said leisurely, "The inheritance does not belong to you, kill." As soon as the voice fell, the golden spear rushed towards Qin Wentian again, and the sharp light in his eyes stung Qin Wentian's eyes. This man in golden armor was not lying, he really wanted to kill him. Qin Wentian's heart was even colder. "What a good inheritance, it does not belong to you." Chapter 270. Do you know who you are? The golden armored man had a strong killing intent, and a terrifying sharp aura emanated from him. He walked out and the golden spear burst out again. The terrifying golden lightning killed Qin Wentian, and the power was unknown. Qin Wentian took steps one after another, and the light of the divine pattern shone. A green dragon rose up and went towards the golden lightning. With a loud bang, the divine pattern burst. "The 9 of us are guarding the inheritance. Our strength is the extreme of Yuanfu. The formation of the hall, if the inheritance contender is outstanding in martial arts and has the assistance of divine patterns, he can defeat us and seize the inheritance. However, you only have divine pattern attainments but no martial arts strength, how can you not die?" The golden armored man spoke sharply, and every step he took, a sharp aura descended on Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian felt that his body was about to be pierced. Qin Wentian retreated with a look of demeanor, but at this moment, a whistling wind rolled in, and in an instant, several figures rushed into the hall. It was Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, Zhao Lai, Huo Feng and others. They attacked together and broke the wall of divine patterns with the strongest force. Then they immediately rushed to the main hall. Seeing that Qin Wentian and others did not get the inheritance, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Wentian and others were not having an easy time. Zhu Sha's hands were still stained with blood. When he swept towards Qin Wentian, his killing intent was extremely fierce. Now, he had come to this place, the inheritance was at hand, and Qin Wentian was no longer needed. This kid can be killed. "Master Qin, how do you want to die now?" Zhu Sha said coldly. Qin Wentian stared at him with a cold expression and said, "Don't you want to leave this trial land?" Zhu Sha's expression changed, and he saw a man in golden armor saying, "Since you are here, you are all qualified to compete for the inheritance. If you defeat us, you can get the things of the heavenly venerable. After that, the entire trial land will collapse, and you can leave easily." Hearing the words of the man in golden armor, Zhu Sha's murderous aura became stronger, and he sneered at Qin Wentian. However, Zhan Chen, Yang Fan and others were staring at the ancient book in the hands of the statue in front of them, and they didn't even think about killing Qin Wentian. If they could get the inheritance of the heavenly venerable, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. From then on, they would become the only geniuses of their families and sects. The overlord-level forces, whether they were sects or families, had countless geniuses from generation to generation. They were now at the peak of the Yuan mansion and were afraid of being at the top of the destiny list. They were geniuses. However, before them, There were also people who had been geniuses of the family sects. Now they have entered the realm of Xiangang and their status is not worse than theirs. Even after them, there will still be geniuses emerging. All the geniuses are candidates for the leaders of the family sects. They can only stand out and become the only future leader if they beat everyone else in this cruel competition. Now, the inheritance of the heavenly venerable will undoubtedly be a huge opportunity. In Zhan Chen's palm, an extremely sharp sword appeared, shining with light. This is a top-level third-level magic weapon. In Yang Fan's hands, a pair of armor appeared, covering both palms, which were also top-level third-level magic weapons. None of the Xianjiao had fourth-level magic weapons, not because the sect did not have them. It was just that they were Xianjiao figures, the future leaders of the sect and the family. The requirements of the sect and the family for them would be the most stringent, and they would not let them rely on powerful magic weapons. Even if they had them, they would be used to save their lives or escape, not offensive magic weapons. In this way, they might encounter danger when they were training outside, but only in this way could their potential be suppressed and their future be forced out. Even if they were really defeated, they would still have means to save their lives. Just because they were Xianjiao. If one day, they surpass other Xianjiao of the sect in the competition, then the family or the sect would no longer restrict them. The spears in the hands of the golden armored warriors made a crisp sound, and they were all ready for battle. The ancient book of inheritance was behind them, and if they had the ability, they would take it. Zhan Chen's figure instantly rushed towards the golden armored warrior, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. In an instant, a dazzling sword rain appeared in the void. This sword rain actually condensed in the air and turned into an indestructible sword, piercing the golden armored warrior's head. The golden armored warrior's expression contained a sharp edge, and the long spear in his hand trembled continuously. In an instant, golden light appeared all over the sky. His palm trembled continuously, and the golden light turned into a golden sky curtain, covering everything. The spear came out and broke the sword rain. Yang Fan and others killed at the same time. His star-picking palm technique was extremely powerful, as if it could pick the stars and the moon in the sky. Coupled with a terrifying divine weapon in his hand, the palm was filled with terrifying destructive power, and it collided directly with a golden armored warrior's spear, making a crisp sound. Qin Wentian was not doing well at this moment. The golden armored warrior seemed to have identified him and was determined to kill him. Zhu Sha saw that Yang Fan had gone to snatch the ancient book, but his cold light swept towards Qin Wentian. This boy, he should be killed. Zhu Sha's palms were filled with strong starlight, as if they were refined by the stars. His body suddenly rushed out, and his palms blasted out. In an instant, a bright star palm print rushed out towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was livid, and there was a golden armored warrior in front of him attacking him. Qin Wentian. Bai Luai was pale beside the hall, and stepped forward, but saw Zhu Sha raised his hand and blasted a palm. Bai Luai groaned, spit out blood, and fell directly out of the hall. With her strength, she couldn't even participate in this crisis trial. Qin Wentian mobilized the power of the divine pattern to resist Zhu Sha's star-picking palm print, but the terrifying palm print still penetrated in, shaking his blood and ki. At the same time, the long spear in the hand of the golden armored warrior stabbed at him like lightning, and Qin Wentian's pupils widened. This shot was extremely fast and powerful, and he couldn't block it at all. No. Bai Luai's face turned pale as paper when she saw this scene. Bai Lujing was also held back by a golden armored warrior and had no way to support Qin Wentian. Puff. A light sound was heard, and the spear broke through the body and pierced Qin Wentian's body directly, but it was pulled out in an instant, showing how sharp it was. Qin Wentian's body was shaken to the wall of the hall. With a loud bang, he felt dizzy and his heart was dead. Damn it! Zhu Sha snorted coldly and slammed Qin Wentian again. Bai Luai rushed forward and blocked the attack. With a loud bang, her body hit Qin Wentian hard, and she spurted out blood. Xiaoyi! Bai Lujing's face turned pale and he roared, but the strength of the golden armored warrior in front of him was too terrifying. He was held back and could not be distracted at all. A golden spear almost pierced his heart. The 9 golden armored warriors were all the best in Yuanfu. It is so difficult to obtain the inheritance. HMPH. Zhu Sha sneered at this scene and walked forward, wanting to kill Bai Luai and Qin Wentian. However, his footsteps suddenly froze there, and the cold light of the golden armored warrior next to him shot at him, causing Zhu Sha to shudder. These golden armored warriors who were guarding the inheritance wanted to kill not only Qin Wentian, but all of them, leaving only the last person who is qualified to receive the inheritance. If they were not qualified, they would all die. The golden armored warriors attacked Zhu Sha, and Zhu Sha could only deal with it, and had no time to see how Qin Wentian was doing. Bai Lui's face was as pale as paper, and he walked to Qin Wentian's side. Looking at the blood that kept flowing out, Bai Lui tore a corner of his clothes and then covered Qin Wentian's wound. "Qin Wentian, wake up." Bai Lui patted Qin Wentian's face and said, "You can't fall asleep." Qin Wentian's consciousness was blurred at the moment. He was hit hard by Zhu Sha and shot by the golden armored warrior. The vitality in his body seemed to be destroyed. The severity of his injuries can be imagined. He just felt drowsy and wanted to sleep forever. In his blurred consciousness, he faintly felt that someone was calling him. The voice in his ears became smaller and smaller. At this moment, he seemed to fall into absolute silence. "Are you going to die? I won't accept it." Qin Wentian's heart ached. He still had too many things to do. How could he die? However, at this moment, he really seemed to fall asleep. He was in pain and wanted not to think about all that. In Qin Wentian's body, the candle flame was still burning, and strands of golden silk threads were wrapped around the candle flame. This candle flame was like a heart fire, and his consciousness seemed to be in the candle flame. This candle flame seemed to want to dim. The call from the outside world seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, and those figures became more and more blurred. Really, is he going to die? The cruel martial arts road is full of dangers. He came here with great difficulties, but was accused by the golden armor warrior of not being worthy of receiving the inheritance. He was not qualified. He was very unwilling. Why, not qualified? Just because his realm was low. The candle flame was still burning, and the power of blood surrounded the candle flame. The terrifying aura seemed to be gradually weakening. However, at this moment, in the firelight, Qin Wentian seemed to see a familiar figure. The figure got closer and closer, and gradually became clearer. "Hey Bo." Qin Wentian's heart seemed to tremble. "Wentian." It was as if a voice sounded in his heart. "You, can't I?" Another voice echoed in his heart. "I, can't I?" Qin Wentian's heart was filled with strong obsession. How could he die? Where did Heibo go? King Chang was fine in Dangwang Palace. Diyu was still in Jiuxian Palace. The Kangwang lineage had not risen yet. How could he die? The candlelight seemed to light up. The golden silk thread gradually merged into the candlelight, becoming brighter and brighter. In an instant, Qin Wentian's heart seemed to be lit up. Roar. Another blood roared, filled with endless terrifying meaning. The power of this blood seemed to come from the ancient times, and it roared angrily. What shocked Qin Wentian even more was that the blood in his body seemed to have turned into a giant beast from the ancient times, overlooking the world. In the candlelight, there seemed to be the shadow of Qin Wentian. He looked up and looked at this ancient figure, feeling deeply shocked. Why was the blood in his body so powerful? Moreover, this ancient bloodline still fears the candlelight that was born. "Do you know who you are?" A voice came to his mind. Qin Wentian, has such bloodline. Who is he? The man in golden armor said that he is not worthy of inheritance? Then, he wants to see what qualifications this Xianzan inheritance has to say that he is not worthy of inheritance. The candlelight is brighter, the roaring bloodline is stronger, and his injuries are healing. The heart fire is not extinguished, and people are eternal. The golden silk thread wrapped around the candlelight suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and rushed straight to Qin Wentian's brow. In an instant, Qin Wentian's brow seemed to move, as if there was a third eye there, about to open. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Control of the Palace. Qin Wentian only felt a sharp pain in the center of his eyebrows, as if there was a strange force wriggling there. The movement of the eyebrows seemed to echo the candlelight in his body. Whatever the heart sees is in the eyebrows. Strands of golden silk threads connected the candlelight and the eyebrows, and Qin Wentian felt it more deeply. This was also a blood force. There was more than one kind of blood force hidden in his body. The blood that was as violent as a demon and was once sealed by chains and shackles was violent and terrifying, as if it came from the ancient times, like the king of demons. However, He was wary and even afraid of the candlelight. The blood corresponding to the candlelight light was likely to be more advanced than the blood of the demon king of the ancient times. In one person, there were two bloodlines, both of which were so high level. Qin Wentian asked himself again, who is he? Who are his parents? The middle-aged man who is often seen in the star villain is his father, right? Why did he seal his memories in the star villain and leave them to himself? Even if he had thousands of thoughts in his heart, he had no way of knowing. His eyes wanted to open, but they didn't. But he found that he could see everything outside, as if he had another eye, and the scenes outside were directly imprinted in his heart. He saw Bai Luai, who was pale and worried about his life and death. He saw Bai Lujing, who was still fighting desperately, and he also saw those men in golden armor. At this time, Bai Luai suddenly showed a look of surprise, and a touch of blood returned to her pale face. She saw that Qin Wentian's wound was no longer bleeding and was healing. She felt that Qin Wentian's breath was recovering and his vitality was becoming vigorous. Suddenly, Bai Luai's expression trembled, and she looked up and stared at Qin Wentian's eyebrows in astonishment. There seemed to be a golden lightning bursting out, as if it was an eye. This. Bai Luai felt her heart beating under the gaze of that eye, but only a moment later, the golden eye closed again, and then she saw Qin Wentian open his eyes and looked at her. You're awake. Bai Luai smiled, very happy. This guy finally woke up. She was so scared just now, she thought Qin Wentian couldn't wake up. Yet, Qin Wentian nodded, and then he looked at the battlefield. At this moment, he actually found that he could see through the cultivation of these people. Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, Zhu Shak, each of them is in the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Even those men in golden armor have cultivation, all of them are in the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Huh? Qin Wentian frowned slightly. How could it be possible that these men in golden armor actually have cultivation? Aren't they puppets? Puppets, obviously, can't have a cultivation realm, but after opening up the golden divine eyes, he clearly felt that these men in golden armor have cultivation. The men in golden armor have cultivation, which means that they are people, not puppets. Wuming cultivators, at the peak of Yuan Fu, are willing to be puppets. Qin Wentian doesn't understand. He glanced at the ground again, and in an instant, the crisscrossing lines of the divine pattern seemed to jump into his mind. He no longer needed to use his consciousness to feel it carefully. He could see through it with just one glance. Every line and every complete divine pattern could be seen at a glance. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. So that's it. This Xianzhen figure who left behind the inheritance was himself a very powerful master of divine patterns. He left a complete 4th-order divine pattern here, and this 4th-order divine pattern could be divided into many 3rd-order peak divine patterns. Such means are amazing. If there were no changes in his body, he would never be able to comprehend and see through it. This vast hall itself is a huge divine pattern. In an instant, Qin Wentian's body seemed to be integrated into the divine pattern. This 4th-order great divine pattern was right under his feet. Seeing through it and understanding it thoroughly, it would be easy to use it. Qin Wentian's mouth was drawn with a faint smile. That enchanting smile made Bai Luai stunned. This guy has changed a little again. What happened to that eye just now? You leave a 4th-order divine pattern here. If no one finds it, you can only use your own combat power and these 3rd-order divine patterns to decide who the successor is. If someone finds it, that person can end everything and become your successor. You are thoughtful. Qin Wentian thought to himself that this trial field is a step-by-step trial and screening to select the successor he is most satisfied with. However, when Qin Wentian walked here, the man in golden armor said that he was unworthy and unqualified to inherit. So, what about now? Qin Wentian stood up and glanced at the people who were fighting. A sharp cold light flashed in his pupils. Follow me. Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Luai. Bai Luai was stunned for a moment and said, you still want the inheritance? Let's go. As she said that, Bai Luai pulled Qin Wentian to leave here. Although she knew that Qin Wentian's body must have undergone some changes. However, after all, his realm was too low. Qin Wentian was only at the 3rd level of Yuan Fu cultivation, and the people here were all geniuses at the peak of Yuan Fu and strong people on the destiny list. Even with the help of the power of the divine pattern, Qin Wentian could not snatch the inheritance at all, and he would even be killed by the man in golden armor like before. This place is too dangerous and must be left. However, Bai Luai saw that Qin Wentian did not move and smiled at her. Believe me. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes condensed. She had always trusted Qin Wentian very much before, but this time, she felt that it was a little unreliable. After all, what Qin Wentian wanted to do was too unrealistic. Her brother Bai Lujing was a figure on the destiny list, but he still had no hope and could only resist the attack of a man in golden armor. You didn't die even though you did that. Zhu Sha's cold voice came, and the man in golden armor was quite surprised. He glanced at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes. His attack didn't kill the other party? You come and help me deal with him. The man in golden armor glanced at the several golden armors that were still guarding in front of the statue. Suddenly, one of the golden armors flashed and pounced on Zhu Sha. The golden armor that had just dealt with Qin Wentian left the battle and walked towards Qin Wentian. Good recovery ability. The man in golden armor said coldly, and suddenly, his spear burst out. This time, he would never let Qin Wentian have a chance to live again. The mistake just now was his shame. Bai Lui's face froze and his expression was pale, but he saw Qin Wentian walking forward. In an instant, the endless divine pattern light on the ground lit up. Roar! A green dragon roared and blasted towards the man in golden armor. At the same time, a terrifying axe fell from the sky and chopped out. There were also arrows that could seal the throat and pierce the man in golden armor. Every step Qin Wentian took was full of might. The divine patterns around him seemed to light up and move with him. Boom! The violent and terrifying attack rushed towards the man in golden armor frantically, causing him to step back. The divine patterns of the man in golden armor changed slightly, staring at the surroundings of Qin Wentian. The terrifying divine patterns were flashing and constantly lighting up, and even had a tendency to spread to the entire hall. Huh? The pupils of the man in golden armor shrank. How could this be? Bai Lui was also stunned, staring at Qin Wentian in front of him who was covered by a light curtain in surprise. His divine pattern ability seemed to be even stronger. Kill! The man in golden armor shouted, and the long spear came out to kill. A terrible vortex appeared and swallowed Qin Wentian. HMPH. Qin Wentian snorted coldly. Suddenly, a giant python appeared directly from below and entangled the body of the man in golden armor. The man in golden armor roared and broke it off, but saw arrows shooting at him crazily. The spear turned around to resist the arrows. Get out! Qin Wentian shouted loudly. With a loud bang, the terrible giant hammer hit him and blasted his body away. The battle here instantly attracted the attention of other men in golden armor and Zhang Chen and others. They couldn't help but condense their pupils when they saw the abnormal changes in Qin Wentian. The flowing divine pattern light became stronger and stronger, and the whole hall seemed to be shaking, about to fall under the control of Qin Wentian. This hall became brighter. Zhu Sha's face was ashen. Qin Wentian was controlling the divine pattern of the entire hall. We must kill him first. Zhu Sha pointed at Qin Wentian and said, but at this time, a loud bang was heard, and the divine pattern of the entire hall gathered together. In the void, an extremely huge star arm was born. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Is this the divine pattern of this hall? This guy, he is controlling the divine pattern power of the entire hall. Bai Lui felt the power of the star arm and his heart was beating. The Xianzhen who left the inheritance probably didn't expect that the person who opened this 4th level divine pattern would have the cultivation of the 3rd level of Yuanfu, right? Without these divine patterns, Qin Wentian, even if he had changed, would still not be qualified to compete with these people in front of him. However, this is his battlefield. The divine pattern engraved by the Xianzhen was prepared for him and would be controlled by him. Qin Wentian stared at Zhu Sha. The cold light made Zhu Sha's body tremble slightly. It was he who attacked Qin Wentian just now, and even caused Bai Lui to suffer heavy damage. Zhu Sha, he deserved to die. In the void, the huge star arm fell from the sky. Zhu Sha felt the terrifying power and felt that he was facing the star Xiangang of a Xiangang realm powerhouse. His heart was beating. His figure flashed, and he wanted to retreat, but he saw Xingqian's arm sweeping past in an instant. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently. The crowd looked at the palm print on the ground, and felt their hearts beating non-stop. Xingqian's arm moved away, and Husha turned into a ball of blood, with no body left, and was wiped out alive. Qin Wentian looked at the man in golden armor again. That look made the man in golden armor tremble in his heart, and said to Qin Wentian, "Congratulations, you have passed the test, and the inheritance will belong to you." Qin Wentian did not look happy when he heard the other party's words. On the contrary, his eyes were still cold. He almost died here, and Bai Lui almost died. He participated in the road of trial and faced several life and death crises. If the man in golden armor did not want to give him the inheritance, he could let him go, but he directly killed him. Inheritance? Qin Wentian smiled and said calmly, I almost died here, you tell me, I passed the test. Test? What qualifications do you have to test me? Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the star arm fell down with a loud bang, and the golden armored warrior was crushed to pieces. P.S. 1,550 monthly tickets will add more chapters. Chapter 272, Inheritance? Abandonment. Inheritance? Test? If you will recognize me, I will recognize inheritance. Before, you said I was not qualified and wanted to kill me, on the line of life and death. Now, everything that I have fought for with my life, I will use the word test to encompass everything? At this moment, Qin Wentian is just a plunderer. Since you want to pass it on to the capable, I will take it away from the capable. Seeing Qin Wentian kill Zhu Sha first and then kill the man in golden armor. Everyone in the hall changed color, staring at Qin Wentian, their expressions were all sharp. At this moment, Qin Wentian glanced at Zhan Chen, and a terrible murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. Zhan Chen felt Qin Wentian's cold gaze, knowing that this boy had murderous intentions towards him, and his expression changed slightly. Buzz! The wind swept past, Qin Wentian waved his palm, and suddenly the star arm rushed straight to Zhan Chen, as fast as lightning. In the hall, Qin Wentian was the master. Zhan Chen's expression changed drastically, and his star soul burst out. The whole person seemed to be bathed in endless sword light. His body seemed to be integrated into the sword. The terrifying sword whistled, and the star arm seemed to be shaken. Cut! Zhan Chen shouted, and a bloodlight appeared on his finger, which touched the sword. Then the void passed through, and in an instant, a blood-colored giant sword rushed out with a roar. Boom! The star arm hit the giant sword, and the giant sword hummed endlessly, as if to block the way forward of the star arm. Zhan Chen's fingers pointed forward frantically, with a solemn expression. Kill him! Zhan Chen shouted, but saw Yang Fan's body move in an instant, rushing straight to Qin Wentian, his palm picking stars and taking the moon, with infinite power. But at the same time, Bai Lujing also appeared beside Qin Wentian, and the great sun 9 slashes blasted out, and golden lines appeared in the void, directly cutting the palm prints. HMPH. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and a rumbling roar sounded. The divine pattern light on the ground roared again, rolling towards Yang Fan frantically, and at the same time, several sharp spears shot out to kill Zhan Chen. Zhan Chen's face was pale, and he clapped his hands. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the void. Zhan Chen slashed his palm into the void, and in an instant, the light flashed. A ray of light rolled Zhan Chen's body out. A light sound of poo was heard, and the crowd saw that Zhan Chen's body had appeared outside the hall, but he vomited blood several times. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and swept towards Zhan Chen outside the hall. The two looked at each other, and both contained terrible murderous intent. They both wanted to kill each other as soon as possible. As expected of the genius of the Danyuan Palace, he was really difficult to deal with. He couldn't kill the other party even with the help of the 4th level formation. If he only used his own strength now, I'm afraid Zhan Chen could easily kill him. After all, he has not practiced for a long time, his cultivation is still shallow, and his foundation is insufficient. Qin Wentian looked at Yang Fan again. Xingqian's arm was as fast as lightning. Yang Fan looked grim. He slapped out the star-picking palm seal wildly. The palm prints were all over the sky, with infinite power, but they were all suppressed. Yang Fan was shocked and retreated quickly. Then he stepped out and walked out of the hall. If he stayed there, he would die with Qin Wentian's control over everything in the hall. Qin Wentian looked at Hua Feng and other people again. The faces of the few people were all very grim. They retreated and left the hall, but they did not go far away. They just waited outside the hall, and each of them had a strong cold light in their eyes. Qin Wentian could use the power of the divine pattern to control everything in the hall. No one could compete with him. Anyone inside might face the crisis of death, but they were waiting outside. Even if Qin Wentian got the inheritance, he still had to go out. As long as he went out, he would die without a burial place. All the men in golden armor stared at Qin Wentian. They also understood that Qin Wentian could do whatever he wanted here, and everything was at his disposal. If they stayed here, they would all die at Qin Wentian's hands. Buzz! Xingqian's arm swept past, and a man in golden armor roared, and then said, "This boy is rebellious and cannot be controlled. I will hold him back, and you will join forces to summon the King of Golden Armor to kill him." As soon as the voice fell, his palm spear burst out and hit Xingqian's arm. Endless golden light burst out from his body, and his body seemed to be broken, but he held on tightly. At the same time, other men in golden armor shot out with their spears, and they actually hit the statue directly. Bangka! The statue made a crisp sound, as if the shell was broken. Gradually, strands of golden light shone, and Qin Wentian suddenly discovered that this statue was also a golden armor body, but it was even larger. Puppet. Qin Wentian saw at a glance that this golden armored body was different from the 9 golden armored men. The 9 golden armored men had realms and were not puppet bodies. The golden armor giant in front of him was a real puppet. The armor that seemed to be made of gold was filled with a terrible sense of power. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the golden armored men exploded at the same time, and they destroyed themselves directly. Then, it seemed that there were golden light spots on their bodies heading towards the golden armored giant and drilling into the other party. Haha, you don't recognize the inheritance, then, go to hell. The golden armored man that Qin Wentian crushed roared happily, and then his body also collapsed. A light spot sank into the golden armored giant. In an instant, the golden armored giant opened his eyes and stood up. The 2 ancient books were placed on the ground. He looked at Qin Wentian with endless murderous intent. Boom! The golden armored giant walked forward, and the ground trembled, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to shine with sharpness. The 9 golden armored men were not puppets, but human beings. Others thought that this statue was a person of the heavenly master who had fallen here and left behind a legacy, but they did not expect that the statue was just a puppet. Such a scene made people ponder. Qin Wentian stared at the golden armored giant, as if he wanted to see through him thoroughly. In this trial ground where only Yuanfu figures could set foot, a 4th-level puppet was indeed equivalent to an invincible existence. Buzz! The golden armored giant shot a finger at Qin Wentian. When this finger fell, it seemed that the space was about to be distorted. The terrifying power of heaven and earth all gathered together, and a golden light that penetrated everything appeared in the void. Qin Wentian's expression changed slightly, and the star arm appeared in front of him in an instant, slapping a terrifying palm force forward. The 2 attacks collided, and the hall shook endlessly. The endless power of the divine pattern all roared and went towards the golden armored giant, and the star arm also rolled forward. However, the golden armored giant was not afraid, and still stepped forward, waving his big hand, and collided fiercely with the star arm. Bang! Xingqian's palms grabbed the palms of the opponent's golden armored giant and held them tightly. Qin Wentian rushed out as fast as lightning and rushed towards the golden armored giant. The golden armored giant stared at Qin Wentian, like a golden lightning bolt, about to pierce Qin Wentian's head. Qin Wentian only felt a sharp pain in his eyebrows, but there was also a terrifying light blooming in his eyebrows, colliding with that look. His palms were placed on the golden armored giant, and there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. A 4th-order puppet can show off his power? Qin Wentian's palm slapped out, and a flash of contempt flashed in the eyes of the golden armor giant. A person of the 3rd level of Yuanfu wanted to shake a 4th-order puppet? Is this a dream? Break the void. Qin Wentian's palm print blasted out and landed directly on the puppet's head. In an instant, a force vibrated into the puppet's head. The puppet's size changed instantly. A force was destroying its defensive divine pattern. How is this possible? The other party can see through its divine pattern? The defensive divine pattern on the head is the most secretive. How can it be broken? The divine pattern is completely carved, as if it is invisible. Even if the divine pattern master has a strong sense and can see it, how difficult is it to crack it? But when Qin Wentian slapped it, it clearly found that the defensive divine pattern in its head was being disintegrated. Reverse. How high is Qin Wentian's attainment in divine pattern, and he has comprehended the art of reversing divine pattern. Now the perception is even more terrifying, as if he can see through the divine pattern in the other party's body. How difficult is it to crack it? Qin Wentian slapped his palms continuously, and each blow landed on the head. The golden armored giant let out a roar, but soon, with a loud thud, the golden armored giant knelt on the ground. Roar. A series of unwilling roars sounded. You will not die well. There was a curse sound, but Qin Wentian's expression was still so cold. He launched his attacks frantically until the golden armored giant completely became a masterless puppet and his consciousness was destroyed. Qin Wentian then put it into the divine pattern ring. The masterless puppet will be his from now on. Qin Wentian walked out and came to the 2 ancient books. He picked them up, And then Qin Wentian opened them and his consciousness invaded one of the ancient books. This ancient book contains the powerful magical skills that I have practiced and the divine patterns that I have comprehended over the years. Now, they are all passed on to you. An ancient voice floated into his ears, and Qin Wentian's consciousness poured into it. As expected, he saw many powerful magical skills. Qin Wentian smiled, and invaded another ancient book with his consciousness, and then heard a voice trembling in his mind, I am the Golden Punishment Heavenly Venerable. When I was young, I had a rough journey. Later, I accidentally obtained the heaven-defying skills, the Golden Punishment Ancient Scroll, and cultivated the indestructible golden body. I achieved an indestructible body, and my whole body was like a divine weapon. From then on, I traveled all over Daksha and swept through all the strong. Who can compete with me? I was killed by my enemies and died here. I left behind a legacy to pass on my life's work to future generations. If someone with a predestined relationship passes the test and inherits my legacy, they must practice well and remember 3 points. First, this technique is against heaven and must not be known to others, even the elders of the sect, otherwise they will suffer misfortune. I was killed by my closest person in the past. Second, this technique is extremely overbearing. When practicing, you will encounter many abnormalities. Only those with great perseverance can practice it. Be careful. Third, you still must not let anyone know that you are practicing this technique, otherwise if my enemies know, you will surely die. Of course, if you achieve something one day and step into the realm of celestial phenomena, you will be able to find out who my enemy is. If you are willing, avenge me. The voice faded away and dissipated into nothingness. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, with a strong edge. The ancient scroll of jinxing, a technique against heaven? Practice, and don't let others know? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed coldly, and he thought of the 9 golden armored men, who were not puppets, but human bodies. Brother Qin, congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable. The eldest brother of the Li family said with a smile. Bai Lujing and Bai Luai remained in the hall. Qin Wentian smiled at old Li, and then he walked to the door of the hall, looked at everyone, and said, the disputes in the trial land were all for the purpose of plundering the inheritance. Now that the inheritance is in hand, I believe you all want to kill me. Qin does not want to be invincible with the entire Wangzhou city. I am willing to give up this inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable and give it to you. After saying that, Qin Wentian threw out his hand and threw the ancient book outside the hall, shocking everyone on the spot. The inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable? Qin Wentian discarded it like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 273 The Dust Settles. Qin Wentian discarded this inheritance. The 9 golden armored men looked like puppets, but they were human. If he had not had a stronger mind and opened up the terrifying third eye, he would have been deceived by the golden armored men and thought that they were just puppets. The 9 martial arts monks did not release the star souls, but cultivated the same ability. They were indeed very much like puppets. However, after Qin Wentian saw the golden punishment scroll, he had an idea. Did these 9 golden armored men also practice the inherited skills? As for the inheritance message, Qin Wentian also doubted it. The other party mentioned that this skill was overbearing and there would be abnormalities in practice. He also pointed out that it was forbidden to let the elders know, which made Qin Wentian feel something was wrong. Even though the other party pointed out that he was harmed by the person closest to him and left the inheritance to find the successor to avenge himself, Qin Wentian still doubted it. Since he was looking for the successor, why can only the people of Yuanfu set foot here, and the Xiangang strongmen cannot enter? Since the Xiangang strongmen could not enter, it could be explained that the inheritance of the Xianzan only looked at talent. Then why did the man in golden armor say that his cultivation was too low and he was not qualified to receive the inheritance? In addition, although his realm was not high, he now knew that he might have an extraordinary background. He also obtained the cultivation method of the Kang King's multi-purpose mansion. He did not attach much importance to the inheritance of a volume of cultivation method. No matter how the other party said it, his heart was not moved at all. Qin Wentian's character is now extremely decisive. Since he doubted and did not need the cultivation method, he directly abandoned it. Abandoning it, he did not waver in his heart. He did not even leave it to Bai Lujing and Bai Luai. He thought that the so-called inheritance might have problems. Qin Wentian looked at the people outside the hall. They did not move, but just stared at the ancient book with sharp eyes. Obviously, no one expected Qin Wentian to do this. Even Bai Luai and others were greatly shocked. This ancient inheritance book that was hard to obtain, was handed over to others? Looking at the people standing outside, Zhan Chen, Yang Fan, Zhao Lai, Hu Feng, the forces behind these people can indeed represent the entire Wangzhou city. If Qin Wentian becomes a mortal enemy with them, it will be difficult for Qin Wentian to gain a foothold in Wangzhou city, and it will even affect her Beilu Academy. The ancient book contains the skills inherited by Jinxing Xianzhen. I will give it up now and give it to you. As for the ancient book in my hand, it is the inherited divine pattern array, which is exactly what I need. Qin will keep it for himself. In this way, it can be regarded as worthy of you. The grievances here will be settled after we go out. Of course, if you still refuse to let go and come to trouble Qin will definitely kill you. Qin Wentian's voice was rolling and his voice was frank. However, although he said so, Qin Wentian knew in his heart that some grievances today could never be resolved so easily. As for Zhan Chen, he had discovered a secret, so how could he keep himself? But now, he said it in advance, and he naturally did not want to become the target of public criticism. At least, he gave up the inherited skills. Do these overlord-level powers favored sons have the face to move the elders of the family sect to deal with him? After Qin Wentian finished speaking, he swung his sleeves, and a rumbling sound came out. Suddenly, the door of the hall slowly closed, no longer paying attention to the outside world. Outside, everyone's eyes were sharper, staring at the ancient book. It turned out that it was the inherited skills left by Jinxing Xianzhen. I want the skills. Zhao Lai was the first to step out. In his hand was a flaming sword. The terrifying flames shone, revealing a terrible hot meaning. He rushed out and rushed straight to the ancient book. As soon as his body moved, everyone moved at the same time. Yang Fan stretched out his palm, and the star-picking palm print whistled out. A huge palm appeared in the void and grabbed the ancient book. Stay! Zhao Lai's sword light flashed past, and the space seemed to be cut off by him. At this moment, Zhan Chen and Hu Feng also moved, and rushed towards the ancient book. Since Qin Wentian explained the matter clearly, it was expected that this ancient book must be a legacy method. Otherwise, if Qin Wentian cheated, one of them would show it to others, and they would know that they were deceived by Qin Wentian. In that case, Qin Wentian would offend them more severely, so it would be better not to hand over the ancient book. Therefore, this method is 80% true. However, at this moment, the whole space trembled slightly. The man in golden armor said that if the inheritance was taken away by someone, this place would collapse. Above the void, the statue was also trembling, and then there was a loud bang, and it exploded directly. At this moment, a hurricane blew up in the whole void, shaking unsteadily. This trial land is about to collapse. The hall where Qin Wentian is located is also trembling. Bai Luai looked up at the shaking hall and said, "What should we do?" "Let's go," Qin Wentian said, heading in the opposite direction of the exit, and directly blasted a gap in the hall. The group flashed away. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, as if yellow sand was rolling over, and it was almost impossible to open their eyes. This space is already collapsing, but it shouldn't be life-threatening. Bai Lujing shouted loudly in the yellow sand, trying to pull Bai Luai, but found that the yellow sand blew into their eyes, making it impossible for them to open their eyes at all, and they could only go with the flow. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and used his senses to feel everything around him. Suddenly, his heart trembled. "It's terrible," Qin Wentian muttered, and above the sky, it seemed that a desert rolled over and buried them directly. Their bodies moved with a quicksand. In just a moment, they didn't know where they were washed to, and the four of them were completely separated. 3 days later, news came out that the place where the divine pattern trial was held had disappeared, and the ancient city was buried in the yellow sand. There were many people at the place where the ancient city used to be. They gathered there, staring at the ruins of the ancient city, but they could not see anything but a golden desert. What happened? Curious thoughts arose in the hearts of the crowd. It was rumored that the place of the divine pattern trial was the place where the heavenly venerable cultivated the Dao, and there might be the inheritance of the heavenly venerable. If so, why is there the current situation? Where is the trial place? Who took the inheritance of the heavenly venerable? The news gradually spread to Wangzhou City, and more people came out of curiosity, even those big forces came. However, at this time, there was also news that Zhan Chen, who ranked 11th on the destiny list, had returned to the Dangwon Palace. After that, Yang Fan of Zhaixing Mansion, Zhao Lai of Xian'an Sect, and Huifeng of the Hui family returned to their respective families and sects. After that, there was news that the inheritance of the heavenly venerable seemed to be obtained by Zhongchen of the Danwang Palace. Many people sighed in their hearts that Zhongchen was indeed the 11th person on the destiny list. He was the strongest person in this trial land. He really seized the inheritance of the heavenly venerable. I am afraid that Zhongchen's status in the Danwang Palace will be even higher now. As for what happened in the trial land and why so many strong people fell, no one knew, but it is conceivable that this trial must be extremely fierce. Bai Lujing and Bai Luai also returned to Beilu Academy. Hearing various rumors from the outside world, Bai Luai sneered. Among these rumors, there was only one name, Qin Wentian. Presumably, no one was embarrassed to say that the Xianjiao of the Overlord-level forces were driven out of the Inheritance Hall. Each of these Xianjiao figures needed to rely on a divine rune master of the 3rd level of Yuanfu to be able to walk to the main hall. After that, they were actually driven out of the Xianzhen Inheritance Hall. Even the last ancient book of inheritance was given by the person of the 3rd level of Yuanfu. For this, Zhongchen was once injured. I am afraid that only the parties involved know about these things, and they may be buried in the wind and sand. Because Bai Lujing and Bai Luai will not publicize this matter even for Qin Wentian. Although this will make Qin Wentian famous in Wangzhou City, it will also push Qin Wentian to the forefront and become the target of public criticism. Don't forget that even if he gave up an ancient book of inheritance, he still has another ancient book of divine rune. The ancient book of divine rune left by Xianzhen is more valuable to the divine rune master than the technique. But now, where is Qin Wentian? Bai Luai stood on the attic, looking into the distance. At the side of the trial site, under the rolling yellow sand, there is a ruined palace. Inside, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, with a puppet in front of him. This puppet was the Golden Armor King puppet. Qin Wentian naturally knew how to refine puppets. Now that this puppet was ownerless, how could he waste it? This was a powerful puppet of the 4th rank. In Qin Wentian's eyes, puppets were magic weapons, and refining puppets was just like refining magic weapons. After a magic weapon is refined, it is controlled by the mind. If it is a magic sword, the mind can fly and kill the enemy thousands of miles away, and after a puppet is refined, it is also completely controlled by the master's mind, unless the power of the mind that refines the puppet is forcibly wiped out by a strong person from the outside. Therefore, Qin Wentian first repaired a defensive divine pattern of the puppet. In addition, the material used to refine the puppet itself has strong defensive properties. Unless it encounters a fierce attack from a Xiangang realm expert, it is impossible to easily erase it. After all, it is not easy to find another person who can defend against the divine pattern through the shell like him. After a long time, the golden armored giant stood up, and a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes, which was breathtaking, like a golden sword that could penetrate a person's eyes. A faint smile flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and then he thought about it and put it into the divine pattern ring. This puppet is controlled by his thoughts, so he can naturally put it into the divine pattern ring at will. If it is controlled by the thoughts of others, he can only erase the other party's thoughts before he can put it away. After refining the puppet, Qin Wentian did not rush to leave. He closed his eyes again and began to carefully feel the changes in himself. After closing his eyes, a light seemed to shoot out from the center of his brows, and then a golden vertical eye appeared there. After opening his eyes, everything in the outside world was imprinted in his mind and heart. At this moment, Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and his eyes opened at the same time. The 3 eyes burst out with a brilliant golden light at the same time. The light swept through and penetrated people's hearts. It seemed that a force of will was spreading from his eyes. His eyes could actually release the power of will that he had comprehended. Chapter 274 Heir of the Emperor Family. After the incident at the Divine Mark Trial Land, the various forces in Wangzhou City returned to their previous peace. Those non-overlord level forces once again became the wedding dress. Not only that, the danger of this Divine Mark trial exceeded any previous one. Many strong men fell in the trial land, even including many people from the overlord level forces. According to those who survived, they were able to walk out alive only after the Divine Mark trial land collapsed, otherwise they would have been trapped and died in the trial land. The Dan King Palace was undoubtedly the winner in everyone's eyes. Because only the Dan King Palace's Xianjiao figure Zhongchen, who seized the rumored Xianzhen inheritance, was discussed by countless people. Zhongchen was already a strong man ranked 11th on the destiny list, and he was only one place away from being able to rush into the top 10. After obtaining the inheritance this time, the Dan King Palace paid more attention to him. Many people were speculating when Zhan Chen would be ready to impact the top 10 of the destiny list. For Zhan Chen, the difference of one place in the ranking was probably extremely important. The top 10 and 11 have completely different meanings. In the Dan Wang Palace, Zhan Chen was not excited. In fact, he looked a little sad. Zhan Chen, since it is destined, don't be sad. Everything will go with the wind. At this moment, Zhan Chen's master comforted Zhan Chen. However, King Gaiyu's death was caused by my incompetence and failure to protect her. Zhan Chen said sadly. Then, a cold sword light burst out from his eyes, and the coldness was piercing. Half of the responsibility for King Gaiyu's death lies with the master of divine patterns. If it weren't for him, King Gaiyu would never have died in the formation. I will kill this man with my own hands and pay the blood debt with blood. The murderous intent in Zhan Chen's eyes was not false at all. It was his murderous intent towards Qin Wentian. It was a very strong murderous intent. He wanted Qin Wentian to die. Not to mention that Qin Wentian witnessed his secret, just based on the fact that he had severely injured him in the hall of the trial ground, blasted him out of the hall, and finally abandoned the ancient book of inheritance and gave it to them. Qin Wentian deserved to die. Abandon, the thing that Qin Wentian gave up. He lost half his life to snatch it, and finally left safely and returned to the Dan Wang Palace. Qin Wentian, how could he not die? Well, since you have the heart, you should personally avenge King Gaiyu and kill this kid. His master said calmly. As the pride of the Dan Wang Palace, Zhan Chen naturally did not need to worry about revenge. Zhan Chen should do it well and he would definitely do it. Master, uncle, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. At this moment, a stunning woman next to him said lightly, and Zhan Chen's eyes immediately fell on her. Mo Qingcheng, under the training of her uncle Luo He, has made rapid progress, whether in cultivation or alchemy. Moreover, her uncle would not be stingy with precious elixirs for Mo Qingcheng to take, as long as they are beneficial to her cultivation. Okay, you go first, let Zhan Chen take you. Luo He nodded gently. No need, senior brother Zhan Chen still needs to practice, so there is no need to waste time. Mo Qingcheng's voice was still so cold, rejecting people from 1,000 miles away. After saying that, she bowed slightly to Luo He and left here alone. Bai Fei, who was following Mo Qingcheng, looked at Zhan Chen deeply, and there seemed to be a trace of affection hidden in her beautiful eyes. Zhan Chen, the most outstanding young man below the Xiangang realm in the Dan Wang Palace, he is always so gentle and approachable. However, Bai Fei knew that it was impossible for her and Zhan Chen to be together. In her eyes, senior brother Zhan Chen was so high and unattainable. In the past, there was King Gaiyu, and now there is Mo Qingcheng. Bai Fei sighed in her heart and chased after Mo Qingcheng. Soon she caught up with him. Looking at the cold and beautiful back, Bai Fei's beautiful eyes flickered and her lips moved. She wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She knew that the divine pattern master that Zhan Chen was talking about was Qin Wentian. Zhan Chen wanted to kill Qin Wentian. If she told Mo Qingcheng that Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City and stepped into the trial ground, she didn't know how she would react. However, she chose to remain silent. If senior brother Zhan Chen killed Qin Wentian, then there would be no possibility between him and Mo Qingcheng, right? In the attic of Beilu Academy, Bai Luai looked at the pool in front of her, but she felt a little worried. A month had passed, and Qin Wentian had not come back yet. She was worried that Qin Wentian would be in danger. Thinking about that guy again. At this moment, a low laugh came from behind. Bai Luai slowly turned his eyes, rolled his eyes at his brother, and said, "What are you talking about? You still don't admit it. I haven't been to Bai Lu Cave these days, and I haven't practiced." Bai Lujing looked at his sister and smiled. "Your brother disappeared for a year or two. I'm afraid you wouldn't be so worried. You are so powerful, what can happen?" Bai Luai smiled and said, "After all, his cultivation level is not high. Although he gave up a volume of ancient inherited book, if he really meets those guys, I'm afraid they will never let him go. Are you so unconfident about him?" Bai Lujing smiled and said, "Care makes you confused. That's right, that guy has so many means, and it may not be so easy for even those people to kill him." Bai Luai smiled with ease. Although she had not been with Qin Wentian for a long time, and he was only at the 3rd level of Yuanfu, that guy always had a special appeal, making people feel his extraordinariness. It would not be so easy to deal with him. Zhang Chen, Yang Fan, Zhao Lai and others were all geniuses, but when they were fighting for the inheritance, they were all kicked out of the hall by him. But now, our Beilu Academy is in some trouble. A nasty guy has come. Ba Lujing said rather depressedly, which made Bai Lu Ai stunned and asked, "What's wrong with the academy? You should still remember what the elders said about where Beilu Academy came from." Ba Lujing said, and Bai Lu Ai felt a slight tremor in her heart. Of course she knew that she had discussed this with Qin Wentian when she was in the trial ground. Qin Wentian, who held the Kang Wang order, was a descendant of Kang Wang. Of course. Bai Lu Ai said. The descendants of the Kang Wang Emperor's lineage have come and threatened to take over Beilu Academy. Ba Lujing said, which made Bai Lujing's beautiful eyes suddenly condense. Someone from the Kang Wang Emperor's lineage has come? And, to take over Beilu Academy? How is this possible? What about Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian, he has the Kang Wang order. Besides, who else could know the hidden lineage of the Kang King, except for the person who holds the Kang King's order? Bai Lu Ai suddenly felt that this matter was not that simple. When did he come? Bai Lu Ai asked. Today, and it seems that he has inquired about the situation of my Beilu Academy quite clearly, even you know it. Bai Lujing had a helpless smile on his face. As for the Kang King's lineage, thousands of years have faded. As Qin Wentian guessed, although they still follow the ancestral precepts, their feelings have faded a lot, especially these young people who have no personality, and have no feelings for the so-called Kang King's lineage. No me. Bai Lu Ai was a little surprised. That guy is very arrogant. As soon as he came, he said that he would make my Beilu Academy obey his orders from now on. He will take over Beilu Academy completely. In order to compensate Beilu Academy, he will marry you as his wife. Bai Lujing laughed speechlessly as he said this. He was not sensitive to the so-called Kang King's lineage, and when he saw such a ridiculous person, how could he have any good feelings? He just felt a little ridiculous. Let's go and have a look. Bai Lu Ai said, and followed Bai Lujing to leave here and came to courtyard of Beilu Academy. There were many people here, and the leader was not the elder of Beilu Academy, but a young man. The young man was wearing a golden robe, which made him look a bit luxurious. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. Behind the young man, there was an old man standing there quietly, as if he didn't exist. However, it was precisely because of this that he seemed extraordinary. Seeing Bai Lu Ai coming, the young man looked at her. The angelic face and devilish hot body gave people a strong impulse. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up and smiled. I guess this is Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi. Bai Lu Ai was stunned for a while, looking at the young man speechless. Even Qin Wentian didn't call her that because of their relationship. This young man met her for the first time, but he called her Xiaoyi. Who are you? Bai Lu Ai asked. Di Chang, the inheritance of the Di family, the direct line of Kang Wang, the descendant of the Di family. The young man's voice was full of pride. Bai Lu Ai looked at him and asked, do you have the Kang Wang order? This manor is located in the absolute central area of Beilu Academy. It is heavily guarded and only the core figures can set foot here. Bai Lu Ai therefore speaks without any scruples and does not need to worry about the words being leaked out, otherwise everyone would not be here. The Kang Wang order is not in my hand for the time being. Di Cheng responded. He did not expect Bai Lu Ai to ask about the Kang Wang order so directly. Without the Kang Wang order, how can we talk about the inheritance of the Di family? Bai Lu Ai said coldly, the Kang Wang order is the symbol of the Kang Wang inheritor. Bai Lu Ai was relieved to see that the other party could not produce the Kang Wang order. Although she completely believed in Qin Wentian, after all, the secret of the Kang Wang lineage was known by very few people. She was really a little afraid that the young man could produce the Kang Wang order, which meant that Qin Wentian might have deceived her. However, Di Cheng could not produce it, which meant that the identity of this inheritor was questionable. Haha. Di Cheng smiled and said, the lineage of King Kang has been passed down to this day and has experienced too many ups and downs. The King Kang order has not been found yet, but the lineage of King Kang cannot continue to remain silent. I came here as a descendant of the Di family, hoping that Beilu Academy will follow the ancestral teachings, assist me, and revive the lineage of King Kang. You say you are, so you are it. Bai Lu Ai said bluntly. The hidden lineage of King Kang has been hidden for many years, and only those who hold the King Kang order can know about it. How do you know Beilu Academy? Chapter 275 Emperor Feng Wenkang. The Qing Palace, which was ruled by King Kang, was one of the most powerful forces in the Great Xia dynasty, with many powerful people. Among them, not all of them were surnamed Di. There were disciples and descendants of King Kang, as well as loyal guardians or servants of King Kang. Together, they formed the Qing lineage. After the fall of the Qing Palace, some of the most loyal people left quietly and hid in various places in the Great Xia dynasty, hiding their names and even changing their original surnames. However, they all had a mission, but if someone could take over the Qing Palace one day, they would lead the Qing Wang's hidden lineages again and let the Qing Wang Palace rise again in the Great Xia dynasty. This is also the ancestral precept of the White Deer Academy. But this wait is too long. For thousands of years, no such person has appeared. The inheritance of those hidden lineages has become longer and longer, and their loyalty to King Kang has naturally faded. Now, the only thing that binds them is the ancestral precepts of generations of ancestors. Since there's the Qing Wang order, there must be someone in charge of it. This person in charge is the adopted son and direct disciple of King Wang. He follows the King Wang's imperial surname. This lineage is also the most direct lineage. The mission of selecting the successor for King Wang also falls on this lineage. Perhaps, this lineage is the most loyal to King Wang. When the person behind the emperor heard Bai Lui's doubts, he couldn't help but scolded, "How insolent! This person has been silent all the time, as if he didn't exist." At this moment, he shouted in a low voice, which was extremely majestic. Di Cheng smiled and waved his hands. "Xiaoi is still young, don't worry. Since you want to hear the truth, I'll tell you. Now, the person who guards the King order is in trouble and has been captured by Jiutian Palace. Perhaps, he will be forced to reveal the King order. At that time, all the hidden lineages will be exposed, and what awaits you will be destruction. Therefore, I must take a step ahead and integrate the King lineage. I have also heard that only those who hold the King order will know our whereabouts. Since you don't have the King order, how do you know? Can I understand that you have disobeyed our ancestral precepts?" At this moment, an elder from the Bailu Academy said lightly. Although his tone was calm and his words were loud, they gave people a sharp feeling. "I will tell you about this later." Di Cheng smiled and said, "Bailu Academy is the first hidden vein I want to integrate. I will never treat Bailu Academy unfairly. In the future, Xiaoi will become my wife, and Bailu Academy will become the leader of the King Wang vein." "Who said I want to be your wife?" Bailu Yi really didn't expect this man to be so shameless. It seemed like a gift to her, which made her chest rise and fall, and made Di Cheng's eyes light up. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss it. Master Di Cheng, how about going to rest first?" The elder of the clan said calmly, not wanting to talk anymore. Di Cheng knew that it was impossible to take down Bailu Academy in one go, so he nodded. After arranging Di Cheng, it was inevitable to discuss the interior of Bailu Academy. In the hall, most of the core figures of Bailu Academy gathered, including the 4 elders, the 9 elders, the masters of each academy, and those outstanding descendants of the direct lineage. The leader was Bailu Yi's great-grandfather, who was also the current manager of Bailu Academy. The old man had white hair and beard, but he was still full of vigor and all. "You are just being perverted. Your attitude towards this matter is just abnormal," the old man said calmly. "I disagree. Our Bailu Academy is already a separate branch. Why should we be controlled by others? Moreover, this is a person who can't even produce the King order." An elder of the clan was more radical and said coldly, "This matter needs to be considered in the long run. After all, the ancestral precepts are there. It's just that the identity of this person is still worth finding out. I'll listen to my eldest brother." The last elder of the clan knocked on the armrest of the chair and said lightly, "Ask the younger generation for their opinions." Bai Luai looked at the attitudes of the people quietly. What surprised her was that none of her great-grandfather and the elders of the clan had an attitude of approval, and most of these younger generations disagreed. Thinking of Qin Wentian, Bai Luai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this guy's road would never be so smooth. "Xiaoi, what's your attitude?" an elder asked Bai Luai. This elder was her grandfather. Bai Luai thought for a moment and asked, "I don't know what the elders and clan elders think of the current Bailu Academy. Do you hope that Bailu Academy will always be like this, hidden in Wangzhou City, or do you hope that one day it can stand in the Great Xia Dynasty as the Qing Palace? If it is the former, then there is actually no need for us to discuss it. The elders and clan elders were stunned for a moment, and then many of them smiled faintly. We are old, and we old guys are not as good as Xiaoyi's words, which go straight to the core. Ba Luai's great-grandfather smiled and said, yes, first of all, what is our attitude? If someone can really let us stand in the Great Xia dynasty as the Qing Palace, it means that the power of the Qing Palace is no less than any force in the Great Xia dynasty. I have no objection. An elder expressed his opinion. Everyone spoke one after another, and Bai Luai found that the elders who hoped that Bai Lu Academy would stand in the Great Xia as the Qing Palace actually occupied the majority, and only those conservative people hoped that Bai Lu Academy would always be like this. Xiaoyi, you heard it yourself, continue to talk about your thoughts. Ba Luai's great-grandfather also looked at her and smiled softly. Great-grandfather, it seems that everyone is unwilling to accept the current status of Bailu Academy. Bai Luai smiled lightly. The Great Xia dynasty is ultimately the world of those overlord-level forces. Although Bailu Academy is extraordinary, the 4 overlord-level forces in Wangzhou City are firmly suppressing us. The old man said. Well, since you are unwilling, then look for an opportunity. Bai Luai nodded. Do you agree to submit to Emperor Chang? The white-bearded old man was surprised. No, I believe in the inheritance of King Kang. The person holding the King's order must not be an ordinary person. Bai Luai showed a sweet smile, and a light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She thought that the appearance of Emperor Chang might not be a bad thing for Qin Wentian. At least, Emperor Chang shook the comfortable state of Bailu Academy, so they had to weigh it in their hearts first. The white-bearded old man looked at Bai Luai, quite puzzled. This girl, is she so confident in the heir of King Kang? However, Di Cheng said that the person in charge of the Kang Wang order was captured by Jiutian Palace. It is still unknown who will get the Kang Wang order in the future. Grandfather, do you believe him? Bai Luai asked, making the old man smile and nodded. I don't believe it. Okay, you all go. Remember, don't mention anything about the Kang Wang lineage outside, otherwise, don't blame the family for being indifferent. The old man's words were majestic. This matter was too serious. Once it was spread, Bailu Academy would be in a very dangerous situation. The people here were all absolutely core people, but he still reminded them because he was worried that someone would not keep a tight lid on the secrets. Bai Luai and others left one after another. After that, although Bailu Academy was still enthusiastic about Di Cheng, they were all pretending to be polite. They believed that Di Cheng might really be a member of the Di family lineage, otherwise, he would not know so many secrets. However, Di Cheng also saw that although the people of Bailu Academy were warm and polite to him, they had no intention of assisting him. He even couldn't see the elders of Bailu Academy. But Di Cheng was thick-skinned enough to stay in Bailu Academy and pester Bailu Yi from time to time. This made the people of Bailu Academy seriously doubt that even if Di Cheng was a descendant of the Di family, would the Di family really dare to entrust the future to such a boastful person? Until one day, another young man came to Bailu Academy, and Bailu Academy realized that they had thought wrong. The person who came this time was called Di Feng. This boy was completely different from Di Cheng's boastfulness. He was calm and composed. Although his age was not much different from Di Cheng, he had a leadership style and gave people an extraordinary demeanor. Moreover, this boy's strength was much stronger than Di Cheng. After he came, Di Cheng no longer dared to claim himself as the inheritor of the Di family, which made the people of Bailu Academy understand. Di Cheng might just be a pathfinder, and Di Feng was the person truly selected by the Di family. After comparing Di Feng and Di Cheng, Bailu Academy suddenly felt that Di Feng was too good, and he might really be able to lead the entire Kang Wang lineage. In the martial arts field of Bailu Academy, many people watched the 2 young men on the martial arts field. Those 2 people were Di Feng and Bai Lujing. Bai Lujing was at a disadvantage under Di Feng's attack, and his steps were retreating continuously. He stared at the young man in front of him, his eyes flashing, and said, "You should have another name." Di Feng waved his sleeves, looked at Bai Lujing and smiled. Brother Jing is extraordinary, and he will definitely move up a few places on the destiny list. I do have another name, Wang Kang. Wang Kang, Wang Kang. Bai Lujing murmured and smiled. It's you. Today, I finally know the true meaning of the name Wang Kang. Several old men watching nearby also had a shining edge. This boy was actually Wang Kang. Wang Kang. Bai Luai also showed a touch of surprise. The 5th person on the destiny list was named Wang Kang. Wang Kang, the fifth on the destiny list, was famous in Daxia, but how many people knew that his real name was Difeng? Wang Kang, Kang Wang, that's it. Ba Luai's grandfather murmured in the stands, and he also understood the meaning of this name. However, Wang Kang was such a person, but he didn't get the Kang Wang inheritance. Did he get the Kang Wang order? In fact, this is also a regret of Difeng. It is not that he has no ability, but it is related to his growth environment. When he was young, he was taken away by his master to travel around. When he returned, he was already in the Yuanfu realm. He missed it. However, Difeng didn't care. Even if he didn't get the Kang Wang order, he would still lead the Kang Wang lineage. Xiao Yi, do you think this boy can lead the Kang Wang lineage to revive? Ba Luai's grandfather said to her with a smile, which made Ba Luai stunned. She suddenly had an idea that the people of the Di family were too smart. First, they let Di Sheng come and let Ba Lu Academy have a very bad impression of him. Then, Di Feng, who was ranked 5th on the destiny list, appeared. Such a contrasting impact makes it easy for people to recognize Di Feng. Ba Luai didn't know how to answer, but at this time, someone came not far away, walked not far below, and said to Ba Luai, "Miss Yi, Qin Wentian is back." Ba Luai's beautiful eyes stagnated, and then she smiled. That guy, is he finally back? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.